Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to this promising workshop under the title Psychoanalysis and Orthodox Theology. It is an honor for me to present our distinguished speakers of this first session. I will begin with Dr. Evdoxide, who is a researcher at the Research Center for Greek Philosophy of the Academy of Athens, and also a postdoctoral researcher and the projects Narcissus and so. For the next 15 minutes, she will introduce us to the subject, speaking about the interdisciplinary encounter of Orthodox theology and psychoanalysis as a key aspect of the dialogue between orthodoxy and sciences. Dr. Deli, the podium is yours.
Thank you, Maria. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of SHOW Project, allow me to extend a warm welcome to all of you. We are very pleased to welcome very special guests who will share with us their various and deep approaches on the relation between psychoanalysis and Orthodox theology and spirituality. I'd like to thank Nikos Livanos for the work he has done for this workshop, and mostly Fr Vasileios Thermos for the scientific and practical support. Without his helpful advices and suggestions, at all the stage of the preparation of this workshop, it couldn't be realized. Last but not least, I have to thank the research director of the project, Efthymios Nikolaidis, who encouraged us to organize the present event in the frame of SHOW. My talk is just an introduction aiming at presenting briefly the rationale of this workshop. I am neither a psychoanalyst nor a theologian. I am a historian of philosophy of a time when philosophy was considered more as a way of life than as an academic discourse, and the care of the soul and theology were part of philosophy. During the last 3 years, as a member of the research team of SHOW, our task was mainly to map the field of the relation of the dialogue between orthodoxy and science. But mapping a field is not a strictly objective task. It involves a certain degree of subjectivity and choices following the angle of the persons who undertake the task. So, a particular interest in soul conceptions and anthropology, late antiquity and Byzantium, which seem distant, but maybe there are less than we believe it, led me to investigate this field. Based on our research findings, diverse sources and interviews, we came to realize an increasing interest of contemporary Orthodox Christian thinkers, mainly theologians, clerics, and mental health professionals, psychotherapists, in a variety of modern psychological sciences and practice, including depth psychology, existential, systemic, cognitive behavioral theories, etc. This increase is related to a noticeable evolution occurred, not without regressions, in the way Orthodox thinkers deal with contemporary challenges of psychology. The interest in psychoanalysis is reflected in the large number and the broad scope of the relevant sources, which not only provide multi-level and at times contradictory approaches on core issues related to anthropology, but also include important topics of a larger interest both theoretically and in ordinary life, such as the meaning of faith and of spiritual experience nowadays, the concepts and representation of self and God, the idea of human flourishment and psychological endurance, the ambivalence of Orthodox Christianity towards modernity and West, as an indispensable corollary of modern science, the critical and reflective approach to religious culture and mentalities in Orthodox countries related to social psychopathology, and finally, questions of ethics and values as effective motivators in people's conduct and social action. Without denying the importance of all other areas of the dialogue between orthodoxy and science, such as physics, cosmology, mathematics, I think that the field of psychology and religion's encounter is a privileged one, insofar as it involves the most intimate and at times hidden or even dark sides which underlie both thinking and imaginary functions, actions, and emotions of believers and non-believers. Among the variety of modern psychological schools of thought and practices, today we focus on psychoanalysis and orthodoxy. So, the first question which arises is, why especially psychoanalysis? First of all, because the selected research material and sources attest to the importance of Freud and post-Freudian psychoanalytic theory, which seems to be in the heart of the discussion, for being accepted or criticized by the actors of the dialogue. In this general framework, psychoanalytic concepts elaborated by Freud, Jung, Adler, Lacan, Klein, Winnicott, Bion, and Dolto intersect with core elements of Christian psychology and anthropology drawn for biblical and patristic thought, as well as from ascetical spirituality. All these connections are treated in relation to modern Orthodox theology, for instance, Christos Gianaras, John Zizioulas, Dimitrous Staniloae, and modern philosophy, Levinas, Wittgenstein, Paul Ricoeur, Cornelios Castoriadis, Martin Buber, Bertiaev, Orthodox thinkers and theologians from different Orthodox countries or Orthodox diaspora and diverse contexts provide various hermeneutical approaches and focalization on psychoanalysis, while they adopt a rather eclectic stance toward it. Following our research findings, the Orthodox approaches to psychoanalysis emerge around four main core: pastoral care and adequacy of the priest-therapists to support suffering modern subjects, anthropology, with issues such as soul and psyche, the distinction between psychological and spiritual development, body-mind problem, passions, addictive behaviors, meaning of disease and death, mystical and intuitive experience. Thirdly, questions on identity and modernity, on how Orthodox people define and understand themselves toward religion and science, and how they experience these two discourses within their self and life, not only as individuals, but also as social and religious group, in various and changing historical and cultural context of Orthodox countries. Fourth, religiosity and mentalities, including the investigation of the distortion of morbid religiosity in Orthodox societies, which are closely related to psychopathology and social dysfunction. The second reason for choosing to focus rather on psychoanalysis than on other psychological schools of thought is that the Freudian theory have been the most controversial and the most influences of all in modern time. Formulated in a rather godless, mechanistic and materialistic post-Darwinian universe of the Western Europe, psychoanalysis have been for a long time ignored or rejected both by the Western and the Eastern Christian Church. As John Gottingham points out, Darwin's role is that of John the Baptist to the Freudian gospel. Freud's approach to religion, conceived as a neurosis, as a fixation to an archaic and infantile image of father, together with his focus mainly on sexuality, provoke the resistance of religious people toward a vision of man which brings to light and decode not only his creative, but also his destructive forces, articulated around the key notion of the desire. But given that all human experience implies the dialectic between desire and culture, as Paul Ricoeur mentions, psychoanalysis is not only changed the image of man, but also provided a global theory of culture, which tackles also morality and ethics. While the psychoanalysis cannot speak of the foundation and the principle of ethics, it gave a new way of questioning ethical issues, unveiling the falsification of desire which invests moral life. It changed human consciousness by changing the knowledge of consciousness. Psychoanalysis does not provide a final truth. It does not speak of God, but it speaks of the God of men. Although at a first sight the relationship between Christian theology and psychoanalysis may seem paradoxical and uneasy, They seem to share a number of common elements, such as the quest for good life, for meaning, transformation, while both, through different paths, overcome the reason-centric model of self-understanding and self-realizations, confronting non-rational elements in a way which implies the process of rediscovering of the self, not through knowing or control of non-rational, but by a complex process and experience of rehabilitation. During the 20th century, the scope of psychoanalytic thought has been deepened and widened. Psychoanalysts become more and more aware of the formative influence of the wider culture, including religion, embodied in language, and of the experience of previous generations. On the other side, contemporary Orthodox theology formulated and put forward a relational being spirituality, promoting real selves and meaningful bonds with other and otherness, God, overcoming the sense of a separateness of others and from natural world. In our days, both mind science and theology face new anthropological challenges from brain sciences, neuroscience, and medical technology, at the same time promising and ambivalent for the representation and the reality of men in society. Despite the fact that the Orthodox theology and psychology focus on different problems, different contexts, answering different questions, often from different sorts of people in different contexts, they embrace the whole man and his life face not simply repeatable and measurable phenomena. In this perspective, they could be related, but they are not reducible one to the other. At the same time, because the interests of psychology and theology overlap one another, both are interested in the broadest possible sense in human self as person, they could be connected while they are not different visions of the same thing. The dialogue between them needs two partners and not their fusion. They need a clear delimitation between the distinct level and awareness of the misleading homonyms. The future of the dialogue between Orthodox theology and psychoanalysis seems to be, both for theologians and psychoanalysts, a difficult transdisciplinary challenge of hermeneutical character, an open-minded enterprise for a fuller understanding and coordination between the different levels which make us human, that is to say, between subjectivity and personhood, providing the interaction between real and true self. Now I would like to close my presentation going back to philosophy and to Plato, and to share with you a passage from the first Alcibiades or Plato, one of the most poetic dialogues, by a passage which was commented by Foucault and which has inspired Seferis. Freud and the fathers of the church were readers of Plato. So, Socrates, then, if an eye is to see itself, it must look at an eye, and at that region of the eye in which the virtue of an eye is found to occur. And this, I presume, is sight. And if the soul too, my dear Alcibiades, is to know herself, she must surely look at a soul, and especially at the region of it in which occurs the virtue of the soul, wisdom, and at any other part of a soul which resembles this. And can we find any part of the soul that we can call more divine than this, which is the seat of knowledge and thought? Then this part of her resembles God, and whoever looks at this and comes to know all that is divine will gain thereby the best knowledge of himself. This famous passage, in which self-knowledge is said to require seeing the divine part of our soul reflected in a soul as a mirror, gave birth to two opposed interpretations. The theocentric interpretation, according to which knowing the self requires knowing God, and the anthropocentric, according to which knowing the self requires dialogue with another soul like ours. But if both interpretations are possible, this is because Plato didn't answer it, calling us to revisit the question again and again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evie, for setting the scene for our discussion today by raising important issues. And now I wish to call on our next speaker, who is Dr. Alexandridis. He's a psychiatrist, child psychiatrist and psychoanalyst, member of the French, Hellenic and International Psychoanalytic Society. And the theme of his presentation is the genealogy of the religious into psychic space.
Okay, good morning. On behalf of the Greek Psychoanalytic Society, I want to congratulate the organizers of this conference and the people working on this very, very interesting project. And I want to tell you that we would like to work with you in a more organized way in the coming future. When I sent my proposal, I was thinking of writing a rather academic paper taking in account the different stages of the human development, and then to see how the feeling of the divine and the religious can come into the psychic formations. But when I start writing, I thought that it would be better for you to have my reflection as it comes out from the clinical practice. So I will start with a session with a patient, and I want to ask you because I trust your confidentiality, that you will not speak outside from this conference about this material, and all this recording will be used only for scientific purposes. Well, a 35-year-old patient of mine exhibiting narcissistic features and suffering from full-blown alcoholism and compulsive fantasies, a self-proclaimed atheist, after a couple of years in analysis, said, I quote, "My father was a priest in a small village in the deep countryside. He used to dress me up as an altar boy in order to help him with his services. I hated that because it put me in an awkward position regarding the other boys of the village. The only benefit was that I took pleasure in hearing my father's voice when he sang the hymns. While he sang, I had the impression that he was somewhere else. Today, I can say that he was in a state of ecstasy. One day, when I was around 10, he took me to an exhumation. Standing in front of the open grave, I saw the decomposed body. Horrified, I looked around for help. My father glowed in his holy madness. The gravedigger jerked about like a robot, while the dead looked completely dead. All three of them were unapproachable, and I panicked at the thought, the seemingly absolute truth, that I was the only living person there. I was alive and on the side of humans. The others were on the side of God. I felt an enormous loneliness." Well, the analyst recalls this memory 25 years later, and after having evolved satisfactorily through the analysis relative to his functional and structural psychic deficiencies. Despite his capacity to narrate, his use of symbols, and the trust he exhibits towards the analytic setting, the regression and the reviviscence of the trauma is shocking him up. He just sits there, mute and frozen. I have the sense that he is still there, on the other side. I am the only living person, I say to myself, taking his place in the traumatic scene. Where is he? My mind spins painfully. I recognize in the infantile experience elements which may have resembled a mystical experience. Dead, empty, outside oneself, mad. These are conditions imposed in order to deal and communicate with the hereafter, which is conceived as the potential space occupied and allowed by God. In the here and now, the man is alive. He emerges yet feeling utterly alone. He's feeling completely alone. And for me, this is the absolute solitude of a man cut off from his metaphysical beliefs. This feeling of the absolute solitude. Well, I recognize these thoughts as a defensive intellectualization of my patient's suffering and of my own existential agony, and I try to invent a space where we can coexist. I fear that any direct intervention concerning his now versus then might be too traumatic, while any reference to here and now of our relationship might be dramatically insufficient. I need a scene which can contain the same intensity of feelings and thoughts, but as a substitute reality. Trusting my intuition, I start narrating the scene from Hamlet, the play, in which the prince stands before the gaping grave. The grave digger tells him that the bones of the grave belong to Yorick, the old king's jester. Hamlet is overwhelmed by emotion, and he recalls the playful, tender, physically intimate manner in which Yorick used to frolic with him hundreds of times during his childhood. Is Yorick a substitute of Hamlet's absent mother? Gertrude, according to my analysis of the tragedy, though I don't have the time to expound on it today, is devoted of empathy towards her son, contrary to the affection Mary feels and exhibits toward Jesus, of which more will be presented in a while. The transfer of the analytical domain towards the theatrical creates the potentiality of a kind of discourse which is at once literal, concerning the passions, ideas, and the feelings, and metaphorical, concerning the identities and personas by use of the Greek notion of the prosopon. By introducing Hamlet, I activate the qualities of the double, the same, the salvator, sotir, in both the session as well as in the imaginary world of my patient. The one who bears both the passion and the discourse of the passion, qualities which Christianity introduces to humankind in a unique way through the face of Jesus. Christ is a mirror, Paul says. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Βλέπουμε γάρ άρτη διεσόπτρου εν ενίγματι, το δε πρόσωπον προς πρόσωπον. The patient identifies with Hamlet's existential self-interrogation to be or not to be, but replies that the way towards God was blocked by his representative here on earth, his own father, who abused him physically and emotionally, both in private and in public. Is the earthly father an initial gateway towards the celestial one? We shall deal with this subject shortly by speaking of Freud, the totemic father, and religion. Well, my patient, having positively exploited the theatrical reference, began to play in the transitional space according to Winnicott's conception with the Yorick analyst, me. More importantly than by the words exchanged, the efficacy of the situation was due to the psychic availability of the analyst, who toyed with the analyzer as if he were a baby, managed to bring to the scene what he assumed to be the greatest void of his patient's history, a containing and metabolizing experience with the primary object, the mother. This novel experience of a caring maternal object allowed for more substantial regressions during the sessions. One day, he said he had been drinking copious amounts of wine for many years, always black wine. This is a ritual in the way he drinks. There is a ritual in the way he drinks. He sits alone on the couch, swinging directly from the bottle. When the wine is gone, he throws the bottle to the floor and he goes to pieces. I wonder whether the bottle goes to pieces too. In his narrative, the word black is used excessively. I allow myself a reverie. The baby lies down on the inanimate couch, the mother, all alone, suckling black milk of bad quality. The mother's absence has numerous consequences, so that the different parts of his body, the erogenous zones, as we call them in psychoanalysis, remain unconnected, and the psychosomatic unit is not achieved. The mind does not inhabit the body as a unifying representation of the self. Both the sense of self and that of the other are in pieces. Convinced that the wine is a transformation of the milk, I ask, were you given black milk? He is stunned. Then, in a very serious tone, as if a most profound recognition of a repressed experience is consuming him, he answers, I've drunk black milk. When I was born, my mother couldn't lactate, so another woman who'd given birth at the same time was forced by my father into breastfeeding me right after having breastfed her own child. That means that for me the milk was always too little, insufficient, bad, black. Coming to our question concerning the appearance of the divine to the psyche during the developmental process, I could assume that my patient as a baby was exposed to the helpless situation where his survival depended on the other, but did not experience this divine help stemming from his mother. Depressive, inhibited, like a dead mother for that child, she did not provide him with the experience of complete union with the one and only, who is the whole world and who desires for the child to exist in union with the one. The intervention of the mother is proof of the existence of an elsewhere, a metaphysical space beyond the physical space of the child. The satisfaction of being breastfed is the miracle. The quietude into the mother's arms is proof of the desire of the other for his well-being. At that moment of assistance to the suffering baby, the origin of religious feeling materializes into the psyche, represented by the maternal kindness and goodwill. Although this syllogism is given by Freud as a New Year's gift to Ferenczi and Jung in two letters written on the 1st and the 2nd of January 1910, the public demonstration of this thesis will only take place 17 years later, in 1927, appearing in Freud's The Future of an Illusion. The cause behind this prolonged silence can only be explained by the fact that in 1912, Freud published his book Totem and Taboo, which contained his anthropological views on the origin of the primitive tribes and their adherence to the animism. The argument is based on the murder of the father by his sons and the divinization of the father. The origin of this thought stems from Freud's clinical work with neurotic passions. Most of them suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorders. The heuristic use of that assumption is crucial for the comprehension of the castration complex. Freud is certain that by establishing this anthropological myth based on murder and castration, he is introducing a new paradigm in the field of human sciences, which has to be safeguarded and propagated. The Mother Goddess religion has to be kept behind the scenes for the glory of the Father God religion to emerge in humanity. According to Freud, this version of the Freudian Father God religion is atheist and not subject to any theological dogma. Freud will use this theory copiously and sometimes very formally, according to me, running the risk of losing the essence of the matters treated in his work, as is the case with the sacrifice of Christ. He writes that if the Son of God was obliged to sacrifice his own life in order to free humanity from the original sin, following the retaliating law, the Talmudic one, an eye for an eye, one can suppose that the sin had to do with a death by murder. Only thus could self-sacrifice be viewed as an act of atonement. If a sin was done against the Father God, it should be the most ancient crime of the humanity, a parricide. The murder of the prime father of the primitive horde, the killing of a father figure whose recollective icon was thereafter transformed into a divinity. I believe that Freud's totemic theory is substantial for its views on animism and the introduction of the death drives into the fields of humanities and theology. This theory marks the intersection of two different movements of human development. First of all, the most archaic one is the oral cannibalistic identification with the omnipotent Father, as he figures both in the family cell and in the social system. That introjected Father figure is a prelude to God and to the notion that the divine resides inside the human being. This extended perspective did not form part of Freud's views. And the other important movement in the human development concerns the death wishes for both father and son, owing to Oedipal rivalry. The totemic approach of monotheistic religions provides certain intriguing interpretations concerning the introduction of guilt into the religious and social domains, the divinization, theosis, through death. Only through death is the Father divinized, and perhaps Jesus and men as well. Setting aside the discussion concerning the work of death drives, which passed through the passions of Christ and the necessary for an analyst reference to masochism, I shall focus on the work achieved by life drives. Primitive religions were based on the female virgin mother goddess who gives birth without male participation. On the basis of monotheistic religions, Judaism displays the divine dimension to Father God. God creates the world and the various species, and thereafter all creatures are reproduced by copulation. Christianity starts off with a scandal, the unnatural concept of the Immaculate Conception. In my opinion, this is a fresh start of great spiritual importance. Mary, as a virgin, activates the memory trace of the animistic Mother Goddess. That means that the archaic, primitive roots of humankind and of the human psyche, both always functioning on a latent level, rise to the surface in order to be transformed under the supremacy of male Father God. The absence of carnal copulation marks the beginning of the new spirituality, the remembrance of the impact that the paternal spirit has on the conception of the child. This is the new spirituality, that we have to remember the impact of the paternal spirit on the conception of the child. In psychoanalytical terms, the Immaculate Conception represent the desire of a woman to be the chosen one by the one she too has chosen. That is the man who is in possession of the phallus. Phallus has nothing to do with penis. Phallus is a supreme quality which is recognized by a specific woman as belonging to a specific man. The woman desires to have it because she is not and she cannot be the person who possesses it. She wants to be filled with it and then to transmit it to her son, who will identify with the paternal phallus. The Immaculate Conception takes place consciously or unconsciously in every act of human copulation, most of the times with a differentiation between the physical father and the psychic father. It signifies, on an unconscious level, the union of two desires to give, to receive, and to transmit this very specific phallus. According to my readings of the Gospel and to my interpretation of Mary's words, the phallus for her signifies the mercy, esplachnia, which is completely different than the power with which the phallus was adored according to the God of Jews, των Εβραίων. Έχουμε μια διαφορά, έτσι. We have this difference. The God of Jews, where it was full of power, and the God of Christianity is full of mercy, according to Mary, and love, of course. Christ is conceived within a triangular familial system, wherein both sexes are clearly defined. A psychic energy stemming from both parents is to be invested in the child who forms their project. Mary is happy with her choice, and she probably carried her son with joy. She felt sorrow during the delivery because of the loss of the absolute symbiosis with the child, but she did not suffer any kind of postpartum depression, despite the hardships, because she was able to transfer her psychic investments to the newborn. At least, this is her experience as perceived by Jesus, an experience which formed the substratum for one of the most potent metaphors concerning the resurrection. Christ says, Jesus says, a woman, when she is in travail, has sorrow, because her hour is come. But when she is delivered of the child, she remembers no more the anguish, for the joy that a man is born into the world. Όταν η γυνή τίκτη, λύπην έχει ότι ήλθεν η ώρα αυτής. Όταν δεν γεννήσει το παιδίον, ουκέτι μνημονεύει της θλίψεως, δια την χαράν ότι εγεννήθη άνθρωπος εις τον κόσμο. Mary raised Jesus with love and was always a psychic vessel for him, and his mother kept all these things in her heart, και η μήτηρα αυτού διετήρη πάντα τα ρήματα εν την καρδία αυτής. She was also, at least according to popular iconography, an external container for him, as a simple, loving mother holding her baby, as a mourning mother in the Pietà, as a triumph mother in the icon of Pantanassa, the Queen of Fall. This icon, with a very characteristic phrase, she holds the one who is holding the world, η κρατούσα τον κρατούντα των κόσμων, to me signified a renewed encryption of the archaic animistic duality of divine mother and son, and in psychoanalytic terms, the representation of the child as the phallic projection of the mother's narcissism. Mother and son have to take pleasure in their narcissistic union, but they should never forget that the phallus was provided by the father. Should they forget it, the risk of entering into the hallucinatory process of madness or belief in miracles runs very high. The conflict between duality and triangulation, in my view, is resolved during the wedding at Cana. Mary mentions to Jesus that the wine has finished. She does not explicitly ask him to perform a miracle, but Jesus understands her desire or her demand and probably annoyed answers, "Woman, what have I to do with thee? Τι εμεί και εσύ γίνε?" With the word woman, he places her in the initial stage of womanhood, a woman who received the grace of God, while with his following phrase, "Mine hour is not yet come," ούπο οίκη η ώρα μου, he declares himself as his father's son in constant internal dialogue with him in order to find the appropriate time to begin. The miracle is performed, and the conjunction of the two desires is realized through the Son. Mother expresses the materialistic part of the miracle, the Word in the name of the Father, the spiritual one. The wine is the new blood, the new substance, and the new symbol which links Christ to his people after his departure. Let us focus on this line of transformations and substitutions. The blood of Mary, which sustained Jesus inside her belly, the milk of Mary, which fed the baby Jesus, the water at Cana, which is transformed into wine, symbolizing the new message, intended to sustain the people's hearts, and wine again as a message when it is turned into the blood of Jesus during the Last Supper. The circle which began with blood ends with blood. The blood of the Old Testament, through the matrix of Mary, has been transformed into the blood of the New Covenant through the body of Jesus, which is given to his people in order to be incorporated in them or by them. The New Covenant in my blood. Η Καινή Διαθήκη εν το αίματί μου. This is my body which is given for you. Τούτο εστί το σώμα μου το υπερημών διδόμενο. The body of the Christ is the unifying experience of all the Christians. It is remarkably described by Paul in the first epistle to Corinthians. Now you are the body of Christ and severally members of it. Εμείς εστε σώμα Χριστού και μέλη εκ μέρους. Is Paul using the word literally or metaphorically? I believe that the theological discourse is both literal and metaphorical, and simultaneously time-related and timeless. In the field of this discourse, and by the application of the same discourse to the body, the realizable has already been realized. It is analogous to the word of psychoanalytic interpretation whenever it touches upon the truth of the subject. Then the potential is fulfilled. What is the reason for the accomplishment? The fact that the psyche inhabits the body and vice versa. The Christian dogma of the resurrection of bodies and souls, with its insistence against all criticism on the physical rapture of bodies, has probably its sources, as does psychoanalysis, more in Aristotle, who writes that passions are materialized word, τα πάθη είναι ένιλος λόγος, than to the immaterialistic Platonic doctrine. The resurrection dogma promises to the believer, from this moment unto death, the absolute achievement of inhabiting the body of Christ through the union of one universal body. In conclusion, I return to my passion. His infantile traumatic experience has elements of an involuntary mystical experience. What else is a mystical experience if not the ability to assume all positions, to be both dead and alive, gripped by passion and apathy, alone and with God, sane and insane, in order to be inhabited by that which is impossible to conceive through thinking, το απερινόητο. I believe that this mystical experience resides in the core of human existence, and it occurs during the encounter of the emerging psyche into the world with the emerging world that seeps into the psyche. The moment of complete autogenesis of the self and the world, owing to the pleasure of creation, and the moment of complete heterogenesis of the self and the world, because of the violence of the formless, the infinite, the ineffable, the non-existent. So comes the unbearable dilemma. Am I everything, or is nothing nothing? The salvation lies along the road. Heraclitus says that psychis esti logos auxon. Psyche has a language and a logic that tends towards expansion. In the first step, the psyche encounters the mother as the God of the first formulation of the formless. According to this experience, the divine and later on the religious feeling will be organized within the personality on a manifest or a latent level. In my view, both solutions have a defensive attitude towards the disturbing, demonic emotion of one's first contact with God, or in analytical terms, with the drive. Thank you.
We have to thank our speaker for this most stimulating lecture. I feel that you have lots of questions, but please keep them when both presentations have finished. It is my pleasure now to introduce our next speaker, who is Dr. Harris, a clinical psychologist working at the Center for Depth Psychology in the United States. The title of his lecture is Truth is a Double-Edged Sword, a brief history of the dialogue between psychoanalysis and Christianity. Dr. Harris.
Thank you, fathers, colleagues, professionals in allied disciplines and academicians from other disciplines, and the general public. Thank you for coming out on your Saturday. And I am deeply humbled and privileged and very grateful to be here and be a part of this dialogue. Thank you also to the coordinators, Fr Vasileios Thermos and Nikos, and the rest of the staff for organizing this event. The problem of taking up so many important issues in 30 minutes is threatened with the possibility of reductionism, so I hope that maybe I can introduce some lines of thought to stimulate the dialogue. And the advantage of having only 30 minutes in analytic inquiry and dialogue is not having it run on forever, so there is an advantage. Okay. Let me begin. At the beginning of the 20th century, psychoanalysis began as a one-man operation with many adherents. Initially, Sigmund Freud's avowed atheism and his strong attacks on religion, in which he called it a product of childhood neurosis that must sooner or later be renounced. This attack obviously provoked many tensions for Christians. Overall, Christianity's reception has ranged from acceptance or distant regard to vitriol. I will begin by providing some background on Freud's own development, as much as I can here, that seems to have influenced his anti-religious position. Why did Freud reject God? Sigmund Freud linked human representations of God to the father figure, connecting religious feelings and experiences with attachments to father, exemplified his view that developmental processes condition religious belief. Other factors possibly contributing to his atheism include Freud's view of science and conviction that to be scientific, psychoanalysis must be atheistic. Freud's ambivalence and attraction to Christianity, another factor. There were complex factors around his Jewish heritage, including anti-Semitism and supersessionism, but also his honesty and humility. Sigmund Freud was the first child of his mother, Amelie, and he received her central attention for just 8 months. In his perception, she was an egocentric parent. Remarks in his writing appear to attest to how he coped by distancing himself from her, a strategy that could potentially contribute to an emotionally unavailable God image. Therefore, he became very close to his nurse, who, according to Freud, became his primary originator, and by initiating him in, quote, sexual matters. She told him about God and took him to Roman Catholic Church. After church, he would play at imitating the priest and perform sermons. And for Freud, his nurse became his primary sexual object, in his words. He connected living or life with her, and he linked his mother to death. However, while he was still quite young, his nurse was abruptly removed from the home, and young Sigmund fell into despair. He felt lost without her nurturance. Perhaps linking one God image to this loss, he wrote, quote, "We naturally feel hurt that a just God and a kindly providence does not protect us better from such influences during the most defenseless period of our lives." Next, Freud turned to his father, only too soon to be disappointed. Because his father, Jacob, was unable to support the family, they moved to a large town and lived in poverty. However, during his latency age, his father taught him biblical stories that left a lasting impression on him. It is unclear what resulted from this part of their relationship. Further, Freud's favorite uncle Joseph was convicted for dealing in counterfeit rubles. As surmised by Anna Marie Rizzuto, quote, "The men in the family could neither offer protection nor integrity." Further, Freud became pressed into a role of taking care of his family. To summarize Rizzuto's detailed analysis and formulations of Freud's unbelief, 1, he felt his family's affection for him and attachment to him, but he also felt forced into the role of caretaker, foregoing the freedoms of childhood. In modern terms, he became a parentified child who could not count on his family, but he had to be there for them. 2, God had lost his power for Freud. He grew accustomed to a reversal of roles that made God irrelevant in his mind and put Sigmund in charge. He stated that God was a, quote, nothing, and, quote, a being that does not deserve his attention, unquote. Freud formulated his own view of God as it evolved alongside his relationship with his father, whom he demoted. Through displacement, God was made to pay for the failure of all his primary objects. 3, he saw it as his destiny to be the grand revealer of nature's secrets, taking God's place and at the same time protecting him from the feeling of any helplessness which he abhorred and enacting his love of independence. Freud, in his view of what it is to be a scientist, demanded of men that they grow up and face the world alone without the infantile crutch of a father God. 4, with the death of his father, the feelings of terror and helplessness triggered the feelings of loss of his beloved nurse and rekindled this despair. The collision between religion and psychoanalysis began with Freud's attacks on religion as illusion. These attacks, with their rejection of God, may be seen as a symptom of his own illness. In supplanting God and replacing belief with his own ideology, he likely took psychoanalysis down an unnecessary sidetrack. Jung reports Freud saying, "My dear Jung, promise me never to abandon the sexual theory. That is the most important thing of all, you see. We must make a dogma of it and an unshakable bulwark." Freud's powerful sublimation of these very painful issues were a part of his creation of psychoanalysis, but seems to have made him unable to submit to his own prescribed treatment. As the architect of psychoanalysis, he strongly defended his authority. When Jung, in an effort to help interpret one of Freud's dreams, asked for personal details from his life, Freud reportedly looked at Jung with suspicion and said, quote, "But I cannot risk my authority." He never could submit himself to what he saw as the dreaded transference and regression to dependency described so well by Winnicott. We can speculate that Freud was terrified that analysis could bring the daunting prospect of accessing painful losses and rage. Thus, as the god of his own private religion, he never seemed to be able to submit to another authority, another analyst. Consistent with Rizzuto's formulation, Jung related that, quote, although I did not properly understand it then, I had observed in Freud the eruption of unconscious religious factors. Evidently, he wanted my aid in erecting a barrier against these threatening unconscious contents. Although psychoanalysis has moved on from a pervasive view of religion as an obsessional neurosis, we can still pause and reflect on which unconscious barriers we may impose to a more authentic and dependent relationship on God. Embracing this question might promote a view of psychoanalysis and religion supporting each other, both for the sake of the patient and the mutual benefit of their respective endeavors. I'm going to turn now to a description of the various Christian responses to Freud and later forms of psychoanalysis. First, the Roman Catholic response. Because of Freud's referring to religion as an illusion, Roman Catholics instantly reacted negatively even before reading Freud's works. Psychoanalysis and Catholicism have been at odds with each other for a long time, yet while they, quote, disagree on almost every possible issue, they are inseparably united in their effort to help man to understand himself. The adversarial nature of the relationship has dissipated over time, in part because some psychoanalysts, as both converts and priests, are Roman Catholic believers. The papal response has largely been restrained, although Pope Pius XII rejected, quote, the pansexualist theory of a certain psychoanalytic school, end quote, but added that, quote, psychology of the depths must not be condemned if it discovers the contents of the religious psychism, end quote. Pope Pius XII added his wishes that the spiritual values be taken into consideration by both psychologists and his patients. In recent history, Roman Catholics have been more forgiving of Freud. For instance, they point out that Freud was careful to say that an illusion is not the same thing as an error, but when belief has become a wish fulfillment and as such acts as a prominent factor in motivation, it therefore becomes an illusion, but not proof that religion is false. Further, contemporary Catholic perspectives often see psychoanalysis as concerned with matters of the soul, whereas religion is now seen to be concerned with the spiritual welfare of the whole man, but specifically the soul in whose essence grace resides. Roman Catholic priests have now been granted permission to become psychoanalysts, and it has been recommended that psychoanalysis be used by Roman Catholics with both the screening of priests and the promotion of the psychological welfare of priests. Overall, the view of Catholicism, while more varied than expressed here, accepts that its own teachings, such as those of St. Thomas Aquinas, who wrote that there was both a need for the soul to address anxieties, and the soul is both a source of love and hate, which may be unconscious. All ideas which predate Freud, obviously. It is very difficult to characterize the Protestant response because it's such a broad range of hundreds of denominations. As might be expected, the Protestant response has been broad and varied, and because of all the denominations that have proliferated since the time of Martin Luther. Therefore, I will try to summarize briefly here. While equally offended at Freud's attack on them, a growing sympathy with psychoanalytic ideas has emerged over the past 100 or more years. The varying Protestant faiths have written extensively in response to psychoanalysis and have formed psychology and religion peer-reviewed journals, multiple organizations to facilitate dialogues between psychology, psychoanalysis, and Christianity. Most of the writings by Protestants seems to adopt a pragmatic, rationalistic, as well as cataphatic theological approaches, largely focused on integrating psychoanalysis and faith. These approaches appear to be influenced by the Hegelian dialect of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Within the limitations that integration and synthesis bring, Protestants nevertheless have flexibly adapted religious formulations and psychoanalysis to attachment-oriented therapies, marital therapy, brief psychodynamic therapy, group therapy, and contemporary psychoanalytic psychotherapy. Ever the pragmatic Protestant Anglican theologian C.S. Lewis writes, when Freud is talking about the cure, neurotics, the cure of neurotics, he is speaking as a specialist on his own subject. But when he goes on to talk general philosophy, he is speaking as an amateur. But psychoanalysis itself, apart from all the philosophical additions that Freud and others have made of it, is not in the least contradictory to Christianity. Its technique overlaps with Christian morality at some points, and it would not be a bad thing if every parson knew. Now that what psychoanalysis undertakes to do is to remove the abnormal feelings, that is to give the man better raw material for his acts of choice. Morality is concerned with the acts of choice themselves. Now this difference is purely a moral one, and psychoanalysis cannot do anything about it. However much you improve the man's raw material, you still have something else, the real free choice of the man on the material presented to him, either to put his own advantage first or to put it last. And this material is not a sin, but a disease. It does not need to be repented of, but to be cured. Human beings judge one another by their external actions. God judges them by their moral choices. Now, this difference is purely a moral one, and psychoanalysis cannot do anything about it. In spite of being Orthodox, I think the Orthodox response has been maybe the most difficult for me to account for, but I will try to offer some things going on. Although Orthodox authorities and writers obviously reject the notion of religion as an illusion, they have made efforts to place psychoanalysis and religion into meaningful dialogue. Some writers appear to present them as competitors for the truth or faith, rather than keeping them in dialogue, discounting psychoanalysis' theological shortcomings. A now classic work by Archimandrite Vlachos, whose great account of healing that the Church and her sacraments offer, seems to dismiss psychotherapy or psychoanalysis and credit all emotional healing to the work of the Church. Characteristically, Orthodox writers and theologians do not submit to the Hegelian dialectic, which runs the risk of diminishing the contribution of both disciplines in the end. Further, this approach can result in psychologizing religion or converting psychology into some kind of secular faith. The Orthodox Church, by maintaining its position that the ontological truth and the teachings of the Church as laid down by Christ and his apostles are immutable, has potentially positioned herself not to feel threatened and to adopt those applications of the truth flowing from psychoanalysis that may aid the Christian. In the United States, the Orthodox Christian Association of Medicine, Psychology, and Religion, called OCAMPER, was founded in part for dialogues of psychology and faith. Although it has been difficult for me to put together an organized view of the Orthodox response, many Orthodox writers, many of who are here today, are addressing this dialogue. Also, the North American Serbian Orthodox Church sponsored an institute to promote psychology in the service of truth, of the Church, which has increased the focus on this dialogue. Thus, the moment and fervor for this dialogue between the two seems to be growing. There may be many other organizations, journals, and discussions going on. Perhaps it would be helpful to have an international association if we do not have one. When reviewing other Christian literature in the United States, there is very little mention of the Orthodox contribution to this dialogue. It is not whether clear if this is a reflection of Orthodox isolation or its diversified jurisdictions or some other factor. This seems to be a matter needing further clarity and exploration. In sum, several Catholic, Protestant, and Orthodox psychoanalysts have dissented from Freud's views on religion. Among the most significant were contemporaries who challenged Freud, namely the Christian psychoanalysts Oscar Pfister and Gregory Zilborg, whom saw little, if any, conflict between Christianity and psychoanalysis. Clearly, across the Christian world, psychoanalytic thought has persisted because it has not thrown out the proverbial Freudian baby with the bathwater. Let me turn this discussion now back to the hurdles that must be crossed to improve the dialogue between psychoanalysis and religion, more specifically Christianity. For the sake of brevity of this presentation, I'd like to summarize some of the key barriers that have created tensions between psychoanalysis and religion. Psychoanalysis is not religious, a religion, or theological in nature. 2, there is the problem of Freud's atheism. 3, psychoanalysis' emphasis on the mind, sometimes to the point of making the mind a religious object of devotion. As an example, early adherents were excommunicated for not agreeing with Freud. 4, certain psychoanalytic thinkers see autonomy, self-sufficiency, and self-fulfillment as the goal for psychoanalysis, again, without any apparent theological or ontological base. There are many others, but these barriers of lacking ontology, the atheism, intolerance, and self-sufficiency can restrict meaningful dialogue. And by self-sufficiency, I mean there's no need to rely on God. The reader will note, I'll note that these criticisms of the limitations are placed on the side of the relative newcomer psychoanalysis. The Christian religion was in place long before psychoanalysis and presents with its own inherent ontology, which begins with the existence of God, sees the mind within the context of a greater whole, and is based on relationship rather than individualism. These barriers can become points to address in dialogue to see if any shifts in analytic thinking can encourage the discussion. With this in mind, I will trace a major strand of thinking within psychoanalysis that offers this potential. I will weave together a brief narrative that traces a seismic shift in psychoanalytic theorizing since Freud and appears promising for potential dialogue with the Church. With one statement, Ronald Fairbairn of Scotland effected a major shift in analytic thinking. Quote, libidinal aims are of secondary importance in comparison with object relations. A relationship with an object, not the gratification of an impulse, is the ultimate aim of libidinal striving. End quote. With this injunction and the following that eventually ensued, personality became viewed based on its organization around the navigation of object relations. What this emphasis means is that while humans are driven towards relationships, they also, through transference, recreate their internalized object relationships, often in ways that painfully limit meeting current relational needs. For example, individuals can attach to bad objects, and the task of analysis is to dissolve this harmful tendency. Not only do object relations play out in transference, but also in the formation and maintenance of deep-seated defensive stances. At the same time that Fairbairn was writing, Melanie Klein was working to write about infantile and later experiences of helplessness in the face of dependency on the object, and would later extend her theorizing about primitive positions, namely the paranoid, schizoid, and depressive positions. In her formulation, the relatively defensive child and later adult utilizes paranoid schizoid defenses, a form of persecution and self-sufficient withdrawal from relationships, which includes the denial of needing others and fantasies of being attacked. As Harry Guntrip would later detail, this is an unsustainable emotional and relational deprivation that would require resolution. The resolution, according to Klein, is to move into the depressive position, which involves the recognition of the need for the other through necessary gestures of repair. By making relationships central, the potential for the dialogue between psychoanalysis and religion has been greatly enhanced. Donald Winnicott underscores further about dialogue. Donald Winnicott underscores this relationship emphasis and links it to the issue of authenticity. In his penetrating and intricate analysis of the mother-child dyad, he brought the fundamental struggle for human development into focus with his pronouncement, quote, there is no such thing as a baby without a mother. Seeming to parallel St. John 15:5, that apart from me you can do nothing, psychoanalysis through Winnicott is characterizing a fundamental problem in human relations that is of tremendous concern for the Christian, namely our dependency on God and theosis. In his now classic Fear of Breakdown, he offers a perspective on how traumatic, painful misentombment in the parent-child dyad can be. Because of this powerful fear, the child constructs a false self-personality to both accommodate and preserve the dependency on the caretaker, but in so doing significantly compromises authentic relating. This way of coping underscores a critical avenue of dialogue with faith, that of relating authentically to God. The necessity of relationships was extended further by Heinz Kohut, who wrote, "A self can never exist outside a matrix of self-objects." Therefore, for Kohut, autonomy is possible because we can never move beyond the attachment of relationships. According to James Jones, quote, "For Freud, transference is outgrown, but for Kohut, we move from childish to adult forms. The self and its relationships are one." Further, John Bowlby, through his decades of research into human attachment, writes of our fundamental need for a secure base. Perhaps viewing this secure base as God, Anna Marie Rizzuto writes, "The sense of self is in fact in dialectical interaction with a God representation that has become essential to the maintenance of the sense of being oneself." Rizzuto also borrows Kohut's concept of mirroring transferences and a self-object bond to explain the early creation of the God representation out of the experience of the mother. William Meisner inextricably binds psychoanalysis with religious faith in dialogue when he says, quote, "Just as there are neurotic reasons for believing God, so there are also neurotic reasons for refusing belief." Finally, Christopher Bolus reframes what can be seen as a regressive search for the object in search for a transformational object, which he sees as a part of an ongoing process of human development. Bolus would view all humans as homo religios, or inherently religious. Psychoanalysis in its relational emphasis has brought us to a concern of our dependency on each other and of God's grace and love. This brings to mind an important dialectic for psychoanalysis and theology when Nikolaos Ludovicos remarks, "The phenomenon of the unconscious is seen to constitute the field for an intersubjective quest for meaning, which leads to this eschatological capability of self-recreating and giving content and meaning to the human self within an ascesis of communion, which allows him to isolate the fundamental relational structure which makes him up as a being. The unconscious thus is no longer a sort of mythical being at the very periphery of the subject, but rather a real given, an alive entity actively meeting with the conscious of the other in the light of which it was interpreted. Psychoanalysis is thus raised to the point of being theological, precisely through this eschatological opening in relation to the subject, an eschatological stance which incorporates a series of fundamental biblical anthropological givens." In conclusion, in James Jones' Psychoanalysis of Religion, he notes that religion would be defined not primarily as a defense against instincts or a manifestation of internalized objects, but rather as a relationship with God, and the psychoanalytic study of religion would investigate the way which individuals' religious beliefs, experiences, and practices reflect the dynamics active in their construing of religious experience and the deep structure of their internalized relationships. Clearly, a religious experience is influenced by our attachment experiences and fundamental patterns of object relations. Rizzuto theorizes that just as the idea of God is developmentally necessary to ground our earliest awareness of the existence of things, perhaps a God is needed to ground our sense of who we are. Thus, the child who feels secure grounds that security in a caring God. The child who feels guilty on terrible grounds that the sense of self by referring to it as a wrathful God. And the child who feels estranged envisions a distant deity or dreams of a compensatory, warm, and tender self-object God. This discussion began with Freud and early psychoanalysis obtrusion with religion. Further analysis of Freud's early history throws into question his atheism and characterization of religion as a childish, obsessional neurosis to be taken as psychoanalytic truth. When humans confuse subjective truth for objective truth, or cannot bridge the two as such through transitional relating, a fissure in relating and understanding may result. Freud's theoretical problem at least appears to have stemmed from relationships, especially when he could not be the authority. While his famed self-analysis was admirable and a great contribution to psychoanalysis, Freud apparently mounted a massive defense against the unbearably terrifying and painful losses of those he needed. Perhaps recognizing and needing God was inconceivable for him. Preferring to go it alone, he tried to create a scientific discipline that would provide a cure that he so desperately seemed to need. This cure might have helped him come to terms with the relatively helpless but life-giving need for others, which in turn could have brought him back to God through the undeniable but healthy and more mature need for dependence. On the other hand, we must question whether psychoanalysis would have been developed, at least how it did, were it not for Freud's particular manner of achievement and struggles. Learning from Freud's example and some of the revisions that were later made to psychoanalytic theorizing has contributed to the maintenance and improvement of this dialogue with religion and holds significant potential for authentic participation in one's faith. Psychoanalysis can be enriched by acknowledging the ontological foundations of the human psyche, while psychoanalysis may encourage authenticity, which should enhance religious faith to the mutual benefit of both. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harris, for this comprehensive insight into our theme. We have around 40 minutes for discussion, so please, both presentations are open.
I have a question for Dr. Alexandridis, when he's ready. Thank you very much for your very insightful presentation, Dr. Alexandridis. I wonder if you can share any of your views about a challenging but also inspirational Orthodox author in France, Annick de Suznel. She's a disciple of Jung, not Freud, but also a biblical scholar and with some insights into Hebrew wisdom and also an Orthodox theologian. And she has undertaken along her very long career something that reminds me of well, actually, your presentation reminded me of her work, because she has undertaken this kind of deciphering of cherished stories or myths at some point from the viewpoint of existential circumstances today. But of course, being a disciple of Jung, not Freud, her method doesn't look into gender or sexuality or stuff like that. I don't know if you're aware of her work, but could you comment a bit on the difference in treating, say, biblical stories or even ancient myths from the viewpoint of Freud and that of Jung?
Well,
Thank you.
I don't know this author and her work. It's a woman, isn't it? So I would like you to give me her name, and I will read her work. I must say that for me, this question of religious feeling and the divine, the mystic experiences is coming to my life from time to time. There is these are very difficult questions, so very, very deeply existential agonies. So in a way I try to think about them, and also I try to repress them, as we do, all of us, I think. So in my life I've written, I've read a lot of authors coming from mostly from the Greek Orthodoxy literature. And I think that we can work on the gospel, we can work on the myths, we have to. My way of working, it is to work on the text, on the body of the text, as we say, το κείμενο. I'm interested only on the text. And the free association about the text, combine this text with the clinical material as comes from my passions and myself. So I think that now we are in a, and I will finish, I think that with Freud we were in the modernity. Freud is a child of the modernity, trying to find universal theses, universal principles that can be applied everywhere. And now we are in a postmodern area that we try through localities to find out what's going on in this interaction between the object and us. And maybe through this interaction, we'll have to join the basic principles of the modernity, of the theology, or maybe we will have new approaches. So for me, this dialogue has to be now put between modernity and postmodernity.
Do I understand your question is trying to have a distinction between the Freudian and Jungian analysis, the approach as it relates to biblical narrative? Yes. At the risk of reduction, as you might know, Jung separated the unconscious into the personal unconscious and the collective unconscious. And so he saw that people should analyze the personal unconscious, or what he attributed to Freudian analysis, and then the collective unconscious. That work was so the personal unconscious is more regressive and resolving ties to the past, so they can live more in the present, and the collective unconscious is more of a teleology, more of the aims of the unconscious, what is seeking to unfold, maybe even sometimes seen as the unrepressed unconscious. And so the biblical narrative sometimes is seen, I think, by Jung and post-Jungians as holding potential for symbolic and spiritual direction as it relates to the unfolding self.
I will speak in English because I have 3 questions. They are addressed to all the table, but I think mostly to Dr. Harris. The first question is this. I understand that the common sense of the word illusion has very negative connotations. But if we restrict to the technical sense of illusion, if we turn to psychopathology, illusion is in an intermediate position between perception and hallucination. It's neither perception nor hallucination. It's something that both exists and doesn't exist. Also in psychoanalysis, illusion in the Winnicottian sense is associated to the transitory object. It's again something that is me and not me. In that sense, could God be anything else than an illusion? That's the first question. The second question is that if we think that people are actually divided into people who believe and people who do not believe, I think a very basic question for clinicians as well as non-clinicians is to what extent can a believer understand a non-believer and vice versa? And the last question is that you said that psychoanalysis lacks an ontology, and you also said that psychoanalysis has become an ideology. I disagree with the second. I don't believe that psychoanalysis, if it is an ideology, it's not psychoanalysis. And the benefit of lacking an ontology is exactly the risks of ideology.
I may have to have you repeat the second question. I wholeheartedly agree with the first assumption of illusion as, and actually as a part of apophatic faith to, that transitional relating is absolutely essential to faith. And by this, for the sake of the audience, the sort of facing the unknowable God as we wait for God. And so this form of illusion, I think, is different than how Freud was using illusion, as well as his insistence, at least in his early career, to renounce God and expecting his adherents to as well. So I think it's an important distinction. And I do agree in that broad sense of an ontology as it relates to an ideology. And I don't recall your second question. That's a good question. Sounds like that's a good question for ongoing research. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Please.
Of course, according to Freud, psychoanalysis is not a complete theory in order to understand the world. And according to Freud, psychoanalysis is not an ideology, but things are happening in spite of our will. I think that psychoanalysis, every theory has a hidden or manifest ideology, or can be used as an ideology. And psychoanalysis has been used as an ideology a lot. The second remark is that psychoanalysis, of course, has a theory about the ontology, even if it was not in the aim of Freud. Freud wanted to be far away from any metaphysical questioning. But I think that, and that's why he creates a principle that means psychogenesis is produced because of the need, because this emerging cycle has to deal with the needs of the inside body and the outside world. But we analysts, we have gone far away. As we can see with the conference of Dr. Harris and mine, we don't pay so much attention to the totemic God of Freud anymore, and we focus our attention in the beginning of life, in the relationship with the primary object, at this moment with the contact with the other, where surely the feeling of the divine can be produced or denied, but this will be an act against this coming, emerging feeling. So I think that we have to deal a lot with all people who are thinking and working on the question of the ontology. And I would like to say something more about the question that came before. That for me, my interest, as you have maybe understood through my presentation, it is more on the mystical experiences. And my readings go to these directions. And I think that we can find a lot of things if we treat the question of the soma, of the body, which I think is essential. And I came here in order to hear from you talking, mostly the theologians, talking about the soma and the body and how it is perceived by the Christianity. And for me, this is a very, very fertile field in order to work together, psychoanalysts and theologians, Christian theologians. And another field for me, which is very interesting to explore, I'm trying for years, but as I say, I touch it and I leave it and I leave it. It is true madness. That's why also I gave you this example. And I read the experiences of the mad for God saints, τις εμπειρίες των σαλών. For me, this is also a very fertile field for in discussion, intersection between theology and psychoanalysis. So the approaches, the main approaches is the primary relationship, the body, and the madness for me.
I would just like to follow up briefly and then more questions. Sometimes I view madness as the lost sheep of our flock.
I should be obliged to Professor Harris to comment on a book which has been quite recently translated into Greek too, of Lacan, The Triumph of Religion, and his final decision to close his school in Paris. Actually, in his book, which is in his middle of his career, he said some quite unexpected things. He said, psychoanalysis is dead. The existential problems are beyond the range of psychoanalysis, and the only solution is religion. And not only religion, Christianity, vraie religion. The second question, because it's to Dr. Alexandridis, there is an immense literature on mystical subjects. If we don't understand what an old professor of pathology said, that it's a little bit tough what I'm going to say, be careful of psychoanalysis. It's a disease which presents itself as a cure. Second, I'm totally in agreement with you when you said that there is an ontotheology in psychoanalysis. And actually, psychoanalysis, if we look at it from an epistemological point of view, it's a private religion. So we don't have to have a discussion on terms, science and religion, but we have to be honest with ourselves. We make an interreligious dialogue. We have a private religion and another religion. To say that this is science, it's epistemological naive. And the final question is the American Association of Psychiatrists was fed up with all these theories, and although they have, the system has been criticized, and quite well criticized, they have DSM-5 now, which theoretically is totally theoretical, because we cannot find a way through all these different theologies which are in conflict with each other. And the final question, we have meta-analysis quite recently with what we call integrative psychotherapy, which says that psychoanalysis as regards the levels of effectiveness is very, very low. And in the upper level are cognitive therapies, and what's quite exciting is mindfulness therapy, which is quite similar to what we call theoria. And I finish. Of course, there are upgrading efforts like Pfister and Father Ludovicos' effort to make an eschatological reading of psychoanalysis. But before doing that, we have to understand that we talk about something which is very tricky, very slippery. And in order to stay in dialogue, we have to know that the partner
the other partner introduces another secular religion. And it's not an accusation. It's just epistemological fairness. Thank you so much.
This is a very interesting statement that you make, but this question, if psychoanalysis is a science or a theory or an ideology, is a very, very big question to deal with you now. I could say that at least I have done a 3-year seminar on this subject with colleagues reading epistemological studies, and just to say simply that if we have the criteria of the physics as the basic of science, maybe psychoanalysis is not a science. But if we move on modern psychological approaches, there are very, very important philosophers that have conceived psychoanalysis as science. But this is another question. I don't think anyway that it is a religious. This is very, very easily something to demonstrate because of the criteria we have in order to take people in training. We don't care about their religious feelings. We don't care about their sexual orientation and so many other things. So I think that a religion has more specific. If we are considered as a church, we have not any kind of this kind of criteria, and that's for a moment. We do, the question of the. But I would like to say that the question of the if psychoanalysis is a science or not, it is impossible to be treated here. And in a way, I don't know if it's possible to be treated from people who are not have the experience of the analysis. Surely we have the big, just let me finish, with Ricoeur. I think that at least Ricoeur, I think an important philosopher, has tried to see and has seen psychoanalysis as a science, in a way, as a structured system of hermeneutics.
Professor Alexandridis, you have spoken about spirituality and mystic experience, and now we see a new trend, a new tendency for spirituality without religion. What are you thinking about this? Spirituality has to be found in a religion.
I will try to be very brief. I think that it is very, very interesting and comforting. It is anakouphistiko for me. It is if there is a new spirituality coming in this world where I think that there is a very opposite tendency. And maybe I will shock you that I think that spirituality has to deal with a religion. It is this constant dialogue between the framed and the unframed that produces the most interesting representations and ideas. It is the same with psychoanalysis. You must deal with your own psychoanalysis, you must deal with your own analysts, supervisors in a free field in order to find your own way of thinking psychoanalysis. At the same time, you have to be in an institution and to deal with the organized dialogue. So I think that somebody who is interested of spirituality, he has to deal also with an organized religion or a church.
Okay. One more question from this side, and then we have to turn to the other side.
I have not read Freud's works, and I'm not an analyst, so I am a social worker. But in relation to Freud's atheism and his attack on religion, as well as Orthodoxy's dialogue with psychoanalysis, I was surprised when I went to visit Freud's museum in Vienna that there was the picture, a photograph of a priest in the first members of his society. That means that either he was not a very strong atheist, or Orthodoxy or religion and psychoanalysis was in a dialogue from the beginning of Freud's works. Could you clarify for me these issues?
In addition to this observation of the picture of the priest is this fascinating collection of religious artifacts in Jung's study and consulting room. And so there's been much written on it, what this means, but it seems to be a lot of latent material to try to understand about maybe perhaps something that he never let go of as much as he sounded so exacting in his severance of his ties with religion or religious ideas.
And I can tell you that the dialogue, the correspondence by letters with Pfister, who was a priest, it lasted 30 years. So Freud was too much interested in the dialogue with somebody who was believing.
Yes, and Pfister was an analyst as well and wrote extensively, and he was a frequent visitor of Freud's home.
Can we say that religion is a collective psychoanalyst for free, an individual psychoanalyst is a psychoanalyst that is expensive? And a second question, in Guattari's The Antidibus says about the desire machine that is born in the family, the father and the mother and so on. Is any optimistic thinking that we can treat this desire machine that is the human being? That, do you think that through psychoanalysis or through religion? In Antidibus of Guattari and Deleuze describes the desire machine that is born from a family. And this is a total psychiatric problem of the humanity. Desire machine means that he wants everything. Are you optimistic that you will treat through psychoanalysis or the priest, through religion, and to stop this desire that wants to eat everything and to kill everybody? Thank you.
Well, even if it is a joke that psychoanalysis could be a free religion for everybody. Psychoanalysis is expensive and religion is psychoanalysis for free. I think that you say something that maybe is true. I would like to say that we need big matrix of ideas and of representations where we can discover our fantasies and the movement of our feelings and of our affects. And in this way, the religion, constructed religion, as I try to say by giving you some examples, for me, Christianity is a very structured religion, including, I would say, all the possible fantasies and desires of the human being, and also, I repeat it, all the possible connections and illusions we can have between the mind and the body. So it is very useful to read and to live yourself, use this matrix. And the deposit is a very specific position of Guattari, and maybe it is not known But the question is Oedipus complex a fundamental complex which is innate to humans, given through our DNA, as Freud thinks, as the anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss thinks, or is it something that it is produced through the development of the society? I think that it is. I think that it is more something that has to deal with the organization of the society than biology. This is my position.
Μέσα οι μύθοι και η ανάδειξη των κειμένων έχουν και διάλογο. Έτσι αναδείχθηκε ο πνευματικός πολιτισμός μας, όχι μόνο ερωτήσεις. Θυμίζω, Jesus Christ λέει, κάνε εγώ ερωτήσω, θα σας στείλω τον παράκλητο. Άρα η αναζήτηση και οι αρχές της τραγωδίας έχουν διάλογο, έχουν χορό. Έχουν χοροδία μέσα. Αυτό για το ειδιπόδιο μου δώσατε αφορμή να πω ότι όταν ο Jesus Christ λέει τι εμού και σου γίνε, τι μεταξύ εμού και σου, εκεί αποβάλλει το ειδιπόδιο, αποκρούει και εξαφανίζει το ειδιπόδιο σύμπλεγμα. Λέει τι σχέση έχω εγώ με σένα, μητέρα τάδε. Αυτή η παράβλεψη χριστιανικών ερμηνειών ή η παράβλεψη ψυχαναλυτικών ερμηνειών και μέσα από κοινωνιολογικά και άλλα φαινόμενα της πραγματικότητάς μας μπορεί να οδηγήσει σε παράλλαξη της πραγματικότητάς μας. Η λέξη χριστιανός, παραδείγματος χάρη, υπάρχει μόνο 3 φορές στην Καινή Διαθήκη και μάλιστα η μία λέει εναντιοχία μαθητής χριστιανός, δηλαδή πάει πακέτο η λέξη χριστιανός. Μαθητής σημαίνει ενδιαρκή εν εξέλιξη. Για να καταλάβω τις μονοθεϊστικές θρησκείες, η ελληνική γλώσσα έρχεται πίσω από τα ιερογλυφικά στήλη της Ροζέτας και τον Όμηρο, που σημαίνει ότι είναι πολεμικός κώδικας. Επαναλαμβάνω, η γλώσσα είναι πολεμικός κώδικας για να ερμηνεύσουμε την πραγματικότητά μας. Ας πούμε, η λέξη αλήθεια είναι κατά μία εκδοχή από το άλλη, που σημαίνει πλάνη, απάτη δηλαδή, και το θεία, θείον. Είναι ένα μείγμα μολότοφ, βόμβας, από το θείον και από την πλάνη. Εκεί που λέει, ας πούμε, ιατρέ, θεράπευσε εαυτόν. Λέει κάπου εκεί. Μια ερώτηση για να κάνω. Υπάρχουν κοινωνικές τάξεις σήμερα στην κοινωνία μας, οι οποίες θα έπρεπε με σύμπνοια να αλληλοεπιδράσουν. Που δεν γίνεται. Δεν γίνεται η αλληλοεπίδραση διαφόρων κοινωνικών τάξεων και άλλων πεποιθήσεων. Πάσης φύσεως. Υπάρχουν τοξικά και στην χριστιανική θρησκεία και σε όλες τις μονοθεϊστικές θρησκείες και στην ψυχανάλυση. Και θα σας δώσω ένα τελευταίο, ορισμός του ανθρώπου.
Θέλετε να περάσετε στην ερώτηση.
Δευτερόλεπτο. Ορισμός του ανθρώπου στα Ευαγγέλια λέει αγαπήσεις Κύριο τον Θεό σου, εξ όλης της διανοίας σου, εξ όλης της ψυχής σου, εξ όλης της καρδίας σου, εξ όλης της ισχύως σου, εξ όλης της δυναμιός σου. Να ένας ορισμός του ανθρώπου. Μέσα εκεί περιέχει την ψυχή. Άρα η ψυχή είναι ένα υποσύνολο του ορισμού του ανθρώπου, άρα μπορώ να την υποδιαιρέσω και να την κάνω και αυτήν επιστήμη. Αλλά είναι υποδιαίρεση.
Ευχαριστούμε.
Η ερώτηση είναι να είμαστε ποιητές και όχι ακροατές.
Ακριβώς. This is something very essential you say at the last phrase, that we have to be poets. And when we are speaking about this first contact between the infants and the mother, it is the creation of the language, and the mother is producing poetically the language of the child, because she is singing, she's playing with him. There are melodies, there are a lot. So, of course, at the basis, it is a language coming from the mother, who is between the child and the word, and the mother, through the language, is giving to the child the word, the father, the God, and basic mental structures, but through the fabrication of the language. When we're speaking about the etymology and of course, when we're thinking, when reading about Christianity, we refer to the first texts. And there is a difficulty to read them, because some of the words remain the same in our language, but maybe their signification has been modified. So we have to do a double work. One, it is our free conception, our free association, how these words work on us in a poetical way, as we read a poem and open our imagination. And the other way is to read studies done by theologians and linguists who know the language and who understand the evolution of the meanings of the words. With these two, let's say, the one is the language of the mother, the poetic, and the other is the language of the father, which is organized, symbolized, articulated. We can go on in order to discover our being.
One brief question only, if there is. The last question for Professor
Harris.
Okay.
You mentioned that relational emphasis limits and expands the scope of relationship. What exactly what do you mean?
I said that relationships limit and expand the scope of relationships. It sounds
because
funny
the
hearing it
relational
back.
seems to be a core element in this discussion. So in which sense it limits and expands at the same time? What do you mean exactly?
Relationships have the potential to open up dialogue, but they also have the potential to foreclose and shut down experience. And so whether we are talking in analysis or our religious faith, if dialogue and transformation is to take place, it must be an open relational experience. And many proclamations shut down and prevent us from dialogue. And as Father Muse talks about, we retreat into monologue. And so this is an important feature. Relationship is not monologue. Okay.
I was moved about what he said about the false self, because faith usually comes later in our lives. It seems to me that we have to fight our false self first, so as to get connected with the religious, maybe. I have to thank all of our speakers for this very interesting session, and I have to say that coffee is served, and we will meet here after half an hour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before starting the second session, I would like to invite Dr. Efthymios Nikolaidis, who is the director of this Science in the Orthodox World project, to greet our gathering today.
Thank you, Father Thermos. Thank you, all of you. So project Science and Orthodoxy around the world is funded by Templeton World Charity Foundation, and we are grateful to the foundation for this. We are at the third year of this project. The main aims of the project are two. The first one is to chart the relationship between orthodoxy and science today. This was accomplished by 10 researchers all over the world who contributed to constitute a database which is open to the public. You can visit our website on projectso.org, and there you'll find all our events, and also you can find the database. I would like to thank all of you for being here today. I see that the theater Leonidas Zervas is full on a Saturday morning, and this is very impressive. And of course, I'd warmly thank the three organizers, of course, Father Thermos, Dr. Evi Deli, and Nikos Livanos. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that having attended the two previous conferences on science in the Orthodox world, I think that this is really a pioneering initiative that will pave ways for further deepening our knowledge and understanding. And I also would like to share my gratitude for inviting me being part of this workshop today. So it's a privilege for me to sit between two good friends who are going to give us food for thought and also for your hearts as well in this session. At my right is Father Nikolaos Ludovikos, who is a professor of dogmatics in the University Ecclesiastical Academy of Thessaloniki. But his interests are not limited in theology. He works very much in philosophy and also has very fruitful ideas on psychoanalysis and has published on that. He's a well-known Orthodox scholar traveling around the world and also being a visiting lecturer in the Orthodox Institute of Cambridge and Winchester at England, and participate in many conferences and inter-Christian dialogues. The other friend at my left is Father Stephen Muse, who comes from America, from Georgia. He's a psychologist and psychotherapist, working especially with clergy, with army veterans, with families. He's very much experienced in human soul and psyche, because they're not the same, but he is experienced in both soul and psyche. And he's going to share with us ideas and thoughts that are, I think, of a more experiential and existential nature. So we'll start with Father Nikolaos Ludovikos. And would you please switch it on? Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues and friends. And the title of my paper is Philosophical and Biblical Theology and the Discovery of the Unconscious. Preliminary remarks. It's an ambitious title. I will not start this lecture, but I'm going just to make an introduction. And yes, of course, the unconscious is something that cannot be described. And I think that its strength is precisely this. So, let me start my reading. In my book entitled Psychoanalysis and Orthodox Theology on Desire, Catholicity and Eschatology, published in 2003 in Greek, I ventured to search for the theological roots of psychoanalysis, confining myself to three of the most important and common, in my view, concepts. First, that of desire, or if you like, will, which now had to be rooted in nature and not only a vehicle of the intellect, in order to be able to express human desire as a desire of unity, of holicity, both internal and external, of all things, an ontological unity that can be properly expressed by the theological notion of consubstantiality. Second, it was the concept of Catholicity as an intra-co-being, as I called it, where the panunity of all things, as co-being, takes place within the subject in his or her psychosomatic existence, this is the intra, but it is constantly verified through the energetic presence of the real other, and this is the prefix inter, who is given voice as an existence in me, thus initiating a true dialogical reciprocity. A term that I have extensively analyzed in my book, A Eucharistic Ontology, Maximus the Confessor's Eschatological Ontology of Dialogical Reciprocity, in English. Third, it was the concept of eschatology, which is a biblical concept par excellence and shows the anti-metaphysical orientation of psychoanalysis, something borrowed from theology again, expressed in its effort for a hermeneutical reconstruction of the subject in the perspective of a final identity which overcomes his present neurotic deconstruction. But our subject now is the unconscious, on which, of course, psychoanalysis depends. Since it is impossible to present my topic within the limits of the time given to this paper, I will confine myself for now to studying some important books which show the present status of research, and then I will make some preliminary remarks. The first of these books is Matt Fitch's The Foundation of the Unconscious, Schelling, Freud, and the Birth of the Modern Psyche, which was published in 2012 by Cambridge University Press. Fitch understands his work as a correction and further development of Odo Marquard's and Michel Foucault's works. In his highly original study, Transcendental Idealism, Romantic Philosophy of Nature and Psychoanalysis, which was published in 1987 in German, Marquard finally argues that psychoanalysis is simply a modification of the methods of thinking originally adopted by transcendental philosophy and then transformed into such a philosophy of nature. One could say that psychoanalysis is a disenchanted Naturphilosophie, and that's why it thinks in the manner of this Naturphilosophie. In support, he provides a list of various conceptual features the two ideologies hold in common. For instance, the turn from mind to nature, the stress on recollection and clarifying the prehistory of the ego, as well as the project of consciously retrieving unconscious histories. He suggests that the relationship between the two periods has remained unnoticed, largely for the reason that Schelling's writings are no longer read. However, he thinks that in this way, psychoanalysis follows transcendental philosophy's falling away from an engagement with political reason. Michel Foucault, in his work The Order of Things, An Archaeology of the Human Sciences, a classic work, argues that the unconscious centers on the ways in which society, emerging self-consciously as itself the agent of representation, attempted to establish a hypothetical relationship to the deeper or foundational basis of its own practice, whether this was viewed in logical, historical, or evolutionary terms. At some points, Foucault seems to use it as a shorthand for the whole project of German idealism. At other points, his concern is with those aspects of human phenomena which escape the rationalizing drive for self-consciousness of cogito. In yet other moments, Foucault alludes to the attempt to ground human existence through the intellectual recovery of distant historical origins. All these versions of the unconscious are united in a single principle which forms a powerful undertow for his account of the 20th century as a whole. For him, while representation is the central issue for the 19th century, the unconscious is the characteristic of the 20th century. And of course, psychoanalysis sets itself the task of making the unconscious speak through consciousness. Furthermore, there exists the liberal unconscious. For Fichte, drawing on Elie Zaretsky's Secrets of the Soul, the book Secrets of the Soul, A Social and Cultural History of Psychoanalysis, which was published in 2004, the unconscious since it forms the foundation for a new science of the individual mind, is not detachable from 19th century attempts to give an account of autonomy, originality, and independence in the individual. Thus, people endorse psychoanalysis to help recast the promise of individual autonomy, which encompasses the freedom to think one's thoughts and to decide for oneself what to do with one's life. And in addition, autonomy is not restricted to the sphere of morality, but applies as well to creativity, love, and happiness. The core argument of Zaretsky's book is that the increasing interest in an unconscious psyche reflects not simply the attempt to produce an adequate account of the phenomena of interior life, but also a concern with establishing the possibility of a self-caused self, or a self with the logic of whose development is irreducibly detached from more systematic forms of explanation, or from the idea of its manipulation by external authorities or other determining causes. Finally, for Fichte, the unconscious emerges first from these vital debates about freedom and autonomy, second, from the search of holism in an effort to take roots in nature, and third, from the research for thinking independence, spontaneity, particularity, originality, and self-authorship against or alongside the universal legislation of reason. All these, according to the author, bring Freud into close association with Schelling. What brings them together, however, is not a romantic vision of the unity of nature. It is that Freud makes a detour through biological and evolutionary theory in order to fix the ultimate basis of human individuality. The turn to nature and the attempt to reconstruct a logic of separation and conjugation in life's most elementary units is everywhere shadowed by tensions in the modern and liberal theory of individuality and by the anxieties of the contemporary world. The second book is Susan Kirchner's The Religious and Romantic Origins of Psychoanalysis, Individuation and Integration in Post-Freudian Theory, published again by Cambridge University Press in 2096. According to her, the contemporary Anglo-American psychoanalytic development and theories are cast and elaborated in terms of a generative metaphor that has an ancient and culturally distinctive source. It is the Judeo-Christian mystical narrative of the history of the soul. This narrative pattern has been progressively secularized and interiorized. The entire trajectory now is seen to take place in this world over the course of an ordinary life. Moreover, it is now told as the story of the development of the individual personality, not of the history of race or the world. In place of the Plotinian distaste for individuation and individuality and Christian mystics' ambivalence regarding them, psychoanalytic development, the developed modern psychology, imbues individuation with an unambiguously positive value. It is made an end in itself. As for the other end of development, exemplified in the capacity for intimate relationship, it too has been modified over the course of time and disenchantment. The essentially rationalist and materialist view of the world, in which psychoanalytic theory participates, dictates that the forms of redemption still permitted us by psychoanalysis, such as intimacy, authenticity, the creative process, and in a more subtle sense, internalization itself, are more modest, more truncated, certainly less enduring and absolute than the traditional religious forms. Thus, like its forebears, the psychoanalytic narrative remains a narrative of ultimate concern, spelling out the terms of the meaning of life and the sources of suffering. In this, it follows the Romantic movement, which turned theodicy into a bi-odyssey. The Romantic narrative, which eschewed God and the soul, and in a complex transposition that has preceded in Böhme's system, substitutes mind for both of these. The ultimate problems of existence no longer were conceived in terms of the soul's estrangement from God, but rather in terms of man's estrangement from nature. Man is estranged, so the narrative goes, both from those natural, say uncivilized, instinctual aspects of himself, and perhaps even more crucially and fundamentally from nature as the entire world external to him, the objects from which he, the subject, has been severed. Now, heaven and hell are in the human breast. This is the place where we find meaning and fulfillment in our lives. Thus was accomplished the completion of the transference of faith to the inner life, according to the author. The ordinary life arena of the self and its relationship is the contemporary repository of one's theological concerns about the meaning of life and the nature and sources of fulfillment. There is also absolutely biblical history in which the fall is not associated with separation from God, and consequently salvation does not mean reunion with him, but exclusively a betterment of this finite life. Even the idea of progress, so important for the psychoanalytic intervention, is clearly an ex-biblical idea. Ultimately, so Kirsten claims, psychoanalytic psychology conceives of the human condition and the life course as fraught with inevitable suffering, frustration, and loss, and furnishes a framework by which at least some of these vicissitudes are given a rationale that are endowed with meaning. A corollary implication is that it is essential to explicate these dimensions of human existence and to understand their role in determining individual and social activities. In this sense, psychoanalysis embodies another layer of cultural significance acquired via the translation of the mystical narrative itself into high romanticism. Because some of the psychoanalytic features, such as the irrational, the affective, the life and growth of the self, are characteristically romantic preoccupations. Also romantic, and perhaps even more fundamental, is the fact that psychoanalytic modes of explanation embody a distinctive way of conceiving of experience and of the human condition and the potentials for its renovation. The Romantics insisted, according to Kirchner, that the philosophies of the Enlightenment produced an inadequate, spiritually and morally impoverished means of making sense of the human condition. So, in this sense, psychoanalysis against the Enlightenment. They looked backward to Christian mysticism and translated it into secular terms. In this way, the Romantic movement can be fruitfully understood as having introduced into European educated culture a new vocabulary for designating certain domains and modes of experience, meaning and value. Its critique of Enlightenment and other modern European social and intellectual trends constituted an insertion of naturalistic, non-theological versions of worldly mystical Christian doctrines into Euro-American intellectual and cultural discourse. In any case, whether or not specific psychoanalytic theorists considered themselves or could be interpreted as crypto-romantics, these psychoanalytic modes of explanations, clearly can be viewed as carriers of this encounter Enlightenment set of connotations. Romantic thinkers and artists perceived a shallowness and a spiritual impoverishment in much of emerging modernity. In their view, these enchanted visions of nature, self, and history were inadequate. Such visions, says bright theologians notwithstanding, to offer hope of a moral and existential integration that took full and sophisticated account of the inescapability of suffering and tragedy, an inescapability made all the more poignant and concrete by the Romantics' own experience of the French Revolution. Just as the romantic spiral was conceived to provide a more adequate spiritual account, so psychoanalytic theories too embody a perpetuation of this tragic, hopeful sense in the midst of the later modern social life. Thus, finally, these theories can be seen as effort to preserve, as well as evidence that such preservation is inevitable, through transmutation, an inherited spiritual dialectic of severance and integration, suffering and redemption. I'm not sure that the above, of course, is an adequate explanation of the birth of the unconscious, since it is impossible not to see in all this development also the persistence of the enlightened and rationalism, now transformed in a thirst for ultimate knowledge of the unconscious, according to Freud's famous suggestion. But it seems nonetheless true that the emergence of the unconscious is related with a sense of degradation of human nature in modernity. I have left last Michel Henry's emblematic Généalogie de la psychanalyse, a book published by the Presse Universitaire de France in 1985, 2003, again, a work that forms a sine qua non for the recent Western history of the unconscious. In this work, Henry understands the unconscious as a byproduct of Descartes' philosophy of consciousness, and his final neglect of the concept of the reality of life under his final definition of the soul in his second meditation, Descartes' second meditation. And it is Schopenhauer who stopped this reign of the metaphysics of representation inaugurated by Descartes by declaring that this metaphysics has nothing in it which could refer to the condition of the real being or the true existence, my translation. And that being cannot become an object of anyone, including itself, because it must be identified with life. This interpretation of beings as life is the crucial event of the modern culture, the moment when it turns towards its beginning and acquires the means to join it again. Now, the fundamental determinations of existence come to the fore, such as the body, the action, the affectivity. Schopenhauer establishes human primitive corporeity. On the other hand, Henry continues, the Kantian theory of the interior sense, which reduces this, i.e. the absolute subjectivity, into an ecstasy from time, and thus into a representation, prevents us from giving a phenomenological meaning to immanence, which immanence defines, at the end of the day, the will. The will is placed under the yoke of the Western thought, and it is submitted, says Henry, to its fate, which fate is that this thought is produced in the light of the temporal ecstasies and enters the darkness of representation or the unconscious. Life is thus lost at the very moment it is given a name, and Freud is already here. This thought of life reaches its peak, of course, with Nietzsche at his eternal return of the same, which is life. Thus, according to Henry, the Nietzschean will is finally the unconscious darkness of life that escapes the light of representation. The unconscious is identified with life, which runs under the representative thought, forming being's secret foundation. In this way, and beyond representation, l'inconscient est le nom de la vie. The unconscious is the name of life, according to Henry. There exists a reciprocal movement between consciousness and unconsciousness, and this mutual possession forms an ontological law where all the future of being lies, as Henry says. Thus, the unconscious of representations forms the essence of life, l'essence de la vie. However, Henri seems unable to see that this new ecstatic will, which now wants to express nature, gets immediately out of it again, since it soon becomes a will to power that always exceeds nature, understanding being in an always as an always more than being. Thus, it is not so much an affirmation of life, but it tends to be in its final negation, its final negation of life, in favor of an unlimited transcendence for the sake of power. How much time do I have?
6 minutes.
Okay. And now, after all the above considerations, I will make some preliminary remarks for my topic as promised. This is the most essential part of my presentation, of course, but we have no time for the essentials. 1, the unconscious relates to the truth and the fullness of human nature. But what is this nature? Any sort of absolute affirmation of nature per se concludes with various sorts of naturalism, except this nature is, as I have called it in the past, a dialogical nature. But here Orthodox theology has many things to say. What is nature? Nature can be the biggest trap after the big trap of transcendence. 2, unconscious has to do with the will, and subsequently with ecstasies. We need a history of ecstasies, East and West, in order to discern similarities and differences. It is true, of course, that in general, ecstasis is conceived in a pernicious Neoplatonic way. 3, the unconscious is apophatic. It is a radical unknowability, which, however, pretends to possess the absolute knowledge. Bion's work is the best modern psychoanalytic articulation of this. But can we, theologically speaking, consider this as true? I believe no, unless we find a true dialogical dimension in the unconscious. Otherwise, the unconscious can be absolutely a chaos. 4th, the unconscious is wise, not only through negating representation, but also because it reflects the Ursein, and thus it can be related with the image of God in man. 5, in this sense, the unconscious is revealing. It reveals hidden corners of this image. 6, the unconscious is, in this sense, an image of the pan-unity of things, of all things in man. And therefore, 7, it is a call for communion, since it allows the koinonetic essence of human will, something that only the patristic theology can describe, and also Jacques Lacan tried to describe, showing that once we pronounce the word desire or the word will, we mean the subjectivity, unavoidably. But this cannot be explained. It can be explained only through the theology of homoousion and the mystery of the cross. So psychology, once again, needs theology in order to be accomplished, anthropologically speaking. 8, but the unconscious is also the history of the resistance to all the above. It is not only life, but it's also its annihilation. Yes, it's the absence of all this at the very same moment. 9, in this sense, the unconscious is somehow ambivalent and has multiple meanings, since it ignores contradiction. And 10, precisely because of this, the unconscious is eschatological, in the sense that it has to do with the final fulfillment of human nature. We will learn what the unconscious is, but not alone, only with the others, and only through and by God, who is offers as the prototype of this image. And just a phrase before I finish. when we speak of fulfillment of human nature, we speak of something which is unexpected. We do not mean that something that, it's not an Aristotelian fulfillment. It's something which has to do with the crossing of boundaries, of created boundaries, and this is very essential. But in this way, human essence will last, will endure, will go on. And it is important to say this because when we speak of man, I gave a lecture 1 year ago here in Athens, the true body and the true other. You know, we mean the whole human existence, which cannot be imagined in a Platonic, more or less, way. Okay. In that lecture, I said that man thinks through his body, and that was very strange for many. Yes. Another name of the unconscious is this sort of producing human thought, which is not conscious, which is not the cogito. Now my lecture can start. It is obvious that without studying the relations of the difference between not only modern but mainly ancient philosophical and patristic concepts, it is impossible to explore the notion of the unconscious in its fullness. Thank you.
We thank you very much. Having survived this prolific and stimulating presentation, we now can proceed to Father Stephen Muse once. So the floor is yours, Father.
After 2 days at this conference among the eminent scientists and now sitting here, two fantasies from the Bible elaborate themselves in me. One is of the guests invited to the feast from outside, and one is in there who's discovered by the angels without proper clothing and is thrown out. This is one aspect. The other is of the feeding of the 5,000, that 5,000 are gathered, and they're looking for bread, but is it the arton or the epiousion? And in one sense, this question, which brings us here, I think is elaborated by that. I'm very grateful to be here, and I thank the organizers very much. And I will offer my 5 loaves and 2 fish and ask you to prevail to transform them for usefulness. Any discussion of the relationship between psychoanalysis and Orthodox Christianity involves an antinomy that lies at the heart of a theological anthropology. We cannot answer who is man without also answering who is God. While the mysteries and ascetical psychology of the Church may be regarded as the full and necessary means for harmonizing and fulfilling created human nature with the uncreated divine nature offered through communion with Christ, this involves biopsychosocial realities that are the concern of both psychoanalysis and patristic theology. St. Maximus the Confessor offers a key distinction. He writes, "Divine grace cannot actualize the illumination of spiritual knowledge unless there's a natural faculty capable of receiving the illumination. But that faculty itself cannot actualize the illumination without the grace which God bestows." End of quote. Jean-Claude Lachey further distills the anthropological significance of this antinomy when he declares, "Man defined by himself independently of his relation to God that is inscribed in his very nature is a non-human being. There is no such thing as pure human nature. Man is man-God, or else he does not exist. I will therefore consider the contributions of psychoanalysis in light of the larger ontological and soteriological reality of communion with Christ as the foundation of human personhood." Recent neurobiological advancements in the study of shame, attachment, and affect attunement are congruent with patristic understanding in which humanity turns its face away from God as depicted in the story of Adam and Eve. Tompkins writes, "At all stages of the lifespan, the misattuned relational transactions of shame trigger gaze aversion, a response of hiding the face to escape from being seen or from the one who sees, and a state of withdrawal. Psychoanalysis attempts to help persons tolerate the shameful self-representations and associated affect that allow for the acceptance into conscious awareness of repudiated psychic acts. As with confession, it is a relational cure, albeit one without the ontological dimension of encounter with Christ inherent to the ecclesiastical context of communion. Both patristic psychology and psychoanalysis seek to overcome shame-based characterological defenses that disrupt the dialogos of communion by substituting a false self in place of vulnerability and the transparency of the I-thou relationship with God and other persons, and of one's own being in a certain way. Orthodoxy's suspicion of psychoanalysis I see as having its origin in Freud's reductionistic anthropology, which failed to recognize an ontology of personhood distinct from nature and the psychological projections of intersubjectivity, following Feuerbach's philosophy. Freud's view of religion as a coping mechanism comprised of repression of instinctive drives in response to internalization of family of origin and cultural taboos led him to insist that, quote, whatever may be the value and importance of religion, it has no right in any way to restrict thought, and prohibitions against thought issued by religion become the cause of severe inhibitions in the subject's conduct of life, end of quote. This is congruent with an orthodox patristic understanding which distinguishes personal encounter of faith from extrinsic motivations, such as ideological or psychic defenses. Orthodoxy recognizes the ontological dimension of sin as the primary underlying etiology of psychopathology in order to determine the kind of treatment needed, which determines which thoughts are to be examined and which are to be consciously avoided. St. Mark the ascetic describes the critical role of humility needed for spiritual discernment and the value of self-examination while pointing out the danger of trusting one's own mind. He writes, there's an energy of grace not understood by beginners, and there is also an energy of evil, which resembles the truth. It is advisable not to scrutinize these energies too closely, because one may be led astray, and not to condemn them out of hand, because they may contain some truth. But we should lay everything before God in hope, for he knows what is of value in both of them. End of quote. Certain types of thoughts, logismi, are to be refused in order to avoid becoming prey to beguilement and possession by the passions that arise from entertaining them, as in the case example that I will offer at the end and hope to have some discussion. From the patristic standpoint, vainglory, kinodoxia, includes what psychoanalysis regards as characterological rigidity and developmental arrest associated with narcissistic adaptations that impede relationality. The Gospels include many examples of vainglory, beginning with the prototypical response of Adam and Eve to sin, who in shame turn their faces away from communion with God, attempting to hide awareness of nakedness behind metaphorical fig leaves, whereby they monologically regard their own psychological reflection as the azimuth of reality, rather than discovering the relationship with God. In effect, it's the objectification of creation, of the self and of the other, rather than theologos, dialogical reciprocity. The humility of repentance that reestablishes communion with God in contrast to the fragmentation and projections of the man-made, shame-based self is described in the gospel accounts of the Pharisee and the publican, the rich young ruler, Simon and the woman who washes Jesus' feet with her tears, and many others. Jesus was quite graphic in pointing out the incongruence between the public persona and the hidden motives of the heart in persons appearing religious when he declared, "Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You're like whitewashed tombs that look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of the bones of the dead and everything unclean." John Cassian was among the first of the Neptic Fathers to catalog the major passions whose nuances were being closely observed. His description of vainglory reveals how its ubiquitous presence remains largely outside conscious awareness, while distorting perception and changing behavior. He writes, "Vainglory is a multiform and subtle passion which is not readily perceived even by the person who it tempts. It is difficult to fight against because it has many forms and appears in all our activities, in our way of speaking, in what we say, in our silences, at work, in vigils and fasts, in prayer, in reading, in stillness, and long-suffering." Cassian points out how the passions remain hidden and dormant in the false peace of monological solitude. Again, he writes, "When we try to escape the struggle for long-suffering by retreating into solitude, those unhealed passions we take there with us are merely hidden, not erased. They impose on us an illusion of virtue and persuade us to believe that we have achieved long-suffering and humility because there's no one present to provoke and test us. But as soon as something happens which does arouse and challenge us, our hidden and previously unnoticed passions immediately break out like uncontrolled horses that have long been kept unexercised and idle, dragging their driver all the more violently and wildly to destruction. Our passions grow fiercer when left idle through lack of contact with other people." Psychoanalytic theory agrees that what is unconsciously repressed in order to appear good is more likely to burst forth in a moment of unawareness, as Jung writes. This can be seen in the Genesis account in which Cain, one of Adam and Eve's sons, kills his brother Abel. A psychoanalytic interpretation might offer that Cain did this as a defense against his perceived inferiority and abandonment, enacting the repressed pain of his parents at their loss of communion as part of an unconscious intergenerational transmission of trauma through the mechanism of projective identification. Vainglorious striving for confirmation in the eyes of God, the God of his imagination, exceeded Cain's capacity to tolerate shame of acknowledging his vulnerability within a real relationship with the living God and with his brother. Scapegoating of the other by the mechanism of projective identification continues throughout history, culminating in the rejection and crucifixion of Christ, who willingly serves as the container for the projective identifications of what is disavowed by human consciousness as it pertains to conscience. Christ's execution recapitulates on the historical stage humanity's contempt for its own vulnerability, hidden behind the wall of shame and the resulting refusal of love. Christ is rejected in proportion to the intolerance of nakedness and vulnerability of the self before the face of the other. The self in isolation clings to a psychological self-reflection, shored up by agreement with other vainglorious strivers, in place of authentic being in communion, as Metropolitan Zizioulas has elaborated. Christ is crucified outside the gates of Jerusalem, just as awareness of one's existential nakedness before the true other of God is exiled outside the gates of conscious awareness. The crucifixion of Christ is the historical manifestation of humanity's attempt to align itself with a perfection attainable by psychological self-sufficiency, while continuing to hide our faces from the communion he invites us to in his extreme vulnerability and total self-offering love. Christ is sacrificed because it's inconceivable to the vainglorious, autonomous, perfection-seeking self that God could be found in the place of man's greatest shame, the nakedness of our created being, subject to death in relation to the eternal God. Saul, identified with his self-achieved righteousness, personifies the telos of shame-based contempt for vulnerability, hidden behind ideological religious zeal as he assents to Stephen's murder. By being blinded on his way to Damascus and personally addressed in his Hebrew tongue by Jesus, Saul emerges humbled, like Jacob after struggle at the Jabbok River, and he seeks out community with the apostles. The early fathers were well aware of the difference between having the form of religion resulting from a purely psychological and humanistic foundation, and therefore lacking its power to transform, and one which involves the ontological reality of I-thou encounter of Eucharistic communion. Austrian psychiatrist Viktor Frankl points to the existential heart of the healing relationship when he observes, quote, the more one forgets himself by giving himself to another person to love, the more human he is, and the more he actualizes himself. Both patristic psychology and psychoanalysts I see as cures of love to the extent that overcoming the defenses of shame depends on trust and intimacy of personal relationship. Yet there are significant differences in method and end results. Freud suggested the analyst must turn his own unconscious like a receptive organ towards the transmitting unconscious of the patient. In patristic psychology, it is known that attending carefully to the interpersonal process between penitent and confessor, as with patient and analyst, noting pauses, changes in rhythm, breath, and gesture, and being aware of internal changes within the analyst affected by empathic attunement, it becomes possible through natural intuition over time to offer responses that invite the person's awareness of the unconscious truth that is seeking to emerge, as well as to gain insight into the mechanisms by which it remains hidden. However, both analyst and spiritual father are blind to the extent that comprehension of the other is limited to humanly devised theories, and one is unresponsive to the actions of grace which purify the heart's motives and organ of perception, turning it toward Christ in repentance and love, and before the other in repentance. By uniting in his person the divine and created natures unconfused, Christ constitutes the ontological bridge who offers persons relationship with one another beyond self-love and the mutual projections of inner subjectivity to the ontological birth of the self through love for the other. Christos Giannaros writes, "The human person is born in the space of God. The impetus for a fulfilling relationship with him is his life-giving summons, which establishes and constructs the human person as an existential event of erotic reference. The relationship between human being and God is not an intellectual decision or a willful ethical event. It is the event of the personal mode of existence that encompasses both conscious and unconscious manifestations of existence. For this reason, the Church rejects morality, which pertains only to conscious will, and insists on ascesis, which aspires to the total mode of existence, both conscious and unconscious. It is not the logical and conscious will of the ego that informs the existential relationship. The mode of the relationship shapes the consciousness as much as the unconscious of the subject." End of quote. Orthodoxy then sees becoming human as a synergy involving an existential response of free human agency to the divine initiative, which is not simply a response to interpretation or various methods of self-repair according to any psychological theory, but one which proves transformative by undergoing what is involved in communion with Christ and with others, and continuing the ascesis of remaining faithful over a lifetime. Bishop Maxim Vasileievich emphasizes the importance of this distinction when he writes, "With Christ, we learn what a transcended biological existence is. His mode of existence is such that it modifies the requirements of the laws of nature without abolishing the body and its instincts, but redirects these toward the truly desired one, capital D. Whoever is grafted onto that hypostasis or hypostasize into his body has the opportunity to immerse his biological and psychological individuality into a new life of freedom and grace. In the communion of the Church, the Holy Eucharist offers the only occasion in history where the individualism is healed in such a radical way." End of quote. A Christ-centered Orthodox approach to healing that avoids conflating psychology and ontology is one which can most fully value the contributions of psychoanalysis in helping reveal psychopathology masquerading as spiritual and reveal demonic interference hidden in the symptoms of psychological disturbance. With this distinction clear between ontology and psychology, I'm comfortable instructing my pastoral counseling students: listen to all clinical data with discernment for spiritual meaning and submit all spiritual content and process to clinical examination. Simply put, it is only love which moves beyond the patient's pathology to embrace the person he or she is in Christ, eschatologically, with forgiveness. Frankl is close to this when he writes, "No one can become fully aware of the very essence of another human being unless he loves him. By his love, he is enabled to see the essential traits and features in the beloved person, and even more, he sees that which is potential in him, which is not yet actualized, but may be actualized. Father Dimitrios Stanilouai's pithy observation is definitive, I think. He writes very simply, "Insofar as I am not loved, I am incomprehensible." Analysis according to finite human subjectivity and man-made theories must not be allowed to eclipse, but only serve the free kenotic response of love for the other that arises out of one's response of repentance before the infinite self-offering of God in Christ, who stands between the analyst and the patient and offers himself to one another through the other. In this way, it becomes possible to overcome one's pathology in a deeply involved relationship where love overcomes the biological selectiveness and narcissism, and freedom becomes freedom for the other. And now, a very brief case example of someone that I saw 350 times over 2 decades. I'm interested in the relationship between psychopathology, deep loneliness, paranoid schizoid movement to depressive position, and how the man regards what happens to him at the end of the time. St. Mark the Ascetic observes, quote, "A passion which we allow to grow active within us through our own choice afterwards forces itself upon us against our will." Ted is a man I saw 350 times over 2 decades. He first came for consultation after having been in weekly therapy for 10 years with little effect. In our first session, he disclosed homoerotic sadomasochistic fantasies which had begun at age 17 after he was molested by his piano teacher. Anxiety with women prevented him from fully consummating his relationship with a woman he'd loved all his life. He had a premature ejaculation with the woman he first tried to have sex with, and this created other problems. I learned that he had slept in the same bed with his mother, who had dementia, until he was 12 years old. There was nothing sexual between them, but there was a deep impact from this. His first therapist, a female, during the time he was beginning to explore the trauma of his molestation, kissed him, and then immediately denied that she had done so in a group session that followed right after it. So he was further damaged. He described a lifelong Christian faith of depth and meaning. When I suggested that he not fantasize about something that was incongruent with his faith, he thanked me with great relief. And he added, "All my therapists have told me it doesn't matter what I do in my mind as long as I don't actually carry it out." I invited him to begin praying the Jesus prayer. Shortly thereafter, he said that the inner voices associated with the sadomasochistic fantasies began to speak audibly to him from pictures on the cups, saying the Jesus prayer out loud when he tried to pray. After adding an antipsychotic to his regimen, this stopped. His schizoid affect and avoidant characterological defenses, sexual identity confusion, and depression were themes during our work together in the larger context of immense psychic and spiritual pain that pervaded his life, and loneliness. He had systemic cancer we had to deal with that was there, family betrayal of some very important dimensions of his life, and a periodic recurring prescription drug abuse that he had. Initially, he developed a twinship merger transference with me, which was later displaced onto another man who he met accidentally, who had been one of my patients, which created another relationship. Over the course of a year, he painfully realized that this man also, like his brothers, were taking advantage of him. And through this grief, he began to realize, I do not want sex with a man. I would like to lie down naked beside him and feel his presence. His father had been a distant, longed-for figure in his life that was absent. He was claustrophobic with his mother, who was also absent with dementia. Over 2 decades, Ted's Christian faith supported him and deepened. He made progress toward greater psychic differentiation and affect tolerance. And then some years after we had concluded therapy, he returned to tell me something. I just wanted to tell you how grateful I am to you. I feel close to Christ. I haven't had any sadomasochistic fantasies or homoerotic desires for years, and I married the woman I've loved all my life. A few months later, he was back in my office, twitching violently. He said he started to feel depressed mood again, and he began abusing his Ritalin. His history of abusing stimulants had begun when his doctor gave him phentermine for his depression following the molestation. He combined this with sadomasochistic sexual fantasies that mediated the rage and helplessness of his trauma, and he would put himself as the subject, sometimes as the recipient, sometimes as the aggressor. Within weeks of resuming these combined attempts at self-repair, he began hearing voices speaking to him audibly from within, frightening him with the prospect of psychically overpowering and destroying him. So what had stopped earlier progressed immediately to where it perhaps would have been had he not had the intervening time. The voices were urging him to devote more and more energy to his fantasies in order to be healed. And he added, "They also told me not to tell you." Because his cognitive processes were otherwise fully intact, this time I did not send him for psychotropics, but instructed him to let his wife administer his Ritalin and to stop all the sadomasochistic fantasizing. The next week he was much improved, twitching occasionally with a curious expression that came over his face. He said, "The devil is poking me." After 3 or 4 more weeks, he was again at peace, praying the Jesus prayer, attending church, exploring with his wife the possibility of moving to assisted living. Grateful and allowing his tears, he said, "You know, I think all along Christ has been the answer to my suffering." St. Maximus the Confessor observes that, quote, "Self-love and the unpurified nous alienates persons one from another and cuts our single human nature into many fragments, introducing an insensibility into our nature which now dominates it, so that our nature, divided in will and purpose, fights against itself. This split leads to violence toward the self and others, who are essentially scapegoated by carrying the dissociated pain connected with being seen as irredeemably shameful and bad. In the relationship between psychoanalyst and patient, as co-pilgrims on the Emmaus Way, sharing faith in Christ together, can we see a glimmer of the presence of God at the heart of the truth that St. Maximus expresses? Quote, "Only love overcomes the fragmentation of human nature that underlies our alienation."
Thank you very much. And having mentioned angels from the beginning, I felt that you reminded us of that we have been created somehow short of angels, as Psalm 8 says. So before starting our discussion on these two diverse and divergent approaches, I would like to ask that although we are at the homeland of rhetorics, I would appeal to the audience to avoid giving short lectures and just ask or comment on either of the speakers. So let's start now. And yes, please, the microphone at the back. Yes, thank you.
Father Ludovikos, I'm Dr. Kostas Konstantinidis, medical doctor. As Foucault mentioned once, the humanity suffers from three very deep traumas. One, when Copernicus said that the Earth is not the central of it's just a satellite, a small satellite. When Darwin said that maybe we are coming from the primates, from the monkeys. And the third, when Freud said that the unconscious drives our lives. What is your approach through the theological way of seeing this?
Jacques Lacan once said that the unconscious is equivalent to the ancient Greek concept of fate in tragedy, the ancient tragedy, fate. It is something that we are absolutely sure that it will finally speak, and we will be spoken by the unconscious. This is why Jacques Lacan called the human being uniting two French words, parler and être, par l'être, in the sense that the language somehow hides a much deeper meaning, which has to be reached. In this sense, this is a humiliation for the rationalism and for the Enlightenment. Even if Freud would like very much to remain, Freud was a divided man for many reasons, and this was also one reason for his internal division between his wish to remain faithful, say, to John Stuart Mill, for example, and to somehow make a deep commentary, to metaphysics, because he felt that metaphysics cannot express human nature, but again, this metaphysics is seen in this romantic darkness or light, if you like, and becomes a theodicy, a biodacy. You see, somehow Freud wants to defend the rights of a nature which is radically alienated from itself, but at the very same moment it cannot be controlled by human reason. So, and he, of course, tried to remain faithful also to Enlightenment by saying that this famous phrase, where this lies, I have to go, somehow to grasp. Later on, Lacan, and Jung, first of all, and Lacan transformed this and thought that unconscious can be a source for wisdom. So we cannot conquer the unconscious, but we can learn from the unconscious. In this or the other way, the unconscious remains a humiliation for the detached selfhood of the Western subjectivity, the transcendental subjectivity, either the idealistic or the phenomenological. It is a dark basement where monsters, fight each other. And of course, this for Freud was the instinctual world. Now I think no one believes that the content of the unconscious is only the instincts and the conflicts with this. We have more rich representations of this concept, of this content. But in this, on the other sense, this is a humiliation for all those who believe that the rational detached selfhood somehow can control everything and can drive and lead history.
Αναφέρατε πριν στην ομιλία σας ότι δίνοντας τον εαυτό μας στον συνάνθρωπο φτάνουμε σε αυτοπραγμάτωση. Θα ήθελα να σχολιάσετε μία φράση ότι ο άνθρωπός μου, ο συνάνθρωπός μου μάλλον, είναι και ο παράδεισός μου. Ποια είναι η άποψή σας πάνω σε αυτή τη φράση?
Commenting on Father Stephen Muse's saying that by offering ourselves to the other, we achieve self-fulfillment, that gentleman asks him to comment on the saying that the other is our paradise, our heaven. Okay. And who said this? Some saints. Okay.
What comes to mind is not long before he reposed, Father Sophroni made several important statements. one of which is that, let me see, I'm going blank here for a minute. Offering ourselves to the other. Yes, he said, the hypostasis of Christ is the total self-offering of the Father, complete. And what is our response to this? This total self-offering. It both frightens us and attracts us. So, in effect, Christ is the willingness of God to completely give his life to us as much as we can take. And yet, the struggle that we have, Israel means one who struggles with God. And then, arguably, Bethlehem also picks this up, because Beth is house, but Lechem has two meanings. One is leaven of dough, the struggle. The other is hand-to-hand combat. Of such a nature that it's devouring. So if we think of this, we can say that God invites us and comes to us through the struggle with the other, that is of such a nature that through this struggle we enter into the mystery of the one who gives himself completely to us, and then the question is, will we return this love? We want to, in the image in which we're made, but we resist. So in this sense, we become ourselves by kenosis. This is the great thing that takes us beyond the psychological into the ontological. So it's really, if we take God out of the picture, we have a dualism that we can't get out of. But ontologically, there's a third reality which transforms it. We are not self-transforming beings apart from God. We are relational beings who become who we are in that.
And if I'm allowed to just add something here, I think this is a very appropriate field for distinguish between the psychological and ontological domains, because for secular psychology, self-fulfillment is very strongly associated with accomplishing our own goals in life. So I think that you are suggesting that this ontological self-fulfillment might be achieved without having all our goals accomplished, or even through frustrations in life.
Thank you. Well, I have a question for Father Stephen concerning ascesis. And I suppose that you are speaking about spiritual exercise, ascesis, exposure maybe could be another translation. But are you talking also about ascesis in a somatic level? Are you speaking about practices, for instance, of frustration of food, sleep, and in order to change the basic physiological rhythm and open the body and the mind to the rational, for the rationalist, or to the fantasy, or to the illusion, in order to go further than the ideas that and the representation that the rationalism defendantly keep us inside. Is it something that it is in your mind? It is something that it is in your practice as a therapist, or if I dare ask, in your own personal life?
There is one aspect of ascesis that is only a human attempt to approximate what is possible when there is a noetic experience with God, which we can't initiate or maintain on our own. So if I say yes to God's embrace when it is offered, then ascesis becomes what happens in order to say yes to God, I say no to all that interferes with this. But of course, this is beyond my power. When grace experiences away, then I become in the wrestle and I fall. And this back and forth starts to teach me something, because I am not able to be faithful to grace. So I learn in this wrestle, like I would look at, Israel comes from Jacob at the Jabbok River, with fighting with a darkness that was also an angel, that we could say was also God's way of bringing him to overcome a hiatus that allowed him to meet his brother. If he had not wrestled and been touched and limped, been humbled, maybe Esau would have destroyed him. So psychologically, in that sense, God comes, and then we experience God going away, and we wrestle. And so ascesis is the wrestling, and it is not something that on my own, like a Buddhist or something, maybe, we don't come to God by ascesis, but ascesis is the no I say to the yes that I say to God. If I say yes in love to one, I must say no to others that violate that. That's how I understand this.
I have a temptation to say something on this. A friend who is now present in this audience reminded me of something that happened with, between me and Saint Paisios, the canonized saint, before we started this session. We were two of such a little group of students, and someone had lost his girlfriend. So when we met Father Paisios for the first time, he said to us, "Look, there are people coming, young men coming here to me, and they have lost girls that they loved, and I'm in very sympathy with them." And we asked why. He said, "Look, I'm in love too." And how is this love? It was a surprise for us. We were ignorant of any spiritual tradition in that period of time. I said, "Look, if you hear someone who passes with some pieces of bread, the 40 days of the land, this is out of love. This is out of love. That means out of gratitude." Years after that, I found this phrase in Vasileios that marked my understanding of spirituality, that the law of the Spirit is a law of friendship and gratitude. So if someone does not feel this gratitude, I think it is very difficult to understand what is ascetic life for, and what is ascesis. What is precisely, because, just denounce some food, is this ascesis? What is ascesis in its very depth? It's a self-denial, but an erotic self-denial. If it is something that is relevant, it has to be something like that. Otherwise, I don't know if it's psychologically sound. This is my little comment. I don't know if, yeah.
Okay, release the microphone to Professor Vasileios, who is a professor emeritus of New Testament.
Being the only biblical scholar in this conference by profession, I would like to make a short remark and a question to Father Nicholas, to whom I am very grateful for including biblical theology in this reflection, in his reflection. In the Bible, there are plenty of instances where there is between the conscious and unconscious, but there is no clear demarcation because of the inability of all translations from the original Greek, starting from the voluntas in Latin, coming to the present day Western language. I'm not aware of the Far East translation, but I know that there is difficulty. We have one, I will say just one instance. The distinction is between voulomme, vouleste, and thelin. Thelin is the unconscious desire. Voulomme is the rational and conscious. The famous passage is that from the letter to the Romans. Ούγαρ οβούλομαι αγαθόν τούτο ποιό, αλλά ο κακό, οβούλομαι κακό πράτο. I don't do what I will as a good, but I do what I don't want as something. So this is very important to make this. There are also the use of vouleste, which is used also by St. Paul, voulome elthin, to see you again in 2 Corinthians. I want to come. This is a conscious desire, not unconscious. But in thelin, always we have the unconscious dimension, which is not translated into any Western language in the way it is presented in the original Greek. And my question to Father Nicholas is whether in the literature he presented, and there is also whether there is also this kind of biblical understanding, because all this literature coming from the West, where the Bible is the primary source of revelation, whether there is something in this direction. And thank you for including biblical also in the sense of interpretation of our later patristic theology. Thank you.
Thank you too, that's invaluable. And when I wrote in my book, published in 20 years ago on spirituality, close spirituality, the meaning of the self, that on the chapter of Maximus, I tried to make a distinction between vouleste, which is the rational, more or less Aristotelian understanding. That means I want something, I want to fly. But then I think of it, voulefsis, I'm thinking of it, and find it irrational. So I prevent myself from willing this, which is voulesis. Maximus introduced the word thelema for the first time in intellectual history. Thelema, it's biblical, but in the ancient literature can be found only in the poets, not in the philosophical texts. So if we would like to translate this in English, in Greek it would be kaimos. In English it would be burning desire. Burning desire, I want, but I understand. Burning desire. Burning desire. So the burning desire is not logical. It's not just logical. This is why I insisted in that very beginning, 20 years ago, that this comprises also the unconscious. And this is also an expression, this is the famous natural will, which is an expression also of the human totality. That means even beyond reason, I want to become immortal. But I want it. For Aristotle, this is irrational. You cannot will this. You cannot want this. Okay, because you are bound with corruption, with body, everything is perishes here, and you are a part of it. So, yes, stop with it. But in theology, we speak of wills, two wills, and natural wills. The natural will of God, which is without limits, and natural will of man, which is without limits too. And so we have this double willing on a creature which is Christ. And in both senses, there are no limits in the will. There are no limits in the will. So one infinite will meets the other infinite will. In a sense, and Maximus is very wonderful in this, that natural will is infinite will. It's not a finite will. It's without object. If we express it in Lacanian terms, it is without object. It's the objectless. The final phase of will, I will this, then I will that, and then I will. I will what? Everything. Everything. You have seen perhaps the film Jean-Luc Besson, Lucy. Some of you. Lucy. And in the end of this film, this absolutely, of course, it's an organic film. More or less, the essence of human being is considered to be his soul, okay. But in the end of the film, when Lucy is asked, where are you now? She's become fully intellectualized. She replies, I'm everywhere. This is the best expression of the natural will.
Thank you. The microphone here, please, to the lady. And then, yeah. Yes.
Λέγομαι Πρόγεια, είμαι εκπαιδευτικός. Ήθελα να ρωτήσω τον πατέρα Νικόλαο. Πόσο αποδεκτή είναι, πατέρα Νικόλα, η άποψη ότι υπάρχει σύνδεση μεταξύ θεολογίας και ψυχανάλυσης και αν μπορείτε να μας πείτε για τις αντιδράσεις και από τους μεν και τους δε. Και το δεύτερο είναι μια, μάλλον μικρή παρατήρηση δική μου, ότι κατάλαβα από εσάς ότι όλο το ακαθόδες πρόβλημα της δυτικής σκέψης, μέχρι και σήμερα αν κατάλαβα σωστά, είναι η φύση. Έχω τον πειρασμό να σκεφτώ ότι είναι η φύση, γιατί ακριβώς επειδή έχει αυτό το απροσδιόριστο μέσα της, δεν μπορούν να την ελέγξουν, δεν μπορεί να κυριαρχήσουμε σε αυτήν. Και γι' αυτό την ταυτίζουν και με την πτώση. Θα ήθελα, και αυτό έγινε νομίζω και στην Ορθόδοξη Θεολογία από τη δεκαετία του 60 και μετά, θα ήθελα το σχόλιο σας και την απάντησή σας στο πρώτο.
Let me just translate for our foreign friends. The first question is about the connection between Orthodox theology and psychoanalysis, and if there are any reactions from both sides. And the second one is the opinion that the thorny problem for Western thought is nature, which is not controllable, is not definable, and maybe that's the reason why some identify it with the fall.
Of course, we're trying to establish this relationship. Okay, and we're trying to show the theological coordinates of psychoanalysis. In my book of 2003, I said that psychoanalysis, it is a hermeneutics, and which is non-metaphysical. That means it wants to become theological in its very essence, in the sense that it answers to the absolute questions of human being without mediation of conceptualizations, in this sense. So, of course, this is something that we have to go on with that. You know, I don't want to somehow psychologize theology. I speak of a meeting. For me, psychology is something, it's a tool of analysis. I'm not a psychotherapist. Okay, it's a tool, but it poses some real questions. It is very important to have real questions when we start what we call spiritual life. Okay, real questions, in order to somehow be, because a philosopher can think of, wonderful things, but, always, as Jacques Lacan once said, he does not care about truth, which is a very bold assertion. The philosopher does not care about it. No, he cares about the truth only when the truth meets him as a symptom, he says. Which is, yeah. The other very important question is concerning nature. Yes, it is true. And this is, there's a reason for that. The reason is Plato. And the way Platonism was inserted in the West through Augustine, and was never truly overcome, even by Thomas, who was Aristotelian but also Platonic, Neoplatonic, Plotinian in his Thomas's metaphysics is basically Aristotelian, and when we are going upper and upper, it becomes Platonic like his master Augustine. So it is absolutely important to understand that the West suffers from transcendentalism. No one has escaped transcendentalism in the West. No one. And even we speak of the voices of nature, which is the preoccupation of Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, and he is right on that. Even in that perspective, transcendentalism is not overcome. It becomes a sort of internal overcoming, which is the Nietzschean anthropology. But always being is somehow more than big. And we have to somehow go further for the sake of power. Okay. And here is, of course, the problem for theology, because if we follow the existentialism or personalism or all the other connotations, we use nature this very same moment, the very same way. So, and somehow we decide that there exists a being called personhood who somehow transcends nature and wants to be liberated by nature, and who is freedom by nature itself. It's a freedom, not grace, but the person is freedom, and somehow wants to achieve things without nature, which nature is corruptible and is a burden of necessity, and all these things which are cannot be found in the Fathers, because incarnation talks about nature. This is why I insist all these years that nature is dialogical. Nature is not given. It will be given. We don't know what nature is. It's a gift of God. In order to deal with it, work with it, and psychology helps to work this direction. This is why I'm against, when all those personalists are against psychoanalysis, against psychology. They do not understand why we need this to work with this nature. Depressed nature, frustrated nature, and this is very important for the Western culture. And this is why also this is against the Enlightenment, let me tell. Against the Enlightenment, because the Enlightenment has stretched too much the power, somehow, of human reason. And though he says, Enlightenment says that he somehow justifies human nature. No, this is not true. He wants to surpass human nature, to overcome human nature. This is why Enlightenment ends with enhancing, biotechnological enhancing, political enhancing through totalitarianism, enhancing human nature, because nature is just, although he claims that he somehow it somehow gives justification, offers justification to nature. So I think that, on the other hand, if we just have nature in our minds in order to justify nature, after all, without this dialogical understanding of nature, we will fall to a naturalism. Somehow we will close the window again, close the door again. And though we want to justify nature, we somehow do not know how to do it. Because nature was a source for revelation, the ancient Greek philosophers and in the Bible. I don't know if this is an answer to a very serious question that you have put.
Just a little PS on that. I think it's a famous painting by Raphael where Plato's pointing up and Aristotle is pointing down on the steps. And this is the problem of the split in the Western culture, I think. And so the mystery of Christianity is that Christ's theanthropic presence, which is really not in that painting, changes both Plato and Aristotle in the new reality that comes into being through him.
Θέλω να σας ευχαριστήσω από ψυχής γιατί μας δίνετε μια δυνατότητα να προσεγγίσουμε πράγματα που μόνο με μια ταπεινότητα, για να μην θεωρηθεί ύβρι, μπορούμε να προσεγγίσουμε σήμερα. Με το θέμα που βάλατε, την ψυχανάλυση και την Ορθόδοξη Θεολογία. Ένας προβληματισμός που μου βγαίνει και θέλω να το μοιραστώ μαζί σας είναι πολλοί κόσμος λέει υπάρχει Θεός. Νομίζω ότι είναι μάλλον λάθος αυτή η ερώτηση. Αλλά η ερώτηση σωστή είναι αν υπάρχει σχέση με το Θεό. Ζούμε στη φύση που μας περιβάλλει και όπου κυριαρχεί η νομοτέλειά της. Και θεωρώ ότι είναι ιδανικές συνθήκες, γι' αυτό συνεχίζει και υπάρχει ζωή. Και όπου καλείται ο άνθρωπος να εξελιχθεί μέσα από την ελευθερία, γιατί έτσι είναι φτιαγμένος, και με την υπευθυνότητα των επιλογών του. Βέβαια, χαρακτηρίζεται πολλές φορές από τον ναρκισσισμό, εγωισμό, ατομικισμό και τα πάθη του. Απ' την άλλη πλευρά, το ασυνείδητο που υπάρχει μόνο στους ανθρώπους ως πηγή σοφίας, όπως υπόθηκε προηγουμένως, μας βοηθά λίγο να βρούμε μέσα από την ψυχανάλυση τον δρόμο μας πέρα από όποιες πεποιθήσεις και γνωσίες που έχουμε, που πολλές φορές λειτουργούν ως φυλακή μας. Με μέσον και όπλο, θα λέμε, με μέσον την αγάπη, κυρίως προς τον εαυτό μας, για να μπορέσουμε να αγαπήσουμε τους άλλους, αναπτύσσοντας την αγάπη, βοηθιόμαστε στην πιο στενή, ουσιαστική σχέση με το Θεό μας.
Just let me summarize this point that narcissism is the basic obstacle for healthy relationships in the world. Also, the critical question is not if there is any God, but what's our relationship with God. And the unconscious can contribute in this search and discovery for God. I forgot your last sentence and question. Is there any question for any of the speakers? Yes? Can you repeat just the last sentence? I will do, no problem. So unconscious will help us find our own way through psychoanalysis instead of and against all beliefs and cognitions that may limit us in the jail of their own constructions. So it's not a word as it was in a question as it was articulated, but obviously you are asking for comments on this. And what about Dr. Alexandridis? You would now to contribute. So may we have the microphone here to Dr. Alexandridis, and then our speakers will comment on both.
If we're speaking about an unconscious who is capable to formulate a kind of answer, we're not speaking of the unconscious, the dynamic unconscious of the first topic. We're speaking about the theory that Freud formulated later on, speaking about the ego, the superego, and the id. Because the id, το αυτό όπως το λέμε, ή το εκείνο στα ελληνικά, the id has two, let's say, main parts. One, it is the formulated unconscious that comes from repression. That means all these very intolerable for the ego and the conscious representations that have to be repressed. And there is the other part, the most dynamic part of the unconscious, which is the contact of the energy coming from the body with the fantasies and the link between this energy, which we call drives now, with the fantasies and the representations. Father Ludovicos mentioned a lot of philosophers speaking about the unconscious. Of course, we have, you know very well, Castoriadis, I suppose, and yes, and so Castoriadis says that the unconscious, this unconscious of 1922, is capable to formulate anything. So this can be an answer to this question. Maybe the possibility of the unconscious to create any form, it maybe there can be also something that can be the representation of the divine, of God. But for me, this is the wrong way to think. For me, the best way for me to think is in the creativity and in the quality, not in the production. That if God exists, give us this potentiality on the creativity. And also, the best way also, it is to tolerate what we cannot form. And here we're in the essence of the unconscious. The unconscious, it is an instance where the subject can remain without a form, can stand the formless, can stand what it is not capable to be formulated in images and words. And maybe here is the essence of God, aperinnoitos and so on.
Okay, I think that we don't have time. For me, there are many layers of the unconscious, and this is why I said in the end of my lecture that now I can start my lecture. I have not started this lecture in the sense that we can somehow see many aspects. I described 10 of them. Yes, but on the other hand, just a phrase before we finish, we finish the session, to speak of the unconscious, for some people means, for many people means, something which is very close to a sort of sickness or illness, or, and or somehow you have to go to a psychoanalyst, even if all human beings have a heart, but we do not need to go to cardiologists all the time. It's a function, the way human being functions. This is why the depth of human desire, the depth of human personality, the depth of the image of God in man. This is why nature is something so deep, so deep. Yes, this is even, I remember now, Heraclitus, who said this, «Ψυχής πείρατα ουδείς ποταν εξεύρειο, πάσαν επιπορευόμενος ουδών τόσων βαθύν των λόγων έχει». No one can discover the end of the soul, even if he takes, whatever, all the way down, whatever method it chooses, whatever way it takes, in order to find out. And this is the images, the traces of God in man. This is why the discovery of the unconscious had also to do with spiritual quest in the West. It was not just, a way of healing neurosis. It started like this, but now we all know that it's much more important. And in this way, we can approach all this reality through theology, through philosophy, through mythology, through literature, in order to see ακριβώς, precisely the depth of the image of God on man. This is the, yeah.
I'd just like to comment that the Gospels begin with the cross, with repentance, they end with the cross. And the place of our transformation is at the place where we face our impotence to do this monologically. So the real question is, can we bear the other and offer ourselves in love, as the other has done to us for us to even exist? This is the real question, and psychology per se, as our invention, if you will, regardless of the theory, cannot accomplish this on its own. So the relationship is psychological, existential, and ontological. Where these three meet, the cross exists, and we go through it. And we won't be finished before we die. Something will have to be added to us by God after our death. So we're wrestling with the cross.
So last question by Dr. Lapis.
Hello, thank you very much. And I think it's impressive the fact that we are still able to attend face-to-face live meetings, and thank you very much for everything. I'm a child psychiatrist. The other day I had a mother visiting the clinic because she had to attend let's say, crisis visit to her son, who is studying in North Europe, because he became depressed. And she realized that despite the fact that the family is paying money for this guy to study, he is not in need to leave his flat, because he's able to attend the lectures, obviously online. But this is not an online course. This is a real, let's say, studies in the university, but the lecture is streaming. Therefore, he doesn't have to leave the flat. And I just need to collect a comment from you, both of you. As technology, virtual reality, internet is now advancing and there is such an enhancement of the abilities, the fragmented young person is becoming less and less aware of his need of meeting the other person. Because apparently this need to meet the other becomes now, for the young people, the ability to meet the other available online user. So I'm just having a kind of thought that this excellent discussion about Orthodoxy, Christianity, and psychoanalysis becomes a question of people who have lived in the era, the years before the virtual reality conquered the world, because the subject is not aware of his need. I'm just a comment. Thank you very much.
I have just you? No.
I think that's a very important question. And I think of things very simply between monologue or kenodoxia and orthodoxia. This is the movement. And Lucifer is essentially monological. So it's a semblance of reality, but not alive. And so I don't know what will happen with our informational culture where we have autism increasing, not to say that this is itself not capable of grace. I don't mean that in any way. But I think that this tendency to not enter into across the gap, which for me, Christ, the Logos comes through me. I bow in metania before the other, before Christ. And that's the end of intersubjectivity. And then Christ comes to me through the other. So this is the mystery of life, as I see it. And so I think our battle is between kenodoxia and love.
Just a phrase. What bothers me with the social media is that they create a false familiarity, which is a substitute for real encounter. A false familiarity. They are all familiar, they are all friends, and no one has encountered the other. So I don't know if there is any way for overcoming this, any psychological way. I don't see that any psychological way, but I think that only theology can provide us with criteria in order to make this sort of distinction between all this false familiarity and the real encounter with the other.
So, although we know that unconscious is timeless, our conscious selves live in time and warn us now that we need the long break and the lunch. Thank you, all of you.
We will begin the third session with two speakers who we all know. Dr. Dimitrios Kyriazis, who is a psychiatrist, a child psychologist, a psychoanalytic, and psychoanalyst, who is an instructor in psychoanalysis. But besides that, Dimitri is one of the forefathers, I would say, of the areas, forefathers and pioneers of the area of building the bridge between psychology, psychoanalysis, psychotherapy, and orthodoxy. And of course, we have Father Thermos, who is the organizer of this event, and I don't think I need to say too much about who he is, because everyone knows. I met both Dimitri and Father Vasileios many years ago. I think, Father Papa Vasili, I met you probably about 35 years ago, if I can put it down. And I think, Dimitri, I met you probably about 30 years ago. and we have grown to have a very close relationship. Besides thanking both of you for your contribution in the area of psychology, psychotherapy, and in the area of the faith itself, I would like to personally thank you for your friendship. And I pray that God will protect you and keep you with us so that you can offer even more to this field. I ask Dimitri to speak on the influences of Christian thought, of psychoanalytic theory and practice.
Consequently, the analyst has to deprive himself of memory and desire. Please give your attention to this phrase. The analyst has to deprive himself of memory and desire during his clinical psychoanalytic practice, whether he is working with individuals or with groups, and to proceed with faith, intuition, insight, in a state of reverie, so as to become one with atonement, to participate in the absolute truth of his patient, to become united with the patient's awe. Beyond quotes St. John the Cross, speaking about God and expressing the same idea, which is formulated as follows: the memory must also strip itself of all these forms and kinds of knowledge, but it may unite itself with God in hope. This quote is by Bion. Bion refers to this quote, and he uses it in order to explain the suggestion what means suspension of memory desire. Within this set of ideas, I believe that Bion ultimately introduces aesthetical and poetic categories into psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis has said and written a lot about aesthetics and art, as you know. He thereby approaches the realm of the sacred and the sublime. He introduces these ideas and says that if the analyst prepare himself with the proper way, he would be able to understand and be touched in these areas in his relationship with the patient. We have another paradigm. I think that it's precisely within the framework of the clinical psychoanalytic setting that Bion's theory encounters, converges with, and makes use of concepts and experiences originating or drawn from the pre-modern God-centered gnoseological paradigm which he integrates into his own theoretical developments, thus establishing a closer connection between psychoanalysis, art, religion, and science. Now coming to the end of my presentation, and I would like to make a general comment. Religion, science, and art are different modes of approach to the mystery of man. If this key idea is fully accepted and further elaborated in epistemological and philosophical terms, as it has already been done, for example in the case of Newtonian and quantum physics, it would facilitate the dialogue between them. However, it is absolutely essential for a creative dialogue among them, an interdisciplinary and metadisciplinary approach to be established on the lines of thought that Nicolescu has suggested. I want to emphasize that psychoanalysis, together with religion, art, and quantum physics, are related to the human condition and human experiences, where the observer participates and affects the process of observation, and as a consequence of that, influences its course by certain of his qualities and expectations. In concluding, I would like to add a point which seems to me crucial for the advancement of the dialogue, namely the shaping of the conception of God by human character. Man's conception of the divinity depends largely upon the person's character, as was observed by Heraclitus. I recall the famous statement, ethos anthropon daemon. The character of man is his fate, his destiny, his demon, with a positive way or the negative way. The significance of our conception of God, positive or negative or neutral, is important because it acts in relation to other factors as a symbolically organizing precept for conscious and unconscious aetic reality, both for believers and non-believers. It is usually true to say that God and one's relationship with Him cannot be reduced to its symbolic formulation. And that is made clearer from the previous discussion's presentation. I would like to close now sharing with you a brief passage from Bion's, drawn from the last lines of his book, Attention and Interpretation, where he describes the bi-directional route which must be followed by the psychoanalyst during his clinical practice, working both in the areas of memory and desire as well as in the area of the absolute truth. In one direction, the psychoanalyst works relying on scientific reason and method with the aim of restoring the fragmented maternal object in his patient's conscience. In the other direction, he needs to abandon scientific reasoning in order to function as a receptacle, as a kind of a receptive screen, and to participate through intuition, faith, and insight in the absolute truth of the analysand. This means, as Vermont says, that the analyst has to be prepared to capture his patient's ineffable experience and communicate it with him, to him. Bion writes, what is to be sought by the psychoanalyst is an activity that is both the restoration of God, the mother, and the evolution of God, of him who is formless, infinite, ineffable, not existent, which can be found in a state of the psyche and of the mind in which there is no memory, no desire, no understanding. Thank you very much for your attention.
The correlation, Dimitri, that you made, I think, between stripping ourselves of all worldly cares, you didn't say it that way, but I will, in order to find God, and the stripping ourselves of our own self to participate in the patient, I think is most significant. I would now like to introduce Fr Vasileios Thermos, who will speak on tracing Judeo-Christian elements in psychoanalysis, a path for renewing Western civilization. As I said, there's really no need to introduce Father Vasileios. Father Vasileios is this conference and many more things. Father Vasileios, you're a beautiful person.
Thank you for your generosity, but I think that there is need to do justice to history, that the idea for this conference was not mine. It was Dr. Deli and Mr. Livanos who conceived the idea, and they just honored me to give a hand in organizing. So, After so many decades of mutual suspicion and polemics, is it any worthy to search for Judeo-Christian elements in psychoanalytic theory? After all, do not we run the risk of a false fourth piece or of a self-justification stance in the case we prove that Christianity lies at the roots of modernity? While this is really true, let us just recall Frédéric Lenoir, who wrote Christ's Philosopher, and associated so closely modernity with Christianity. I will try to avoid both dangers by exploring territories which may end up beneficial for both domains, psychoanalysis and Christian theology. This peculiar love and hate relationship is mutual. Philip Reeve had remarked that, quote, Freud merits respectful treatment by the theologians. They can use him more than they can any other thinker who has been fundamentally hostile or indifferent to them. Today, a Christian anthropology that does not incorporate large quantities of Freudianism cannot serve Christianity, end of the quote. Also, the psychoanalyst and Roman Catholic priest William Meissner had dared to declare that, quote, theological reflection cannot take place in a vacuum, as it too often has done in the past. It necessarily involves a theological anthropology that cannot sustain itself without psychoanalytic input. As you already have understood, there are different aspects and many aspects of psychoanalytic theory that can be approached and sought in terms of their relevance to Christian theology. I'm going to choose 3 of them. So there will be 3 parts in my presentation. An exhaustive study of all those parts would require a series of volumes. I will limit myself in approaching 3 axes that I find important and fruitful in this historical dialogue. These axes are quite indicative, but a promising inland exists from which someone else could derive different fields of exploration. Number 1. Ernest Gellner had written an astounding phrase. The unconscious is a new version of original sin. Various authors followed hereafter, joining the idea that the conflicting and distressful nature of the unconscious simulates a fall. This concept is consistent to the prevalent centuries-long Christian conviction that fall makes a starting point which urges for transformation and redemption. Like it or not, regardless of the validity of the fall model, which has recently been questioned by some theologians, it has permeated Western culture and has affected secular wording as well. The psychoanalytic analog was expressed basically by Heinz Kohut, as he writes, quote, the undeniable fact that man's failures overshadow his successes prompted me to designate this aspect of man negatively as tragic man. This is the technical term he introduced. He further proceeds to argue that narcissistic vulnerability makes, quote, a ubiquitous burden of man, a part of the human condition from which no one is exempt. Given the heavy legalistic Christian inheritance which introduced guilt as the natural result of a violation of a law, a shift towards shame functions as an attempt to restore the anthropological dimension of the fall. As Lynn Greenlee put it, quote, humanity has fallen from the essential self as displayed in narcissistic vulnerability, shame, and susceptibility to fragmentation. It is true that Adam and Eve experienced guilt at the fall, but the primary experience was one of shame. Shame reflects feelings of inadequacy, defect, and failure, leading to withdrawal and concealment. Kohut's emphasis on the transmission of self-pathology from parents with narcissistic defects to their children highlights the generational transmission of the sin of the fathers. End of the quote. Nowadays, many theologians have abolished the legalistic burden of Christianity and adopted a more ontological context, so they understand the fall as an imperfection and corruption of human nature. Simultaneously, psychoanalysis supports the idea of transmission by highlighting the latent human bonds that connect generations through mental structures, thus allowing space for both harmful and beneficial influences. How is Kohut's tragic man generated? Robert Randall describes, quote, due to the mother's empathic failures in optimally mirroring the grandiose exhibitionistic aspects of the self, a primary defect in the psychological structure of the self is formed. The result is a chronic enfeeblement of the self, with tendencies towards temporary fragmentation of the self. End of the quote. Therefore, psychoanalytic therapy intends to a healing remirroring that restores inner unity and changes the way one sees the self and the world. When the self is functionally rehabilitated, Kohut's key term for the process of restoration, it provides a central purpose to his personality and gives a sense of meaning to his life. Some authors directly associated tragic man with the spiritual idea of a sinful self who in vain seeks for an upgrade and exit from shame through passions. Jean Jensma writes, quote, cut off from God, tragic man began searching out other objects of worship. He began seeking human objects he could idealize and with whom he could merge, human self-objects to whom he transferred his need to be in close relationship with someone very powerful and wise and protecting, someone godlike. The cessation of the human person's exclusive core goodness leaves one desperately needing to experience oneself as good, thus craving mirroring affirmations. End of the quote. Perhaps narcissistic frustration shows why the passion of philautia, pride, vainglory, egocentricity is spiritually considered as, and traditionally in the church, as the matrix of all other sins. Greenlee again clarifies how Christ saves on the psychological level, provided the salvation has its main aspect acting on the ontological level, of course. Quote, God's solution is seen in the redemptive plan of Christ's incarnation, death, and resurrection, the ultimate empathic immersion. We have a self-object in Christ who resonates in perfect empathy and is intimately acquainted with our developmental needs. Kohut's stress on the lifelong need for self-objects, even in its narcissistically mature forms, emphasizes our continual dependence upon God in the process of maturation. There is no such thing as a wholly independent existence. Maturation in Christ is not a return to a blissful state. It is a new edition of experience that involves struggle. End of the quote. Apart from the particular content of this line of thought, namely transformation from corruption to renewal, this exit to redemption is informative of another Judeo-Christian root of psychoanalysis. I have in mind the groundbreaking linear image of time and its implications for human destiny. Fall and redemption are meaningless without a linear conception of time. In contrast to pagan religions where time is circular, here a new perspective opens, eschatology. As we know, it was not only Freud who rushed to take advantage of this worldview, Marx did as well. As Susan Kirchner poses it, biblical history is prospectivist. It is infused with the salvationist assumption that the best is yet to be, that man is destined for a future of moral and material well-being. We can also ascertain a teleological element in psychoanalytic theory, both in the psychosexual movement toward genitality, and most notably in post-Freudian theories, in the movement towards individuation. In a sense, psychoanalysis is prospectivist. End of the quote. The combination of a prospectivist view and the belief that human nature can improve came to facilitate the shift of the Judeo-Christian ideal after its marginalization in a rapidly secularized society towards social and scientific variations, As for psychoanalysis, the psyche now can reach a new promised land, albeit of a more moderate nature. Kirchner summarizes this development, quote, "Over the course of nearly 2,000 years, an originally religious story about the soul's fall away from God and reunion with Him was transformed into a modern secular theory about the life and growth of the self," end of the quote. Interestingly, here she adds, that cosmopolitan Judeo-Christian trope now resides in secular Anglo-American society under the name of the developmental narrative of the self. Number two, a fundamental notion for Christian theology has been freedom, αυτεξουσιον. Without it, no moral assessment is meaningful and no spiritual transformation can be attained. Simultaneously, biblical and patristic literature constantly reminds us that human freedom is undermined by passions. A dialectics of freedom in its absence urges us to explore the position of freedom in human nature. The two levels of freedom permeate psychoanalytic theory. Freud had declared that, quote, "Analysis does not set out to make pathological reactions impossible, but to give the patient's ego freedom to decide one way or the other." William Meissner has pointed that Freud considered the experience of freedom at a conscious level, but insisted on strict determinism at the unconscious level. Freedom is theologically a gift and psychologically an achievement. These two dimensions are not in conflict. One has first to be endowed a capacity before one attains to fulfill it. Meissner writes again that, quote, "The primacy of freedom is a fundamental given of the theological image of man. For the psychoanalyst, however, freedom is neither given nor fundamental to his image of man. Rather, it is a hard-won inference whose existence is always precarious and dependent on proof. If theology presumes freedom, psychoanalysis always questions it, and in fact, most often presumes a lack of freedom in human action," end of the quote. However, the unconscious undermines the ontological gift of freedom. The levels are distinct. Even if the person achieves a high freedom in terms of psychological health, one has to be elevated by God to the freedom that is conceived theologically. Meissner also clarifies that, quote, "The psychoanalytic view of man's limited freedom, in a sense, sets a realistic constraint on the extent to which the theological vision of the meaning of freedom can be realized in the actual human condition. Christian theology asserts as a basic postulate that man's nature does not in itself possess the potentiality to overcome its intrinsic limitation and defect. The power of God through grace is required," end of the quote. Therefore, Father Nicholas Ludovicos seems reasonable when he implies that the deep unconscious theological character of every fundamental psychotherapeutic enterprise, as they all aim for the liberation of man, to the elevation on the level of the deep freedom, which is, at least according to the Greek fathers, the characteristic of the very divine image within man, the image of God in man's nature. Now, we are entering an interesting area, I think. Staying on the level of humanity, what are the sources of freedom? In an era of brain circuits discoveries, from where does the vision about freedom derive its dynamism? Donald Winnicott walked the daring step to attribute freedom to the psychosomatic vitality of the infant. Therefore, endowing human nature with an optimistic nuance. The way in which Winnicott conceives the true self and the psychosomatic vitality, translated into theological terminology, tells us that nature is not a prison, but it makes an endowment for the journey of love and truth, because nature is dialogical as well. In this vitality, the true self, as he called it, resides as a seed, expecting for healthy and facilitating conditions to assist its blossom. Unfortunately, what he blames Christianity for is true. We now are well aware of how much distorted a moralistic religion is. He wrote, Winnick wrote, religion, or is it theology, he's wondering, has stolen the good from the developing individual child and then has set up an artificial scheme for injecting this back into the child and has called it moral education. Well, someone would superficially just count this reference among those which oppose psychoanalysis to Christianity. Why am I including it in a freedom context? Because in my interpretation, it is about the opposite. Winnicott's idea brings closer psychoanalysis and Christianity and reveals their very similarities. We need St. Maximus here to enrich us with his originality about the theological potential of human nature, physis, and its logi. Against a long, resistant, widely accepted prejudice, Christian theology believes deeply and firmly in human nature too, not only in human will. Admittedly, this prejudice has been reasonable. By this I mean that Christianity has been persistently unaware of its theological treasure, and thus gave the impression that it attributes to the fall ontological significance by considering the corruption of human nature as heavier and more influential than its inherent wealth. This historical failure of Christian theology to derive from its deep sources led Winnicott to diagnose a kind of contest between God and humans. For him, the attributes of God are reduced to the hidden good properties of human nature, which Christianity did not value. He writes, religions have made much of original sin, but not of original goodness. That which, by being gathered together in the idea of God, is at the same time separated off from individuals who collectively create and recreate this God concept. We usually like to associate human nature with determinism, not with freedom. Winnicott and St. Maximus converge here, I think, to equip us with a new approach. Therefore, an expedition to regain the value of human nature and convince the scientific community seems a fascinating and rewarding effort. It will involve a reconsideration of self-consciousness of Christianity and at the same time an optimistic message for humankind. 3. While the contribution of Freud and his successors pertain rather to the psychological level, the figure of Lacan has redirected psychoanalysis towards fields that possess more ontological significance, following the respective analog of imaginary symbolic. Christian theology could not but be highly interested in this endeavor. One key Lacanian concept that connects psychoanalysis with Christian theology is desire. We have already heard some things and would like to further amplify on this. Once the caregiver introduces the infant into the realm of the symbolic, humanization is launched and psychological life begins. Kristeva summarized this process by epigrammatically writing, I do not exist unless recognized by a beloved authority. There is an introduction of apophatic thought here. Petar Yevremovich, whom we are happy to have among us today again, dares to say that, quote, a human being, regardless of age and place, is, according to psychoanalytic theory, primarily a desiring being. Understanding existence means understanding desire. Desire is an ecstatic category. It finds its meaning and identity outside the subject. It seeks for finding itself outside itself. End of the quote. Desire stands at the middle between drive gratification and expectation to be loved. It is what remains pending after the drive has been satisfied, after going all the way. And then, if the subject has not invented sophisticated ways of having one's desire suffocating, then desire is still pending after any gratification. As Lacan put it, quote, desire is neither the appetite for satisfaction nor the demand for love, but the difference which results from the subtraction of the first from the second, the very phenomenon of their splitting. End of the quote. Therefore, desire marks the space that warrants that the subject will not fall prey of consumerism, the domain of drive's gratification, neither will be lost into an endless craving for receiving love. Without desire, the person would be egocentric in both aspects, sensual and narcissistic. If so, what is desire heading to? Does there exist something that can satisfy it? Bruce Fink writes, quote, desire, strictly speaking, has no object. In its essence, desire is a constant search for something else, and there is no specifiable object that is capable of satisfying it, in other words, extinguishing it. The only object involved in desire is that object, if we can still refer to it as an object, that causes desire. Desire has no object as such. It has a cause that brings it into being, that Lacan dubs object A, cause of desire, end of the quote. So desire is attracted from what has given birth to it. If there exists something that generates desire, one would be theologically justified to wonder what it is, if not God, the creator of desire. Why is desire apophatic? Fink explains that object A is the leftover of that process of constituting an object, the scrap that evades the grasp of symbolization. It is a reminder that there is something else, something perhaps lost, perhaps yet to be found, the residue of the symbolization process that is situated in the register of the real, what is left over after the constitution of science as objects. There is always a limit to formalization, end of the quote. I would imply that from a theological view, object A is not God, but the space for God's signifier, namely the mystery of what does not fit into words. It is this landscape that encourages Charles Winquist to suggest a theology of apophaticism and desire. He reminds us of the mutuality I mentioned in the beginning by writing. He's writing, quote, a theology responsive to Lacan will be a theology of desire unless it delimits its own interrogative structure. That is, what we encounter in Lacan that is immediately relevant for any theory of theological discourse is that its speech will always speak a lack, and that the domain of its discourse is barred, so that the otherness of reality does not belong to description, but to desire. A post-Lacanian theology, he continues, would not be defined by the object of its inquiry. It cannot become a system because it works against the completeness of a system. End of the quote. Are we able to discern the radical consequences of these last sentences? The hint is that it is not basically the content of theology that becomes critical for the subject, as one's thirst for God is, that is a vital desire dynamic enough to not reduce itself to bodily or narcissistic drives. And I think this is the reason why even in when the content of theology is exquisite, is excellent, some people cannot assimilate it because it's on the structure of personality, the critical point, not in the content of theology they proclaim consciously. As Yevremovich again declares, quote, From the psychoanalytic point of view, it is undoubted that in the structure of subjectivity there is inherently an empty space for God. Someone else always occupies this divine space. The entire human life could be understood as a series of attempts to cope with this void. The very problem is not how much one is religious, but whom or what one recognizes as God. And he ends the quote. Maybe for this reason there are some Christians who are not aware of that. And there are Christians who are practical atheists. Returning to the task of tracing the Judeo-Christian origins of psychoanalytic concepts, I think we can solidly assume that the Lacanian desire echoes a critical Maximian attribute of human nature. Natural will, physikon θέλημα, makes a fundamental structural prerequisite for gnomic will, proeresis, which is the human power that pursues the good and the salvation. What is informative here is the idea that the Lacanian concept of desire is nothing less than an indispensable feature of human beings, which is meant to continuously seek for a person and a relationship that do not exist in this life. Desire is the locus and the mechanism of seeking God, who cannot fit into symbolic systems, and that's why desire never ends, even in the saints, in the condition of theosis. To conclude, one could possibly identify other indicative areas of Judeo-Christian elements in psychoanalysis. What all of them have in common, though, is that they share critical human attributes with ontological significance, albeit distilled through the lenses and the vocabulary of modernity. This elaboration has offered them the citizenship of modern times and makes them look alien to theology. They cannot be identified now anymore as Christian. To distinguish their Judeo-Christian character is to do justice to Western intellectual theory. Yet here something greater is at stake. Reuniting psychoanalytic notions with their theological ancestors has the potential of endowing the psychoanalytic legacy with existential dynamism it was deprived of because of the omnipresence of secularism. While modernity feels and behaves as the estranged child of Christianity, psychoanalysis can be a privileged field for rediscovering its spiritual roots. Psychological realities are, at their core, ontological realities perceived as psychological ones on the screen of empirical life. Any psychological reality is an ontological entity, but being perceived as psychological reality through the screen of empirical life, because this empirical sense is that what constitutes the psychological apparatus. Ontology is never experienced as such. It is always received and interpreted on the psychological level, thus giving birth to and justifying a psychological vocabulary. Why have I constructed such a promising title? Because the West, after having enjoyed the benefits of secularism until the last drop, has started learning in depth its dead ends and thus has begun to suffocate. To catch new breaths, Western modernity recently turned to postmodernity in an anxious seeking for new breaths, in the hope that it will derive the fresh air of existence, a sense of freedom of the ego, a renewal of relationships, the lost vitality of unified psyche and body. Indeed, new horizons opened in this cultural shift, yet at the price of loosening the boundaries of being through a blurred anthropology. Christianity, at the contrary, possesses the dynamics of theanthropia as an encounter of persons, as a healing restoration, as the mystery of the other. If psychoanalysis turns to its theological roots, it will not be a regression because supposedly Christianity is older than psychoanalysis, but this is not a regression because this is not regressing to the past. should not be conceived chronologically. Christianity is much older than psychoanalysis, but its theological axes have not yet been fully discovered. Instead of calling our era post-Christian, as many do, I would dare to argue that the Western world has not yet been adequately Christianized. The journey from the psychological subject to the ecclesiastical person seems still a battle not fought. The hidden potential of Christian anthropology, namely the structure and function of human person, waits for the exquisite reading of human psyche, which is called psychoanalysis, so that they both will better serve truth and love, provided that Christians are aware of that potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Vasileios, and particularly for your discussion on freedom and desire as man's power to be. Θα συνεχίσουμε τώρα στα ελληνικά με την συζήτηση. Έχουμε 45 λεπτά, 40 λεπτά. Ανοίγω τη συζήτηση.
Μου έκανε εντύπωση αυτό που είπατε στο τέλος, ότι ο δυτικός κόσμος δεν έχει, ο χριστιανισμός δεν έχει περάσει στο δυτικό κόσμο, αν το κατάλαβα καλά. Το ερώτημα είναι, γιατί, ποιοι παράγοντες είναι αυτοί οι οποίοι εμπόδισαν αυτή τη ζήμωση και από πού προέρχονται για να έχουμε αυτό το αποτέλεσμα, το οποίο νομίζω είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό, μου κάνει μεγάλη εντύπωση και συμφωνώ. Αλλά αν το βάλουμε να το αναλύσουμε από τη δική σας σκοπιά, γιατί δηλαδή δεν υπήρξε αυτή το μπόλιασμα το σωστό που αναφέρατε. Ευχαριστώ.
Κοιτάξτε, αυτό καταρχήν φαίνεται ως τολμηρός ισχυρισμός, διότι έχει διατυπωθεί η αλήθεια και μάλιστα κάνουμε και αγώνα να πείσουμε και ας πούμε τους εκοσμικευμένους και τους άθεους ότι πραγματικά χρησιμοποιούν χριστιανικές έννοιες και συνήθειες και νοοτροπίες, έστω και αν δεν τις αναγνωρίζουν. Έχουμε αντιληφθεί ότι ο χριστιανισμός έχει διαποτίσει το δυτικό πολιτισμό. Το ξέρουμε ότι ισχύει αυτό και στην τέχνη, στο δίκαιο. Το δίκαιο οφείλει πάρα πολλά στο χριστιανισμό. Έτσι. Ακούγεται λοιπόν παράξενο. Αλλά εάν λάβει κανείς υπόψη το δυναμισμό αφενός της Αγίας Γραφής και αφετέρου ορισμένων ιδιαιτέρων επίλεκτων στιγμών των πατέρων, διαπιστώνει ότι αυτές δεν έχουν γίνει κτήμα, κατά πλειοψηφία δηλαδή, δεν έχουν γίνει κτήμα της ευρύτερης ευσέβειας και νοοτροπίας του χριστιανικού κόσμου. Αντίθετα, τι βλέπουμε? Βλέπουμε πολύ νωρίς στο δυτικό χριστιανισμό αλλοιώσεις που έχουν επαρκώς περιγραφεί πολλές φορές και οι οποίες εισήχθησαν μετά και στην Ορθόδοξη Ανατολή, αλλοιώσεις οι οποίες εκφράζουν προβληματικές θέσεις που είναι ασύμβατες πολλές φορές και με την βιβλική και με την πατερική θεολογία. Μιλάω για νεοπλατωνικές καταστάσεις, για πουριτανισμό, για φθορές στην εκκλησιολογία, πολλά. Και από την άλλη, στην Ορθόδοξη Ανατολή, βλέπουμε ακόμη παγανιστικά κατάλοιπα, βλέπουμε μαγική θρησκευτικότητα στις μάζες, η οποία αντιστέκεται στην αλλαγή. Ακόμη και από ποιμένες οι οποίοι μπορεί να ξέρουν πραγματικά θεολογία σωστή και να προσπαθούν να αλλάξουν, αλλά είναι τρομερή, γιατί δημιουργεί πολύ μεγάλο άγχος το πέρασμα από τον κυκλικό χρόνο στον γραμμικό χρόνο. Γι' αυτό και με συγχωρείτε, ναι, θα πω σε αυτό ότι γι' αυτό και οι Ορθόδοξοι λαοί εκ παραδόσεως δεν έχουν καλή σχέση με την Αγία Γραφή, με τη βίβλο. Διότι είναι πολύ έντονες οι παγανιστικές καταβολές, ενώ η βίβλος σε καλεί σε γραμμικό χρόνο. Όταν μπει στο πνεύμα της βίβλου, της Αγίας Γραφής, η ιστορία δεν είναι κύκλικη, δεν επαναλαμβάνεται. Η ιστορία είναι ανοιχτή, τη φτιάχνεις εσύ μαζί με το Θεό. Αυτό δημιουργεί τεράστια αίσθηση ευθύνης και φυσικά άγχους. Κάθε ελευθερία φέρνει άγχος μαζί. Και έτσι πάρα πολλοί Ορθόδοξοι προτιμούν την ανακύκλωση της τυπολατρείας και των συνηθιών αντί για την είσοδο μέσα στην ιστορία, διότι η Αγία Γραφή σε καλεί, εφόσον δηλώνει ότι ο Θεός μπήκε στην ιστορία και σου περιγράφει πως μπαίνει στην ιστορία ο Θεός, σε καλεί να μπεις και εσύ μες στην ιστορία. Αυτό φέρνει άγχος. Και είναι κάτι στο οποίο δεν έχουν και οι πνευματικοί ηγέτες της Ορθόδοξης Εκκλησίας, δεν έχουν αγωνιστεί αρκετά. Δεν έχουμε αγωνιστεί αρκετά για να το εξαλείψουμε, να το διορθώσουμε. Επομένως, απ' τη μια οι εισαγωγές από τη Δύση αλλοιωμένου χριστιανισμού και απ' την άλλη τα παγανιστικά κατάλοιπα, καταλήγει κανείς στο συμπέρασμα ότι αυτό που είπα πριν, ότι δεν έχει εκχριστιανιστεί επαρκώς καν η Δύση. Δεν μπορούμε να πούμε ότι είναι μεταχριστιανική η εποχή, διότι δεν αφομοιώθηκε ποτέ το χριστιανικό πνεύμα, όπως το μελετούμε δηλαδή αυτή τη στιγμή στην Αγία Γραφή και στους πατέρες.
Η ερώτησή σας το επανέφερε αυτό το θέμα. Κοιτάξτε, εδώ κάτι. Μια ψυχαναλυτική απάντηση στο ερώτημό σας. Θα μπορούσε να πει κανείς ότι μεγάλο μέρος του πολιτισμού μας, της προσωπικής μας και της οικογενειακής μας ζωής εξαντλείται στην αναστήλωση αυτής της μορφής, της σφίγγας, που τη βλέπετε εδώ είναι η σφίγγα της Ακρόπολης. Είναι κεντρικός προβληματισμός πάνω στο ειδipόδιο σύμπλεγμα και στην ιστορία του ειδίποδα, έτσι όπως την ανέπτυξε ο Σοφοκλής. Ο Φρόιτ την υπερκέρασε. Εσείς και εγώ περνάμε μεγάλο μέρος της ζωής μας να αναστηλώσουμε αυτό το πρόσωπο. Το ταξίδι το οποίο μας θύμισε ο πατήρ Βασίλειος δια της αληθείας, της ελευθερίας και της αγάπης προϋποθέτει μία μετάβαση από την Ακρόπολη στη Μονή Χώρας. Μία μετάβαση από τη σφίγγα στην Θεοτόκο ή στη γυναίκα ως φορέα της θεότητας. Αυτό δεν είναι δεδομένο. Όχι μόνο για τους ξένους, αλλά ούτε και για μας. Έχουμε καθυλωθεί σε μία φάση, όχι όπως συζητήθηκε χθες, innovation, αλλά restoration. Και πραγματικά δεν μπορεί να είναι διαφορετικά αν δεν μαζέψεις τον γκρεμισμένο σου σπίτι. Όσοι από εσάς είχατε την τύχη αυτές τις μέρες να δείτε το φιλμ «Ψυχρός πόλεμος», θα το καταλάβετε αυτό τι σημαίνει γκρεμισμένο ψυχικό σπίτι, γκρεμισμένη κουλτούρα, γκρεμισμένο πολιτιστικό παράδειγμα. Είτε αυτό είναι καταπληστικό, είτε είναι μαρξιστικό, είτε είναι ρώσικο, είτε είναι ελληνικό, είτε είναι αμερικάνικο. Το μυστικό βρίσκεται σε αυτή τη φigura της μυστηριώδους φίγκας. Αυτό είναι το ασυνείδητο, για το οποίο καλούμεθα να απαντήσουμε και να απαντήσουμε με ένα δημιουργικό τρόπο. Από την οποία κατά έναν τρόπο ο Σοφοκλής μας άφησε ότι για να πάει κανείς παρακάτω πρέπει να τη σκοτώσει τη σφίγγα, δηλαδή να απαλλαγεί από αυτήν, να την παραμερίσει για να μπορεί να πάει παρακάτω. Αυτό δεν σημαίνει ότι η λύση που έδωσε ο ειδίποδας ήταν ολόκληρη, αλλά εμείς είμαστε κολλημένοι σε ένα στάδιο πριν, διότι η σφίγγα όταν δεν της απαντάς απλούστατα σε σκοτώνει. Μιλάμε δηλαδή για το φορέα του ψυχικού θανάτου, τον οποίο πολλές φορές κουβαλάμε όλοι μας χωρίς να το ξέρουμε. Και εξαντλείται η προβληματική μας σε διανοητικές συζητήσεις που είναι πολύ σπουδαία όλα αυτά τα θέματα. Και όχι μόνο διανοητική συζήτηση, δηλαδή δεν είναι κενός λόγος αυτό το οποίο κατατέθηκε σήμερα, αλλά από την κατάθεση στο βίωμα, στην υπέρβαση και στο ταξίδι υπάρχει μια απόσταση και το εμπόδιο είναι η σφίγγα.
Σαν συμβολή για τη μεταμοντέρνα τουλάχιστον ερμηνεία της Δύσης, ο ίδιος ο Λακάν μιλάει για τους λόγους, τους 4 λόγους. Ο λόγος του κυρίου λοιπόν ή ο λόγος του καπιταλιστή με την έννοια του επιταγή να καταναλώνω που έχει κυριαρχήσει τελευταίους αιώνες. Ναι. Είναι μια ερμηνεία αυτού του μεταμοντέρνου και το ότι κυριαρχεί στη Δύση, αλλά βεβαίως εισβάλλει και στη δική μας πραγματικότητα, και τον οποίο λόγο του κυρίου τον αντιτάσσει στον ψυχαναλυτικό λόγο που έχει ως αίτημα και ως παράγωγο την αλήθεια. Ένα κομμάτι είναι αυτό από την πλευρά της λακανικής θεωρίας για την ερμηνεία του μεταμοντέρνου και του τι συμβαίνει αυτή τη στιγμή στον κόσμο. Και ένα άλλο κομμάτι το οποίο αρέσει πάντα στον κύριο Κυριαζή είναι η παντρική λειτουργία, η οποία στις δεδομένες επεξεργασίες που κάνουμε, τουλάχιστον εμείς στο λακανικό χώρο, βλέπουμε ότι υπάρχει ένα έλλειμμα και ένα κομμάτι το οποίο ο Λακάν λέει πάρα πολύ έντονα στο θρίαμβο της θρησκείας, ότι η κοινωνία και ο κόσμος θα σωθεί τελικά όχι από την ψυχανάλυση, αλλά αν επικρατήσει, γιατί η ψυχανάλυση είναι μια διερεύνηση, είναι κάτι το οποίο αφορά άλλα θέματα του ατόμου. Αν επικρατήσει η θρησκεία, εννοεί την ηθική, αυτό που είπατε και εσείς, την ενσωμάτωση στο δίκαιο και στους θεσμούς. Αλλά έχει ενδιαφέρον να δούμε λίγο το κομμάτι του μεταμοντέρνου στην επικράτηση του λόγου του Κυρίου, που θέλει δούλους. Απαιτεί να υπάρχει και η θέση του δούλου. Ευχαριστώ.
Εάν έχω καταλάβει σωστά τους 4 λόγους του Λακάν, οι οποίοι βέβαια διατυπώθηκαν σε εποχή που δεν είχε έρθει το μεταμοντέρνο, οπότε πρέπει εμείς τώρα να το εφεύρουμε τι ταιριάζει και πού. Πράγματι, στη μεταμοντέρνα συνθήκη της κατανάλωσης έχει γίνει μια σαφής αλλαγή στο υπερεγώ, δηλαδή το υπερεγώ έγινε διαστροφικό και αντί να απαγορεύει ή να υπαγορεύει κανόνες, έχει μόνο μία εντολή, πρέπει να απολαμβάνεις. Αυτό είναι το διαστροφικό υπερεγώ. Αυτό όμως δεν έχω την εντύπωση ότι καθιστά τον κυρίαρχο μεταμοντέρνο καταναλωτικό λόγο ως λόγο του Κυρίου, discourse of the master. Νομίζω ότι θα τέριαζε περισσότερο σε λόγο της ιστερίας αυτό που συμβαίνει τριγύρω. Δηλαδή οι άνθρωποι καταναλώνουν ως θειασότες, ως οπαδοί του λόγου της ιστερίας, ο οποίος βέβαια είναι στη διαλεκτική σχέση με το λόγο του Κυρίου. Πάντα απαιτεί ένα Κύριο, οπωσδήποτε. Αλλά ο Κύριος εδώ δεν είναι σαφής. Μια διαφορά της μεταμοντέρνας συνθήκης από την νεωτερική είναι ότι στην νεωτερική συνθήκη υπήρχαν κύριοι στους οποίους να αποδώσεις τον λόγο του Κυρίου. Και φαινόταν δηλαδή η καταπίεση ότι ερχόταν απ' έξω. Και μπορούσες να ξεσηκωθείς, μπορούσες να ακολουθείς το λόγο της ιστερίας βέβαια και να γίνεις οπαδός, να κολλήσεις με το λόγο του Κυρίου, αλλά μπορούσες να αντισταθείς. Σήμερα δεν εμφανίζεται κάποιος λόγος του Κυρίου στη μεταμοντέρνα συνθήκη. Οπότε αυτό δίνει μια ψευδαίσθηση ελευθερίας εκείνων οι οποίοι συνειδητά μετά παρασύρονται και εκμαυλίζονται στο λόγο της ιστερίας. Αυτή είναι η διαφορά νομίζω. Όχι, με συγχωρείτε. Στους 4 λόγους, εκτός από του Κυρίου και της ιστερίας, υπάρχει ο λόγος του πανεπιστημίου, υπάρχει ο λόγος της γνώσης. Ο λόγος της επιστήμης είναι λόγος του πανεπιστημίου όταν είναι τεχνοκρατικός, αλλά όταν έρχεται να εξουσιάσει, τότε γίνεται λόγος του Κυρίου. Αλλά νομίζω δεν γίνεται ποτέ λόγος της ιστερίας, αλλά μην μακρύνουμε άλλο το.
Νομίζω ότι η ερώτηση που έκανε ο κύριος εδώ και ακολουθώντας μια σκέψη του πατρός Βασιλείου, την οποία και εγώ έχω διατυπώσει κατά καιρούς, ότι δηλαδή δεν έχουμε υπαρκή χριστιανισμό κλπ. Κοιτάξτε, το θέμα της ιστορίας είναι λίγο σημαντικό θέμα. Στη Δύση έχουμε πολλή ιστορία. Ολόκληρη αυτοσυνειδησία της Δύσης είναι τόσο πολύ ιστορική, που η κορύφωσή της, ο αιγελιανισμός, ουσιαστικά επιβάλλει την επίγνωση του απολύτου μέσα στα όρια της ιστορίας. Παρά τα αυτά όμως έχουμε ατυχήματα. Ναι. Νομίζω ότι περισσότερο πρέπει να διερευνήσουμε το είδος της ιστορικής ανάπτυξης, το οποίο ουσιαστικά φτάνει να αποκλείει από ένα σημείο και πέρα του χριστιανισμό. Και αυτό δεν σημαίνει μόνο στη Δύση, συμφωνώ, αλλά και στην Ανατολή. Δεν είναι τόσο τα παγανιστικά στοιχεία, νομίζω, γιατί και αυτά δεν μπορεί εύκολα να τα ανιχνεύσει κανείς μετά από αιώνες εξέλιξης, και δεν εννοώ τη θεολογική εξέλιξη, εννοώ τη γενικότερη πολιτιστική και πνευματική και διανοητική εξέλιξη. Λοιπόν, νομίζω ότι κάτι από την απάντηση αυτού του ερωτήματος έγκυται στο ότι από κάποια στιγμή και πέρα, κατά κάποιο τρόπο, έχουμε να κάνουμε με μια ιστορία η οποία διεκδικείται ναρκισσικά από το Θεό. Δηλαδή, και αυτό έχει βαθιές θεολογικές ρίζες. Για πολύ σοβαρούς θεολογικούς λόγους, η έννοια της ιστορίας στον Ακινάτη, για παράδειγμα, συνδέεται με μία έννοια ουσιαστικά αποξένωσης του φυσικού και του ιστορικού από το καθ' αυτό θεολογικό. Και η έννοια του κράτους στον Ακινάτη είναι διτή. η έννοια της, πώς το λένε, η οντολογία της κοινωνίας. Δηλαδή, όταν μιλάει για το κράτος, θα σας πει ότι δεν έχει καμία σχέση με την Εκκλησία. Αλλά και η έννοια της φύσεως, για αιώνες, ουσιαστικά θεωρήθηκε ως κάτι το οποίο μπορεί από μόνο του να υπάρχει. Η χάρις είναι επικοδόμημα, έτσι δεν είναι? Έγιναν συζητήσεις πολλές για να διορθωθεί αυτό τα τελευταία χρόνια. Πριν όμως αυτό επέδρασε για εκατονταετίες ουσιαστικά στη Δύση. Η φύση ουσιαστικά μπορεί να αναπτύσσεται. Υπάρχουν δύο δυνατότητες ευτυχίας στον ακινάτη. Η μία είναι μια πληρότητα του φυσικού από μόνη της και η άλλη είναι η θεοπληρότητα. Κατά κάποιο τρόπο η ανθρώπινη συνθήκη διεκδικεί για τον εαυτό της έτσι μια κτιστή χάρη, δηλαδή μια μετάφραση κτιστή του ακτίστου γεγονότος που είναι η παρουσία του Θεού στα πράγματα. Λοιπόν, τι σημαίνει αυτό? Προσέξτε, δεν είναι φλιαρίες αυτά, είναι πολύ ουσιαστικά. Ο τρόπος με τον οποίο γίνεται αντιληπτή η ιστορία είναι όχι με τη διαδικασία της μετοχής στο Θεό, αλλά της μετάφρασης ουσιαστικά του Θεού σε επίπεδο κτιστότητας. Καταλάβατε, αυτού του είδους η μετάφραση φτιάχνει μια ιστορία που ανήκει στον άνθρωπο και όπως κατά κάποιο τρόπο ο Θεός αγαπά τον κόσμο μέσα στον εαυτό του και δεν δημιουργεί πραγματική σχέση με τον άνθρωπο, αλλά μόνο ο άνθρωπος μετά του Θεού, μεταφράζοντας όμως τον εαυτό του στον άνθρωπο, έτσι και η ανθρώπινη ιστορία φτάνει να γίνει μια ιστορία του ανθρώπου η οποία αντιγράφει την σοληψιστική, ας πούμε, αυτή ιστορία του Θεού, ο οποίος διεκδικεί, ας πούμε, όλη την ύπαρξη μέσα στον εαυτό του και ουσιαστικά είναι αυτάρκης και αυτοδύναμος. Μεταφέρεται η αυτάρκεια του Θεού στην αυτάρκεια του ανθρώπου. Και έχουμε να κάνουμε μια αυτάρκη ιστορία, αυτό θέλω να πω, η οποία είναι πλέον μια ιστορία του ανθρώπινου κατορθώματος. Και για τον λόγο αυτό, τελικά, τα ανθρώπινα υποκείμενα, μη έχοντας τον πειρασμό της μετοχής, κλείνονται όλο και πιο πολύ στον εαυτό τους. Ο ατομικισμός γίνεται ουσιαστικά ναρκισσισμός και φτάνουμε σε μια εποχή σήμερα όπου κανείς δεν αισθάνεται την επιθυμία να μετάσχει σε κάτι το οποίο δεν ενισχύει αυτό τον υπάρχοντα ναρκισσισμό. Δηλαδή όλη η πνευματικότητα, το λέγαμε και χθες, είναι à la carte. Δεν αναγνωρίζω σε κανένα τη δυνατότητα να μου μεταβάλει τις βαθιές μου επιλογές. Το βαθύτερό μου είναι να το εξυπηρετήσει, ναι, να το μεταβάλει, όχι. Και έτσι, με μια αναρκισσική αντίληψη για την ιστορία, ουσιαστικά οδηγούμαστε σε ένα αποχωρισμό της ιστορίας της ανθρώπινης από την ιστορία του Θεού και από εδώ και πέρα ούτε ο Πλάτων έχει λόγο, έτσι, κανένας δεν το ρωτάει, ούτε οι Ουπανιστάντε έχουν λόγο, ούτε το Ισλάμ έχει λόγο και φυσικά ούτε ο χριστιανικός Θεός έχει λόγο. Πρόκειται για μια τελείως αχαρτογράφητη περιοχή στην οποία έχουμε εισέλθει μετά από μια μακρά ιστορία αυτονόμησης ουσιαστικά από την πραγματική άκτιστη διείσδυση του Θεού μέσα στα ανθρώπινα πράγματα.
Θέλω να επεκτείνω την ανάλυση του πατρός Νικολάου, με την οποία καλύπτομαι πλήρως, με λίγο πιο προβοκατόρικο τρόπο. Αν συνδυάσουμε λίγο Feyerabend, το Against Method, και λίγο Foucault, που μιλάει για pouvoir savoir, φοβάμαι ότι πάσουμε από αυτό που μας είπε ο πατήρ Λουδοβίκος, από υπερβολικό transcendentalism, από υπερβατισμό. Το παιχνίδι σήμερα της γνώσης δεν είναι μόνο ότι χάσαμε τη μεθεξιολογική διάσταση, αλλά μιλάμε για τεράστια παιχνίδια ισχύως, τα οποία έχουν παράξει μια τρομερή division of labor. Δεν επικοινωνεί μέσα στον ίδιο κλάδο ο ένας με τον άλλον. Εάν εμείς δεν θέλουμε να κάνουμε ριζοσπαστική κριτική, σε αυτό που δεν θέλει να πει η κυρία, στον ιστερικό λόγο της επιστήμης, γιατί πρόκειται περί ιστερίας, και δεν φτάσουμε σε επίπεδο ριζοσπαστικής κριτικής αυτού του φαινομένου και κυρίως της εσωτερικής, πώς το λέμε, κατάτμισης της γνώσης, η οποία είναι τερατώδης, είναι σχιζοειδής, όχι μόνο δεν πρόκειται να φτάσουμε σε επίπεδο μεθέξεως, αλλά δεν μπορούμε καν να συνυπάρξουμε. Δηλαδή μιλάμε αυτή τη στιγμή για μία κατάσταση, τουλάχιστον στο πανεπιστημιακό χώρο, ο οποίος δεν περιγράφεται. Δεν βγαίνει με το διάλογο τίποτα. Εάν δεν φτάσουμε να δούμε τις ρίζες που προέρχονται από το παιχνίδι της σχέσεως εξουσίας γνώσης. Δεν είναι απλώς επιστημολογικό το φαινόμενο. Είναι βαθύτατα παιχνίδι ισχύως. Ευχαριστώ.
Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω τους ομιλητές γιατί Ο κύριος Κυριαζής βέβαια με παρακάλεσε να παρέμβω, αλλά κύριε Κυριαζή τα έχετε πει όλα, οπότε δεν νομίζω ότι χρειάζεται τίποτα να προσθέσω εγώ. Ο πατήρ Βασίλειος έθεσε, και σε αυτόν απευθύνεται το ερώτημά μου, εντός του πλαισίου του συνεδρίου. Το συνέδριο είναι η σχέση Ορθόδοξου Χριστιανισμού με την επιστήμη. Και σε αυτό το workshop, το εργαστήριο, ουσιαστικά βλέπουμε τη σχέση Ορθόδοξης Θεολογίας και Ψυχανάλυσης. Ανέφερε τρεις περιπτώσεις και είπατε ότι υπάρχουν κι άλλες. Θα ήθελα σε αυτό, αν μπορείτε να μου πείτε μερικές, εγώ να πω δύο, και δεν ξέρω κατά πόσο μπορούν να συμβάλλουν στον διάλογο με την ψυχανάλυση. Το πρώτο είναι το γεγονός της δικαιοσύνης. Παίρνω αφορμή σε αυτό που είπατε, ότι το δίκαιο βασίζεται στο χριστιανισμό. Έχω μία διαφορετική άποψη. Το δίκαιο στη χριστιανική θεολογία είναι αντιστροφή του δικαίου έτσι όπως το γνωρίζουμε νομικά. Η θεολογία της ευσπλαχνίας του Θεού καταργεί την δίκαιη ανταπόκριση του Θεού απέναντι στον πρώτο και στον έσχατο, βλέποντας τους όλους το ίδιο. Αυτό δεν νομίζω ότι έχει μεγάλη σημασία, μάλλον σχέση με την ψυχανάλυση. Αλλά το άλλο το ζήτημα, το οποίο υπενήχθη ο κ. Κυριαζής, ουσιαστικά του θανάτου, ψυχικού θανάτου, και έχουμε την θεολογία τη σταυρική, η οποία έχει αγνοηθεί στην Ανατολική παράδοση, αλλά είναι σημαντική. Έχουμε όμως την Ανάσταση που θεωρείται κατά κάποιο τρόπο υπέρβαση του φόβου του θανάτου. Ο φόβος όμως έχει σχέση με την ψυχανάλυση. Η θεολογία περί Αναστάσεως πιστεύετε, ανάμεσα στα άλλα τα οποία πιθανώς έχετε υπόψη σας και είπατε, αναφέρατε μόνο 3 περιοχές, αποφατισμός, θέωση με την ελευθερία κτλ. Εάν υπάρχουν και άλλες τέτοιες πτυχές, τις οποίες θα μπορούσε η Ορθόδοξη Θεολογία να συμβάλλει, όχι εξουσιαστικά, από θέσεις ισχύως, αλλά από μία, θα λέγαμε, μακραίωνη θεολογική παράδοση, που θα μπορέσει και να προχωρήσει, να κάνει δηλαδή αυτό το άνοιγμα του Ιουδεοχριστιανισμού που ξεχάστηκε στο δυτικό πολιτισμό, να το ξαναφέρει με, θα λέγαμε, κατανοητό τρόπο. Ευχαριστώ.
Συμφωνώ μαζί σας ότι η ιδέα της Αναστάσεως είναι μία από αυτές τις περιοχές, τους άξονες. Το υπενήχθηκε ο κύριος Κυριαζής ως προς την Ανάσταση του κακού αντικειμένου ή του νεκρού πατέρα, της νεκρής μητέρας. Δηλαδή υπάρχουν καταστάσεις ψυχικού θανάτου όπου επέρχεται ίαση, ας πούμε. Η ίαση αυτή σε ψυχολογικό επίπεδο έχει την έννοια της Αναστάσεως. Επίσης, η συγχώρεση, το να επιβιώσει κανείς, όπως ανέφερε, από την καταστροφικότητα του άλλου, λειτουργεί ως ψυχικό ισοδύναμο Ανάστασης για τον άλλον. Δηλαδή, όπως έγινε με τον Χριστό, δηλαδή, ο οποίος επεβίωσε και όχι απλώς με φυσικό τρόπο, ότι αναστήθηκε στη φυσική ζωή, αλλά συγχώρεσε κιόλας. Επεβίωσε και με τους δύο τρόπους. Αυτό προσλαμβάνεται από τον ψυχισμό του επιτιθέμενου δυνητικά ως εμπειρία Ανάστασης, την οποία και αυτός μπορεί να μετάσχει, δηλαδή του παρέχει ελπίδα και του ανοίγει έναν δρόμο. Όσο για τη δικαιοσύνη που είπατε, συμφωνώ απολύτως. Η έννοια της δικαιοσύνης στο χριστιανισμό είναι εντελώς διαφορετική από την κοσμική δικαιοσύνη. Εγώ ανέφερα τις επιδράσεις στο δίκαιο, ότι εμπνεύστηκαν κατά καιρούς πολλοί νόμοι, ας πούμε, να γίνουν ευσπλαχνικότεροι, οι άλλοι να γίνουν αυστηρότεροι, δηλαδή η καθιέρωση της μονογαμίας, ας πούμε, αντί για την πολυγαμία. Έτσι. Όλα αυτά έχουν προέλευση χριστιανική. Αλλά η ιδέα της δικαιοσύνης είναι ριζικά διαφορετική. Θα το θυμηθούμε σε λίγες μέρες, που λέει το κατά Ματθαίον ότι ο Ιωσήφ, όταν διαπίστωσε την εγκυμοσύνη της Μαρίας, λέει, πριν ενημερωθεί από τον άγγελο, σκεφτόταν τι τρόπο θα βρει να τη φυγαδεύσει, να μην τιμωρηθεί. Γιατί δίκαιος όν. Δηλαδή, της χάριζε την τιμωρία, θα την έσωζε, θα παρανομούσε δηλαδή απέναντι στο μοσαϊκό όνομα, επειδή ήταν δίκαιος. Αυτό είναι εντελώς άλλο.
Μια και μιλήσαμε για θάνατο. Αν έχω καταλάβει καλά στην ψυχοανάλυση, μια βασική έννοια είναι η ορμή του θανάτου, που είναι μάλλον εγγενής στον άνθρωπο. Ακούμε εδώ αυτό το «α, μη θέλω ποιώ», ή πώς θα μπορούσαμε να διαβάσουμε αυτή την ορμή του θανάτου σε σχέση με έναν άνθρωπο ο οποίος είναι κατ' εικόνα και καθ' ομοίωση του Θεού. Θα ήθελα ένα σχόλιο πάνω σε αυτό. Ευχαριστώ.
Δεν είμαι θεολόγος, θα μας τα πούνε οι θεολόγοι αυτά, αλλά μπορώ να σας απαντήσω ψυχαναλυτικά. Η ερώτηση, αν είναι σε μένα, να απαντήσω. Αν είναι στον πατέρα Βασίλειο, ο πατήρ Βασίλειος. Για τους δύο. Θεωρώ ότι είναι πολύ σπουδαία εξέλιξη στην ψυχαναλυτική θεωρία η πρόταση του Φέρμπερν, ο οποίος είπε ακριβώς αυτό. Ότι δεν μπορούμε να καταλάβουμε σε ψυχικό επίπεδο το θάνατο έτσι πως τον καταλαβαίνουμε στο σώμα. Γιατί το επιχείρημα του Φρόιντ ήταν ότι όταν γεννηθεί ένας άνθρωπος, σιγά σιγά αρχίζει να πεθαίνει. Λίγο και πεθαίνει στο τέλος. Έτσι γίνεται και με την ψυχή. Υπάρχει λοιπόν ένα ένστικτο θανάτου. Αυτό δημιουργεί ένα πολύ μεγάλο θεωρητικό και κλινικό πρόβλημα. Δηλαδή, αν έχουμε να κάνουμε με έναν ασθενή που είναι, ας πούμε, στη σιζοειδή παρανοειδή θέση, πολλό δε μάλλον, εάν είναι delusional, είναι δηλαδή σε ψυχωτικό επίπεδο, δεν έχουμε καμιά ελπίδα, διότι είναι το ένστικτο το οποίο έχει πάρει τέτοιες τροπές, το ένστικτο του ζώου έχει πάρει τέτοιες τροπές στο ψυχικό που δεν αναντρέπονται, δεν γυρίζουν. Πρώτη λοιπόν κίνηση ήταν, θέλω να σας πω ότι ο Φέρμπερν είχε θεολογική παιδεία, ήταν πρώτα θεολόγος και μετά έγινε ψυχαναλυτής. Και τα γράφει αυτά με σούντος του Δευτέρου Παγκοσμίου Πολέμου. Το 1942, όταν η Ευρώπη τρελαινόταν, ας πούμε, στην καταστροφή. Υπεστήριξε την άποψη, αυτός πρώτος, με δύο ιδέες που ακούστηκαν το πρωί και από άλλους ομιλητές, ότι πρώτον, είναι αντιδραστικό το κακό και δεύτερον, ότι το κεντρικό θέμα δεν είναι η ικανοποίηση, αλλά είναι το αντικείμενο καθεαυτό. Αυτό έφερε μια λογική, δημιούργησε μια ολόκληρη σχολή. Αυτή που αργότερα ονομάστηκε αντικειμενοτρόπος σχέσεων. Ο Γουίνικοτ όταν μπήκε σε αυτό το σημείο, ευθύς εξ αρχής εστερνίστηκε την ιδέα του Φέρμπερν, αλλά δεν μπορούσε να τη στηρίξει θεωρητικά. Είπε λοιπόν αυτό που μας είπε ο πατήρ Βασίλειος, ότι το παιδί, το βρέφος, αυθόρμητα κλωτσάει ή κάνει μια ζουμιά παίζοντας. Και είναι το νόημα που το σημαντικό πρόσωπο προσδίδει στην κίνησή του. Και έτσι αρχίζει το κακό. Αυτή ήταν η αρχική του ιδέα. Αλλά λίγο πριν πεθάνει, εκεί που ανέτρεψε πραγματικά το φροηδικό δόγμα εντελώς, ήτανε όταν έγραψε εκείνο το περίφημο άρθρο και μετά από ένα χρόνο πέθανε. Και δεν ξέρω τι σημασιολογία έχει αυτό, δηλαδή είναι σαν να ήταν, ας πούμε, κάτι που μας αφήνει, ας πούμε, σαν μια κληρονομιά. Όταν είπε ότι έχω έναν τρόπο πώς να λύσω τις ναρκισσιστικές σχέσεις με το αντικείμενο. Αυτά που τόσο ωραία ο πατήρ Νικόλαος μας περιέγραψε ως ναρκισσιστικό φαινόμενο. Πώς να το λύσω αυτό? Πώς να βγει κανείς από τον καθρέφτη έξω? Πώς να βγει από τον καθρέφτη έξω? Υπάρχει μία διάσταση της καταστροφικής επιθετικότητας που είναι δημιουργική. Εάν δεν γίνει πράξη, αλλά μπορέσει να μεταστρέψει κανείς τον εαυτό του, αλλά μοναχός του δεν μπορεί, θέλει μία αγκαλιά που θα δεχθεί την επιθετικότητα και δεν θα την αντιμετωπίσει επιθετικά και καταστροφικά. Εάν αυτό δεν είναι αγάπη, εάν αυτό δεν είναι σπλαχνία, εάν αυτό δεν είναι χριστιανισμός, εάν αυτό δεν είναι η θέση του Χριστού πάνω το Σταυρό, τότε τι είναι? Ο ίδιος δεν το λέει. Αλλά δεν έχει σημασία, νομίζω ότι είναι εκεί. Έχει πει άλλες ωραίες ιδέες, μερικές από αυτές μας είπε ο πατήρ Βασίλειος. Και όταν ερχόμαστε τώρα στον Μπίον, αυτό είναι σημαντικό να το κρατήσουμε όσοι εργαζόμαστε κλινικά, γιατί είναι εξαιρετικό. Ο Μπίον θα πει ότι το ανθρώπινο υποκείμενο δεν αντέχει, υπόθηκε και το πρωί από τον κύριο Αλεξανδρίδη, θα το ακούσατε, το ανθρώπινο υποκείμενο δεν αντέχει την απουσία, τη μην επαθητική απάντηση. Όταν είναι σε κατάσταση ευαισθησίας, για να το αντιμετωπίσει το πράγμα, δημιουργεί ένα κακό εσωτερικό αντικείμενο και έτσι αρχίζει η ιστορία του σιζοειδούς προβλήματος, που είναι θέλω να αγαπηθώ, αλλά φοβάμαι να αγαπηθώ. Γιατί θεωρώ ότι αν αγαπηθώ θα καταστραφώ. Το κακό εσωτερικό αντικείμενο, το παραλήρημα, άμα το πάτε παρακάτω κτλ. Κατασκευάζεται για να γεμίσει ένα κενό και μία απουσία. Αυτό κατ' εμέ είναι συγκλονιστικό. Και είναι και βαθύτατα θεολογική θέση από αυτά που έχω καταλάβει. Αλλά δεν σας μιλάω σαν θεολόγος για να μην σας μπερδέψω, ας πούμε. Δηλαδή ότι το κακό δεν έχει οντολογική βάση, αλλά είναι ένα ψεύδος, αυτό που σας είπα, και γίνεται ζωτικό ψεύδος. Γιατί για το ανθρώπινο υποκείμενο, κάτι το οποίο πιστεύουμε και λατρεύουμε, κατά έναν τρόπο γίνεται αρχή και υπόστασης και μας διαμορφώνει. Αν είναι καλό, αν είναι κακό. Θέλω να εκφράσω τη συμπάθειά μου για τον Κύριο εκεί, για αυτά που μας είπε προηγουμένως, και θα ήθελα να σας απευθύνω ένα λόγο, αλλά λίγο διαφορετικό από το πνεύμα που μιλήσατε. Και ταυτοχρόνως να βαθύνω το ερώτημα αυτό το οποίο μου θέσατε. Και το οποίο νομίζω ότι αν κατανοηθεί και μπορέσουμε να το αναλάβουμε προσωπικά ο καθένας μας, νομίζω ότι κάποια μεταστροφή μπορεί να γίνει. Στην ομηρική σκέψη, ο Θεός και ο άνθρωπος ήταν μαζί. Οι ήρωες γινόντουσαν οι μύθοι. Οι θεοί ήταν σαν τους ανθρώπους, είχαν πάθη. Δεν υπήρχε, σε όρους ψυχαναλυτικούς, αυτό η ψυχανάλυση μας το προσφέρει σήμερα να το καταλάβουμε, δεν υπήρχε διάκριση μεταξύ του εγώ και του ιδεώδους εγώ. Γι' αυτό και οι βασιλιάδες, όταν γινόντουσαν οι βασιλιάδες, θυμηθείτε τον Φίλιππο τον δεύτερο, τον πατέρα του Αλεξάνδρου, θυμηθείτε τον Αλέξανδρο στην Περσία, μόλις ανεβαίναν στον θρόνο, θυμηθείτε τους Ρωμαίους αυτοκράτορας, εχρίωτο θεοί. Και το πίστευαν αυτό. Όταν ήρθε ο χριστιανισμός, έθεσε το θέμα ότι ο Θεός είναι άγνωστος, δεν τον ξέρουμε, τον καταλαβαίνουμε από τις ενέργειές του, και έχουμε τους Αγίους, οι οποίοι όμως δεν είναι μη θεοί ούτε θεοί. Είναι σε αυτόν τον δρόμο. Και πρωτίστη αξία είναι η ταπείνωση και η διάκριση μεταξύ πού είμαι και πού θέλω να πάω. Λοιπόν, εμείς οι Έλληνες δεν έχουμε το χαρακτηριστικό ότι ο καθένας μας είναι ό,τι δηλώσει. Λοιπόν, έχουμε μια παθολογία κεντρική. Είτε είμαστε άρχοντες της πόλεως, είτε είμαστε άρχοντες της εκκλησίας, είτε είμαστε άρχοντες του ιατρείου, είτε είμαστε άρχοντες δεν ξέρω εγώ πού, να συγχαίουμε ποιος είναι ο Θεός και ποιος είναι ο πιστός. Αυτό κατ' εμέ είναι ένα τεράστιο θέμα. Είναι ασυνείδητο, ενεργούμε ως εάν. Είναι αυτό που ο πατήρ Βασίλειος έχει τόσο ωραία αναπτύξει σε ένα βιβλίο του και στις διαλέξεις του, ανάμεσα στον ψευδή και στον ηλιθή αυτό. Ο ψευδής εαυτός είναι θεϊκός. Η αντίληψη που έχουμε για το πώς είναι ο Θεός. Νομίζω ότι αυτό, αγαπητέ μου κύριε, εξηγεί κατά βάθος, είναι ένας λόγος βέβαια, δεν είναι ο μοναδικός λόγος. Είναι και αυτή η τρέλα της εξουσίας που μας μίλησε προηγουμένως, αυτή η παράνοια, όπου εκ μέρους του Θεού και με βάση ας πούμε το φαλικό, αρσενικό, καταστροφικό ιδεώδες, γιατί μόνο έτσι μπορεί να κυριαρχήσει κανείς στον κόσμο, παίζουν οι μεγάλες δυνάμεις και τα μίντια και δεν ξέρω εγώ ποιοι και τα λοιπά. Λοιπόν, είναι ένα πρόβλημα αυτό πολύ μεγάλο, αλλά κατά βάθος. Εγώ θα συμφωνούσα με τον πατέρα Νικόλαο, παρότι δεν τον καταλαβαίνω, πρέπει να πω σε όλα όσα μας λέει. Λοιπόν, αλλά θα συμφωνούσα ότι εδώ υπάρχει μία τρέλα εκπεφρασμένη ως φυσιολογία, η οποία έχει από κάτω ένα θεολογικό προβληματισμό, αν τα λέω καλά, πατέρα Νικόλαε. Λοιπόν, υπάρχει αυτό το κεντρικό πρόβλημα και αυτό είναι προσωπικό μας. Δεν είναι των άλλων, δεν είναι των Αμερικάνων, δεν είναι των Κινέζων, διότι το θέμα αυτό που κουβεντιάζουμε είναι σε όλες τις θρησκείες. Έτσι μπορεί να κατανοηθεί και ο φανταμελισμός. Δεν είναι μεν θεολογικό πρόβλημα, αλλά έχει θεολογική παθολογία μέσα, έχει θρησκευτική παθολογία. Και η μεγάλη συμφορά της ψυχανάλυσης ήταν ότι φώτισε, δεν κουβεντιάσαμε γι' αυτό, ελπίζω και είναι μια πρόταση προς οργανωτές να γίνει αυτό την επόμενη φορά, δεν κουβεντιάσαμε καθόλου την παθολογία του θρησκευτικού φαινομένου, δηλαδή τη διαστρέβλωσή του. Η ψυχανάλυση έχει καταθέσει ένα πολύ σοβαρό λόγο σε αυτό το σημείο. Και δεν είναι για πέταμα αυτός ο λόγος επειδή ο Φρόιτ ήταν άθεος. Λοιπόν, υπάρχει εδώ ένα πολύ μεγάλο θέμα. Η σύγχυση λοιπόν μεταξύ Θεού και ανθρώπου, μεταξύ εγώ και ιδεώδους εγώ, μεταξύ του είμαι και που πάω, και η σύνδεση αν αυτό το οποίο με κατέχει έχει λύση ή δεν έχει λύση διότι είναι μοίρα μου και τι να κάνω, όπως συνέβαινε στον τραγικό άνθρωπο. Ο τραγικός άνθρωπος για τον οποίο μίλησε ο πατήρ Βασίλειος είναι αυτός ο άνθρωπος. Είναι ο άνθρωπος της σφίγγας. Αλλά εγώ θέλω να πω ότι αυτός ο άνθρωπος της σφίγγας, παρόλο ότι έχουμε εξωτερικό μανδέα χριστιανικό, είναι στην καρδιά μας. Αυτό θέλω να σας καταθέσω. Αυτό είναι το θέμα για το οποίο πρέπει να στρέψουμε την προσοχή μας. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την προσοχή σας.
Γεια σας πάλι. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για τις παρουσιάσεις και την ωραία συζήτηση. Θα ήθελα να κάνω μία ερώτηση στον κύριο Κυριαζή. Αναφερθήκατε όταν μιλούσατε για την θεωρία του Μπίον ότι ο Θεός δεν είναι άγνωστος αλλά είναι unknowable, δεν μπορεί δηλαδή, δεν είναι αγνωστή. Και το πρωί πάλι είχαμε πει ότι η επαφή με το Θείο είναι δυνατή όταν μπορούμε ψυχικά να αντέξουμε κάτι το οποίο δεν έχει σχήμα. Μιλάμε λοιπόν, και ενώ μιλάμε η χριστιανική ανθρωπολογία, μιλάμε συνήθως πάντα για το τελευταίο στάδιο αυτής που είναι η σχέση με το Θεό, το μυστικό στάδιο, το ανώτερο στάδιο. Όμως όταν μιλάμε για ανθρωπολογία, έχουμε ανάγκη να κοιτάξουμε τα προηγούμενα στάδια που θα μας δομήσουν προκειμένου κάποια στιγμή να φτάσουμε σε αυτό το formless ή το unknowable. Αντίθετα, αυτό το οποίο γνωρίζουμε μέσα από την ζωή μας την Ορθόδοξη είναι πάρα πολλές ενδιάμεσες μεσολαβήσεις. Εικόνες, κείμενα, μυστήρια, θαύματα. Θέλω λοιπόν να ρωτήσω, και ενώ το τελικό μας αίτημα είναι αυτή η αναγωγή σε αυτό που δεν έχει η φόρμα, σε αυτό που δεν έχει, και εκεί να ανοιχθούμε, να αφεθούμε, να έχουμε μια υπέρβαση. Σε ψυχικό επίπεδο, αλλά και σε πνευματικό επίπεδο, ποιες είναι αυτές οι ιδιότητες που πρέπει να έχει αναπτύξει ένας άνθρωπος, προκειμένου να μπορεί να διατρέξει όλη αυτή τη διαδρομή. Ψυχικά, αφενός, και πνευματικά.
Νομίζω ότι, δεν ξέρω αν το κατάλαβα, αλλά θα απαντήσω και αν δεν το κατάλαβα θα με διορθώσετε ή θα μου πείτε αν κατάλαβα το ερώτημα. Ασπάζομαι προσωπικά αυτή την διπλή διαδρομή, η οποία δεν μπορούμε να την κάνουμε μοναχοί μας. Θέλουμε μία εξωτερική βοήθεια. Σε ένα επίπεδο η βοήθεια είναι α, σε ένα επίπεδο β είναι άλλη βοήθεια, σε ένα επίπεδο γ είναι άλλη βοήθεια. Έτσι πως καταλαβαίνω, το κεντρικό θέμα μας είναι ότι δεν μπορούμε. Καταρχάς μου έλεγε μία συνάδελφος που κουβεντιάζαμε προηγουμένως στο διάλειμμα και είναι πάρα πολύ ωραίο και την ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για αυτή την παρατήρηση, ότι ένα μεγάλο πρόβλημα σε αυτές τις συζητήσεις είναι ότι όλοι μας, όλοι αυτοί που είμαστε εδώ, έχουμε διαφορετικό τρόπο ποιητικής αντίληψης, συμβολικής αντίληψης των πραγμάτων. Μιλάμε σε ένα επίπεδο αφαίρεσης, όπως ήταν παραδείγματος χάρη η δική μου διάλεξη, το οποίο είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Αυτό δεν σημαίνει όμως ότι αυτό γίνεται κατανοητό. Είναι η ανεπάρκεια του ομιλητή, αλλά είναι και η δυσκολία του ακροατή επαρκώς να γίνει η συνάντηση ανάμεσα. Λοιπόν, αυτό είναι ένα βασικό σημείο και είναι ένα πολύ μεγάλο εμπόδιο. Επομένως, για να κάνουμε αυτό το ταξίδι, είτε δουλεύουμε με τον επιστημονικό λόγο και μιλεύουμε με τη μνήμη και δουλεύουμε με το ψυχικό τραύμα και δουλεύουμε με την ιστορία και δουλεύουμε με τη στρέβλωση του πολιτιστικού παραδείγματος μέσα στο οποίο ζούμε και στο οποίο έχουμε γεννηθεί. Δηλαδή, με άλλα λόγια, δουλεύουμε στην περιοχή της αναστήλωσης της μητρικής εικόνας, η οποία είναι ή του μητρικού περιβάλλοντος, ή αυτό που λέγεται μητρικό, το οποίο μας έπλασε, της πρωτογενούς μήτρας εκείνης της χώρας, όπως λέει η Κρίστεβα, η οποία διαμορφώνει την προσωπικότητα μέσα στους πρώτους 6 μήνες. Η Κρίστεβα από τον Πλάτωνα διαμορφώνει μια πρώτη θεωρία για το τι είναι αυτή η χώρα για την οποία σας μίλησα. Αλλά και 1500 χρόνια νωρίτερα, ο Ρωμανός ο Μελωδός έχει πάλι από τον Πλάτωνα, θα μιλήσει στους χαιρετισμούς στο τρίτο στάσιμο, αυτή την περίφημη διατύπωση «Χαίρε Θεού αχωρήτου χώρα». Αυτή η μυστηριώδης χώρα, η οποία τώρα βρίσκεται σε μεγάλη δοκιμασία και η οποία μας περιέχει όλους και η οποία έχει περιοχές καταστροφικότητας εξαιρετικής. Λοιπόν, θέλουμε έναν οδηγό. Αυτό είναι το πλαίσιο μέσα στο οποίο βρισκόμαστε. Αυτό είναι η αλωτρίωση. Λοιπόν, θέλουμε έναν οδηγό. Εγώ δεν πιστεύω ότι η ψυχανάλυση είναι το άπαν, αλλά πιστεύω ότι είναι ένας δρόμος. Αν βρει κανείς έναν καλό ψυχαναλυτή, ανεξάρτητα από τη θεωρία που έχει στο κεφάλι του, θα βοηθηθεί σημαντικά στο να ταξιδέψει αυτό το δρόμο και να επιλύσει κάποια προβλήματα. Είναι ένα ταξίδι. Αυτό το ταξίδι της αλήθειας, της αγάπης, της ελευθερίας ή προς την αλήθεια, προς την αγάπη, προς την ελευθερία. Ένα ταξίδι σαν το ταξίδι του Οδυσσέα προς την Ιθάκη, που πρέπει να περάσει πρώτα από τον Άδη, από το περίφημο λάμδα της Οδύσσιας, για να βρει άκρη που θα βρει τα κλειδιά. Χρειαζόμαστε μια βοήθεια για να βρούμε ένα κλειδί να πάμε. Λοιπόν, η επιστήμη δίνει αυτό το κομμάτι. Από την άλλη μεριά πιστεύω ότι η παράδοσή μας η θεολογική, όσο έχω καταλάβει, δίνει ένα άλλο κλειδί για να περπατήσουμε. Αλλά αυτό το κλειδί δεν έχει σχέση τώρα με τη φυσική πραγματικότητα. Έχει σχέση με μια άλλη πραγματικότητα που δεν ξέρω πώς είναι αυτή. Εδώ θα μας τα πούνε οι θεολόγοι πώς γίνεται. Είναι ότι υπάρχει μέσα στη φύση αυτή η δυνατότητα να γίνει αυτό το διπλό ταξίδι. Αυτό είναι το dual track που σας είπα προηγουμένως. Είναι δηλαδή ο διπλός δρόμος, και αυτός ο δρόμος. Καλά κατάλαβα, πατέρα Νικόλα? Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ησυχάζω.
Αν κατάλαβα καλά και εγώ το ερώτημα της κυρίας Δελή, ότι ήταν για τις ανθρωπολογικές προϋποθέσεις αυτής της πορείας, θα έλεγα ότι αυτό μπορεί να αποτελέσει ένα άριστο πεδίο συνεργασίας φύσης και προσώπου, που έχουμε συνηθίσει να τα βλέπουμε αντιτιθέμενα. Δηλαδή υπάρχουν άνθρωποι οι οποίοι δεν είναι υπεύθυνοι οι ίδιοι, αλλά βγαίνουν στον κόσμο με μία πάρα πολύ ταλαιπωρημένη και μπερδεμένη προσωπική φύση. Έτσι, είτε από τον εγκέφαλό τους, είτε από τους γονείς που είχαν, από τις πρώιμες εμπειρίες της ζωής κτλ. Αυτοί οι άνθρωποι, κάποιοι από αυτούς, εάν το θέλουν, χρησιμοποιούν το γνωμικό τους θέλημα, δηλαδή την προαίρεσή τους, για να κάνουν αυτές τις υπερβάσεις και να μπουν σε αυτό το ταξίδι της αλήθειας και της αγάπης και της αγιότητας, αν το δούμε και εκκλησιαστικά. Υπάρχει άλλη ομάδα ανθρώπων, οι οποίοι είναι πρικισμένοι ιδιαίτερα από τη φύση τους. Όχι βέβαια ως προς τις διανοητικές ικανότητες, αλλά ως προς τον αληθή εαυτό τους. Δηλαδή έχουν αυτό το εφόδιο, ας πούμε, με το οποίο μειώνονται, δηλαδή γίνονται πολύ λίγα και μικρά τα εμπόδια στη σχέση τους με το Θεό. Άλλους πρημοδοτεί η φύση τους και άλλους πρημοδοτεί η προαίρεσή τους. Μάλιστα υπάρχει και μια αναφορά στην κλίμακα του Ιωάννη του Σιναήτη που λέει ότι μερικοί άνθρωποι, λέει, δεν ξέρω για ποιο λόγο, τους είναι πιο εύκολες ορισμένες αρετές. Δηλαδή τους είναι πιο εύκολο να έχουν πίστη, να έχουν εγκράτεια, να έχουν υπομονή. Ναι. Άλλοι δεν είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο. Εγώ, λέει, παραδέχομαι αυτούς τους δεύτερους. Διότι αυτοί κάνουν τον αγώνα τους με αντίθετες τις προϋποθέσεις της φύσης τους. Και έχει αξία αυτό που επιτυγχάνουν, ας πούμε, παρόλο που μπορεί να φαίνεται μικρότερο. Άλλωστε ο Θεός δεν ενδιαφέρεται για φωτογραφίες, αλλά για βίντεο.
Ναι, ευχαριστώ πολύ. Δεν θέλω να χαλάσω τον επίλογο, αλλά υπάρχουν δύο ερωτήσεις, γιατί υπάρχει η αγωνία της θεραπευτικής διάδας. Αρκεί η εμπερίεξη της επιθετικότητας στα πλαίσια της θεραπείας ως απάντηση στην αδυναμία της ψυχανάλυσης να αντιμετωπίσει τον αρκισισμό, που είναι μια θέση του πατρός Νικολάου και δημιουργεί πολύ προβληματισμό? Μια ερώτηση είναι αυτή. Και για τη θεραπευτική διάδα, ποια κριτήρια τελικά διασώζουν τον αποφατισμό εντός της θεραπευτικής τεχνικής? Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Εγώ είχα ένα μόνο μικρό σχόλιο στο δεύτερο. Είχα μια κοπέλα σε θεραπεία κάποτε, η οποία με εκπαίδευσε πολύ σε αυτόν τον αποφατισμό. Όταν πίστευα ότι καταλάβαινα κάτι και της το έλεγα, φαινόταν αυτή ότι συμφωνούσε, αλλά έλεγε, εντάξει, μην ξεθαρεύετε ότι τα καταλάβατε όλα. Μετά συμφωνούσε πάλι σε κάτι άλλο, ναι, αλλά μην είστε σίγουροι ότι τα καταλάβατε όλα. Δηλαδή είχε αυτή την αγωνία ότι δεν θα εξαντλήσω, ας πούμε, σε αυτή τη διατύπωση το μυστήριό της. Εγώ έτσι το προσλάμβανα.
Επειδή ο χρόνος έχει τελειώσει, τα ερωτήματά μου είναι πολύ σπουδαία. Νιώθω ότι υπάρχει ένα αίτημα για μια εμβάθυνση σε αυτή την περιοχή που είπα της θεραπείας. Είχα λοιπόν να κάνω μια πρόταση προς τους οργανωτές και η κυρία Δελή είναι οργανώτρια και key person στην πρωτοβουλία αυτή, ότι μπορούμε να προχωρήσουμε προς αυτό το σημείο μια επόμενη φορά, εάν μπορέσουμε να συναντηθούμε, το οποίο έχει σαν θέμα αυτό που αρέσει στον πατέρα Νικόλαο, σώμα στην ψυχανάλυση και την Ορθοδοξία, ή αυτό που αρέσει σε μένα περισσότερο, ο έρωτας και το σώμα στην Ορθοδοξία και στην ψυχανάλυση. Εκεί νομίζω θα μπορέσουμε να επιχειρήσουμε να απαντήσουμε στο ερώτημα το οποίο είπατε. Και οι θεολογούντες και οι ψυχαναλογούντες και οι ψοι και τα λοιπά και όλοι μας. Πρόταση. Εγώ θέλω να σας ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ για όλο αυτό.
Η επόμενη συνεδρία θα αρχίσει σε 20 λεπτά.
So good afternoon, and we are very pleased to be with us. And we continue to the next session and the next speaker, who is Petar Yevremovich, psychologist, psychoanalyst, professor of the Faculty of Philosophy in the University of Belgrade. He is going to speak us about modern psychoanalysis and Orthodox theology.
Am I loud enough? Ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored for being here today with you. I will read you my text. That it is over-inclusively entitled Modern Psychoanalysis and Orthodox Theology. It is written from perspective of developmental psychology. It is it is written. Is it better? Okay, sorry. I will repeat again. I will read you my text. Yes, I will read you my text. That it is over-inclusively entitled Modern Psychoanalysis and Orthodox Theology. As I have said, it is written from a developmental perspective, and in its background, it has, I suppose, big merit of my own clinical experience. Human personality is paradoxical outcome of the ontogenic process of colonialization of emptiness. This emptiness is proto-human and not yet personal. Being personality implies being colony of the other. There is no personal humanity apart from colonialization. This being colony of the other presupposes presence of the other. The other is present within the order of symbolic and phantasmatic. There is deep ontological and development paradox within the realm of the other. The other is at the same time one and many. Plurality and oneness are simultaneous dimensions of this other. Different elements of symbolic and phantasmatic, as well as partiality and totality, are inhabiting the subject. Being their colony, he could become somebody for the other. Being recognized as somebody is key point in this process of becoming personality. Wide range of subjects, normality and pathology, happiness and sorrows, desires and anxieties spring from this fundamentally human experience. There is no personality per se, there is no personality in isolation. Every personality is personality for the other and with the other. Otherness and openness are highly correlated moments of human development. Proto-human emptiness is being colonialized with words and images, fantasies and desires, with body, its various parts and representations, and bodies of the others. This being colonialized is at the bottom of ontological grounding structures such as being Catholicos or being social. This act of progressive colonialization functions as formative or malformative way of incorporating otherness. This colonizating incorporated other is, topologically speaking, a place of subjects becoming being in the world, of his own personality. There is no ideologically innocent colonialization. Every colonialization presupposes the act of radical appropriation, at the same time alienation, of subjects' inner emptiness done by the other. Every colonialization in some way is intrusive. Subject is being indoctrinated by the other. Developmentally speaking, autoregulation is a function of allo-regulation. Our proto-self is mirroring reflection of the other. Our proto-discourse is no more than just an echo of discourse of the other. Progressive, phantasmatic, and symbolic incorporation of the other, of his imago, and of his discourse, makes subject capable of entering field of human personal relationship. Human desire is not a biological phenomena. We desire something not because of organic void. Object of desire is desired by subject because it is desired by the other. Human desire is dialectical outcome of process of colonialization. This process, more or less, is contingent, even dramatic. When there is a human desire, there is always inter- or intra-subjective conflict. Otherness of analyst is analogous to the otherness of priest or of a spiritual father. Both are addressing subject from the topos of the other. Both are located at the age of emptiness. Both are sharing predominantly narrative functions. They are dealing with the world's speech with logos. Their mutual interrelatedness is ambivalent, potentially being complemental, and at the same time potentially conflictual. Different theoretical backgrounds and ideologies mirror sometimes paradoxically the same or analogous. Their common interest in human personality, in its structure and dynamics, in its normality and pathology. They speak different languages, they suffer from different obstacles. They have different histories and traumas. They have different methods and quads. Analyst, as the other, is personalized organ of analytical theory. There is no analytical praxis without analytical theory. And vice versa, spiritual father, priest, is somebody who is addressing subject from the place of the Christ himself. There is no Christian spirituality without Christ. The world we are living in, actually historic moment of our being, is enigmatic. Something deeply wrong is happening within it. At the same time, it is post-Christian and not yet Christian. It is far from being easy to be Orthodox or not Christian in such a world. Being Christians, we still lack solutions for our fundamental problems. We are mostly confused and disoriented, anxious and desperate, alienated and frustrated. Being hard for Christianity, this word is also hard from psychoanalysis. Modern psychoanalysis is in a serious crisis. So it is with, I suppose, modern theology. Analytical theory, as well as its praxis, is subversive. It is per definition critical. Authentic theological experience, just to mention St. Isaac of Syria, or Nineveh, St. Simeon, new theologian, or even St. Maximus, could also be seen as something rather disturbing for someone. Institutionalized psychoanalysis, with all of its collective passions and projections, is easy to get contaminated with ideology. Its theory and practices are highly vulnerable within the context of ideologically integrated power. Institutionalized theology is no less vulnerable. Psychoanalytic theory, as well as its practice, lacks firm ontological foundation. These days, it is seriously affected with ongoing malignant process of global dissolution, of even annihilation, or formally undoubtful metaphysical intuitions and conceptions about humanity, especially about human personality. Orthodoxy today suffers from its historical and not just political anachronisms and ideological confusions. It is heavily burdened with its passivity. It is almost totally lost in its idealized fictions about its own sublime past. History of ecclesial ideology could be seen as transgenerational unconscious attempt of the group of believers, or not just clerics, to control or even to annihilate subversive power of initial theological experience. At its final outcome, it could be seen as confection of salvation, of its mediocrity, inner banality, and emptiness. There is something common for priest and for analyst. Both are willingly or not deeply involved in a group of fantasies about knowledge. From both of them, the group of expects presupposes that they know or that they should know something important. Both are, willingly or not, inhabiting presupposed topos of power, of certainty. Often they are seen as mediators of the power. Easily they can get involved in various kinds of mystification and obscurities. Narcissistic dimension of the power is always present as serious threat. This power of presupposed power of other, genealogically speaking, it is always coming from somewhere beyond our ordinary human understanding. Various transference phenomena can mirror various aspects of clerical, group or individual dynamics. Narcissistic idealization and psychotic phenomena, usually accompanied with neurotic structures and functions, are both cases potentially present. They are beyond our conscious reflection. We cannot think about them. They are thinking us. We cannot be their subjects. We are their tragic or comic objects. Bion is right. Paradoxically, there are thoughts that are without thinkers. They don't need thinkers to be taught. They are beyond ordinary human thinking and understanding. Being beyond our ordinary human thinking and understanding, they are necessarily hidden somewhere beyond the wall of ordinary language. They are beyond of our ordinary, just human, not divine, self-conception and self-reflection. Psychoanalysis is, or it definitely should be, more than just theoretical exercise. It is a special kind of hermeneutical praxis. Psychoanalysis is a therapeutical method and way of exploring human personality. Its main concern is hermeneutical elaboration of various possible performative outcomes within the framework of analytic dialogical situation. Human personality cannot be reduced to any kind of Cartesian or not res cogitans. There is always desire, particularly human desire, with all of its extensive carnal dimensions and parameters. Hermeneutical apprehension of discourse within the framework of analytical situation that is so specific for psychoanalysis implies radicalized hermeneutics of desire. Highest point of analytic perspective experience is subject self-conscious appropriation of tragical dimensions of his humanity, of his personality. Analytical drama of desire finds its dialectical counterpoint in theological drama of salvation. The principal question of any therapeutic doctrine, as well as genuine religious practice, is question of the truth. The question of the truth of analytic subject, and hence the truth understood in the wide sense cannot be reduced to the question of pure apodictic historicity. That is to say, causality, rationality. On the contrary, this question of truth, posed by ascetic or by analyst, implies the necessity of serious, recognizing the question of subject immanent emptiness, his deeply intimate, Heidegger would say, Sein zum Tode. The question of truth is the question of subjects of self-consciousness. Fundamentally related to this question is the question of death. Psychoanalysis is not supposed to cure man for death, nor to help him to forget about it. Psychoanalysis has indebted humanity by finding the strange of critical prudence in critical moments for civilization to remove the veil of prohibition and shame from sexuality, which has been repressed from centuries. Today, sexuality is no more repressed. It is even too much present in media. Death is repressed. Moreover, the repression is systematic, even paranoid. Speaking of that is a strict taboo. It has fallen into oblivion, and this oblivion is bad. It is bad because it does nothing to help individual in dealing with the perspective fear of death, both of someone else's death or that of our own personality. The experience of transcendent is no matter of psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis is not religion. But then again, psychotherapy can help man in his search for transcendent. It can teach him the noble skills of endurance and finding strength in acknowledging and overcoming his own weaknesses. Courage is not a lack of fear. Courage is demonstrated in acknowledging and overcoming our own fears. Fears that must previously be deeply experienced in order to be overcome. A personality mature relation to death is not a denial or oblivion, since that is simply impossible. Death must be lived. As dialectically recognized constitutive moment, it must be included in the most intimate core of notion of dynamic organization of man's being. This is the only way it can serve as a real pledge for a new, richer life. This meaning of every good, deep psychotherapy is the help man to recognize his own personal Golgotha. Anything else would be wrong. Theological discourse is, or it should be, fundamentally affirmative concerning its own symbolic liturgical framework. The idea of language is more poetic than analytic. So it is with its basic narrative modes and tropes. Just to mention some hints from opus of great Ephraim the Syrian. I will quote St. Ephraim in translation of Sebastian Brock. Blessed is he who has appeared to our human race under so many metaphors. He clothed himself in our language so that he might clothe us in his mode of life. I'm still following Ephraim. There is a strict parallelism between narrative dynamics of language and liturgical order of things. Come and behold the living Lamb who has chosen shepherds for himself, choosing two slaughterers who made Abraham hold the knife to kill his symbol, the sheep. He both killed and delivered his symbol. He saved Isaac as lamb, but slew the ram. By his symbol, he delivered his symbol, so that he might become the summation of symbols. Blessed is he who came and summed up all symbols. Any possible performative action of theological discourse stands firm on its presupposed symbolic liturgical foundation. If there is crisis of symbol, there is also crisis of faith. If the symbol is alive and well, the faith is also alive and well. Theological discourse, as we actually know it, is historical fruit of great narrative. This narrative could be seen as complex synthesis or agglomeration or presupposed tradition, institutionalized liturgical practices, and its normative doctrinal theological background. Only within the reality of living symbol it is possible to make living synthesis or agglomeration of the various possible dimensions of theological discourse. If there is any serious crisis within the order of symbol, we should expect no less serious problems among group of believers. Theological discourse has to be ontologically affirmative, and it is only possible if there is firm ontological stability of its own grounding symbols. Only stability of this grounding symbol, their vitality and coherence, could make historically actual dynamism of institutionalized religious practice and ritual meaningful. If they are meaningful, they can be purposeful. They can really mean something to somebody. If they lost their meaning, they became senseless. Being senseless, they are aimless. Church has its symbols and creeds. Psychoanalysis has its theories and concepts. Church is historic phenomena or group, so is it with psychoanalysis. Among analysts and clerics, there is very much the same group pathology. Lifeless hierarchy, vain docility and narcissism, lack of critical thinking, absence of curiosity, exclusion, even foreclosure of the other. These are the most dreadful pathological phenomena in the reality of contemporary psychoanalysis and also, I'm afraid, in contemporary church. There is always possibility for symbol to become necrotic. So it is with founding concepts and doctrines. Necrotic symbol is malignant tissue within the body of believers. Both can become disbelievers, clerics and analysts. For both, there is a threat of becoming nihilists. Necrotic symbol is a sign of pathological triumph of all eroding emptiness. The all-eroding emptiness among a group of believers is birthplace of ideology. Ideology is always function of the will for the power. Ideology is never really related to love. Speaking about ideology implies necessity of speaking about possible pathological outcomes of group dynamics and individual pathology. In the sense of ideology, could be seen as one of the key factors for development phenomena. We can name it as pathological colonization or pathology of colonialization of our inner space or our inner proto-emptiness. This process of pathological colonization functions as driving force for the structure, pathological intrusion from the topos of the other in subject's inner proto-emptiness. We can consider it highly responsible for development of various possible institutionally induced, ontologically petrified malformations and deviations among individuals within the group. In both cases, in the case of church and in the case of community of analysts, it is function of malignant poison and the target's group and individual's idea of, Winnicott would say, potential space and also potential time. As I have said, psychoanalysis is, in its theory and its praxis, fundamentally subversive. It is, or it should be, subversive towards any kind of symbolic formation. Any discourse can be, or it should be, analytically deconstructed within the framework of analytic procedure. This makes so different analytic concept of truth from that one proposed and preached by theologians. I have already mentioned Ephraim the Syrian. Now I will oppose, not normatively, just narratively, with one quite radical among psychoanalysts. Ephraim's dictated affirmation of a symbol will be not rhetorically deconstructed, subverted. Ephraim's radical affirmation of symbol finds its mirrored counterpoint in the act of subversion of the symbol done by psychoanalysts. These are the words of Jacques Lacan. I always speak the truth. No, not the whole truth, because there is no way to say all. Speaking it all is literally impossible. Words fail, yet it is through the very impossibility that truth holds onto the real. Being subversive is much more than being just skeptical or relativistic. Being skeptical or being relativistic is, after all, a matter of epistemology. Psychoanalysis should be more than epistemology. Being subversive is predominantly a matter of subject self-conscious opposition, resistance towards any possible form of ideology. In this context, it is the best way to define ideology as one among possible forms of pathological colonialization of human psyche. And to conclude, Salvation is opposed to death, personality to emptiness, truth to ideology. For contemporary Orthodox and not just Orthodox theologians, mostly in a practical mode of their being, it could provide something like potentially insightful, corrective, theological otherness. Psychoanalysis should be seen as secular form of apophaticism. At the same time, psychoanalysis could be deeply introspective and openly ecstatic, theoretical, practical, useful, and useless. Ascetic tradition of Desert Fathers and its further theological development could be seen as much more radical within its theory and its practice, appropriation of human self-consciousness experience, of his own possibilities and limitations, passions and insight, than psychoanalysis had ever reached. It makes ascetic orthodoxy and its further theological and liturgical speculations and elaborations and praxis not just a forerunner of psychoanalysis. It could be seen as important symbol, there I use the word symbol in the deep theological sense, of its possible future development. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. And now, Dr. Konstantinos Manouilidis, psychiatrist and psychoanalyst. He will talk about clinical and pastoral similarities and difference between clergy, spirituals, and psychiatrist psychoanalysts.
Okay. I want to say that it is an honor for me to speak in this very interesting conference. And thank you very much for this, the organized committee. We are discussing today the encounter of psychoanalysis and Orthodox theology because we are aware of the importance they have for people, but also because we know that the theoretical background of each field is far from the other. We understand how difficult it is for these two fields to meet if the similarities and differences that raise walls of resistance and impasse have not been elaborated, and we hope that the outcomes that already had been produced are important for the intellectual life in our country. I'm thinking of Freud's encounter with Pastor Pfister, which had some of these characteristics. Emotionally, they had very good contact. Mentally, they distanced too much. But to begin with, I shall remind you what psychoanalysis is. First, is a method that investigates how works the psychic apparatus. Second, a method of treating the mentally ill person. And third, a worldview. The other speaker today spoke mainly about the first and the third part, so I will talk about the treatment. Of course, these issues are intertwined because in order to answer the question, what is the issue to be treated, the findings of the method and the worldview are used. My essay will examine the encounter between an analyst and the analysand, and at the same time of a priest and the believer, in an attempt to detect some of the similarities and differences, the benefits and the deadlocks that they should attract our attention. About 25 years ago, while I was working in a well-known psychiatric clinic, I witnessed a conflict between a fellow psychiatrist psychoanalyst with his patient. The conflict was about the spiritual father of the patient. The analyst demanded that he and his parents end the relationship with his spiritual father Otherwise, he could end his relationship with the patient. He cannot have two healers, instructors, two fathers, the colleagues said to the surprised patient and his relatives. My attitude at that time was that an analyst does not interfere with his patient's personal life. The patient decides on his own about the issues that will arise in the course of analysis. For me, there were indeed many issues that arose, the climax of which was an invasion into my office without an appointment. I left the consultant room where I was in a session with Kemet and met in the living room two elderly priests. One introduced himself as the father of one of my female patients and the other as the spiritual father of the former priest. I told them, you know, I have a session now, please make an appointment and there we'll discuss what you want. Then the spiritual father angrily said, here we have a serious spiritual subject and you do not see it. A lot have changed since then, but I consider this to be serious acting out by both parties, spiritual fathers and psychoanalysts, so it has become necessary to try to define the roles, the common places, the boundaries, the differences, and above all, to describe the object of the work of the spiritual father and the analyst. So I will begin by describing what I consider to be characteristics of the work of the analyst and of the spiritual father, as far as I can, of course, about the latter, and I will deal with what the object of each one's work is. I will propose some ideas for working together or not in regard to the suffering person, and I will lay down some pathologies, psychosis, perversion, neurosis, in order to facilitate the understanding of differences in perspective. First, the psychoanalyst is a mental health specialist who can be a psychiatrist or psychologist, who treats disorders of thought or emotion, personality disorders, problems of sexual nature, obsession, inhibitions, or symptoms physical or mental. He works privately or in a public context by providing his service for a fee. In our country, psychoanalysts have been officially in place since 1977, when the first Psychoanalytic Society was founded. The Greek tradition has not been familiar to the function of the analyst, and after many years of hard resistance and controversy, has become widely accepted. The spiritual father is a clergyman who hears confessions and guides the believer for any individual, family, religious, or metaphysical needs. Usually he is a priest or a priest monk, a theologian or not, and is in the neighboring parish or in a nearby monastery, or he may be practicing in a mountain place away from the world in Issachia. In the Orthodox East, the tradition is that every believer has his spiritual father who confesses and guides him in his spiritual life. Second, the analyst has been trained and with his work realizes that he must work in a state of abstinence, temperance, and neutrality. That is, the analyst avoids satisfying the analyst's wishes or accepting roles he is trying to impose on him. He also restrains his own desires and generally directs the needs and desire into a state of restraint, but not repress, in order to transfer them to a symbolic level within the patient's speech and to enable the transfers to be explored. Additionally, the treatment is conducted within the analyst's neutrality in terms of religious, moral, or social values, and thus the course of action is not directed in terms of an ideal, so advice is avoided. The whole psychoanalytic therapy is structured to facilitate the symbolization, and through it the mentalization and the finding of the personal meaning of each analysant, regardless of the symptoms that led him to analysis. Finally, analysis is a treatment that usually lasts several years, but it has a beginning and an end to the analyst-analysant relationship, thus continue by the analysant as an internalized mode of thought. The analyst does not deal with the metaphysical problem, the nature of God, and the faith as a means of helping the sufferer. On the contrary, he analyzes the fantasy of greatness and the idealization made by the patient and attempts to understand the projection of the latter makes to divine images, unconsciously avoiding the reality of loss, burning, anxiety, and fear of death. Nevertheless, if the analyst is a believer or an atheist, is influenced by that, and usually he chooses a theory that suits him. That is a risk that needs to be considered because he endangers to project his own issues of faith onto the patient. The spiritual father works very much within himself through the sacraments and spiritual life of the church, has control on his own desire, satisfy all the needs and desires of the believer he deems necessary, and is absolutely oriented towards the ideal of serving God. He tries to help the believer walk toward God and improve communication with him as well as with the image of God, who is the fellow man. He calls spiritual life the relationship of man with God and deals with the disruption of this relationship. In the Orthodox Church, the ultimate intention is to unite with God, the theosis, and the spiritual father, especially the mystic monk, is jealously engaged in this effort, and accordingly to the grace he has received, he becomes for the faithful an elder and a guide in his life. On the other hand, however, he also deals with the social and cultural life of the believer, especially in the parish setting. He can't deal with everything, biological, psychological, social, and cultural life, believing that his work in parish helps the people in their relationship with God. In this way, some priests, as the leaders of the parish, may feel unconsciously omnipotent in their work, and thus the presence of psychologists has somewhat upset them. This is the case if they are primarily concerned with the psychological and social part of the lives of believers, not with the spiritual one, and they feel the psychologists as invaders into their fields. Finally, spiritual life requires a lasting relationship with the spiritual father throughout life. Third, the analyst has a theoretical framework and technique he uses in his work. The theoretical framework that supports the technique, regardless of the individual model that each one follows, is almost identical to everyone and is governed by the principles of psychoanalytic therapy. He suggests a person to associate freely in order to detect the unconscious dynamics. He works on the person's resistance to deepen his inner world and on the transference that is created during the session. In addition, the analyst closely follows his counter-transference, i.e. his feelings that emerge during the treatment, the thoughts and the fantasies he has, the dreams that he makes, and he also uses them in his attempt to understand the other. In other words, the analyst works on the relationship created from the beginning with the analysant, because he thinks that the truth of the person is what appears in one way or another during the session, in his speech, and with it the experience of the analytic relationship. From this overall experience, the analyst makes his assumption for the other psyche expresses his interpretations. The interpretations based on this overall interaction have led theorists to formulate the meta-psychological theory, that is the characteristics of psychoanalysis in relation to the other psychological theories. However, it is a treatment based on the anthropocentric model, a product of modernity in philosophy, and is therefore removed from the theocentric model of the pre-modern era and hence of orthodoxy. A slide about what is metapsychological theories are the theories that make at first Freud about how the psychic organ works. Freud suggests three theories. Topographical theory is conscious. The psychic organ is has three places: conscious, preconscious, and unconscious. A dynamic theory. There is I, superego, and it that are in conflict between them. And economic theory that is about of libido and the drives, the sex drive and the death drive, as you heard. New theories are the theory of inner object, Veblen, Klein, Bion, etc., self-theory, Lacan theory, etc., etc. Respectively, the spiritual father has an equipment, his own spiritual life, the tradition and the scripture as he has incorporated them, and he may or may not use the modern evolution of theology or follow the theology of the pre-modern era, which is more common. He does not emphasize the relationship developed within the believer, with the believer as the central point of understanding the other, but only as a means of responding appropriately to its needs. He emphasizes the relationship with God and strives to build this relationship. He believes that every man has a soul created by God. So he has an immortal part, an ontological identity, and the person does not live unless he is connected with him. He is, the spiritual father, an intermediary in this path to union with God and feels responsible for this role. He often makes personal sacrifices, time, money, mobilization of the parties, etc., to support the believer who suffer at the biological or social level, so the latter can dedicate himself to the relationship with God. He tried to show the presence of God to the believer and to answer the question that God's absence in life generates. So far, we have shown some similarities and differences in spiritual and psychoanalytic work. External similarities are in attitude and behavior, as I mentioned, and internal similarities are mainly in the attitude of temperance and self-control. The differences we have noted are mainly focused on the meaning of working with the other. The anthropocentric model of the analyst has been developed on the failure of the theocentric model to explain and cure some behaviors with regard to the mode of relating, rather than to the ontological attitude of the subject. An example from bibliography modified. Freud had understood the first meaning of transference when he took over the patient named Anna O. This patient with multiple hysterical symptoms saw great improvement over the treatment, which then consisted of talking freely and remembering her suppressed experiences mainly with her father. But at one point, her doctor Breuer was accused by her of impregnating her. The doctor abandoned the treatment and went on a leisure trip with his wife, transferring the patient to Freud. Soon it was revealed that Anna O was not pregnant, and after a while was in love with Freud. He felt that he had a phenomenon that could explain many paradoxical behavior and called it transference. Later, he concluded that only if the transference was resolved would the symptoms disappear definitively. A priest here could say that Anna O had an intense temptation to fall in love with inappropriate people. These are two interpretations with a different prerequisite. The first one believes that something happens into the patient who does not know it and controls her to direct her sexual desire toward a forbidden person of power. The analyst hopes that if he understands this something in the unconscious, she will be able to control it and get rid of it. The second interpretation contains a category that incriminates the patient that she has moved away from God and thus allowed the temptation to dominate over her. If she confesses and finds God again, she will get rid of the sinful desire. The first interpretation refers to the way she related to powerful parental figures based on unconscious Oedipus complex. The second, to how she related to God as a concrete object. The question of today's debate could be, can these two interpretations combine or ultimately one exclude the other? Psychoanalysis would tell us here that we need to understand what is happening in the patient's relation with the priest. If she falls in love with him as well, then she needs the interpretation of the unconscious. But if the ontological interpretation is enough for her and calms her down, is it okay? Let's speak about Winnicott. Winnicott advised priests who visit him when he was ill and ask him when to refer someone for psychoanalysis. If the believer tells them paradoxical things, but they, the priest, feel they have something interesting to tell him, to which he responds, continue to advise him. If, however, he is reasonable with them and they feel bored, the priests, when they talk again and no meaning comes out, then the believer needs psychoanalysis. For him, Winnicott, religion is not an illusion by definition, but an area of cultural experience in the intermediate space of the self and the other, which contributes to the development of the individual and leads to revival. It is used by the subject to understand oneself and the other. In the example, I do not think he speaks ontologically, but analytically. He does not talk about the content of the conversation, but about the interaction of the priest with the believer, transfers, counter-transfers. And he concludes with his proposal. The question, of course, remains. 4. If the case of Anna O belongs to neurosis, what happens when the sufferer is in the psychotic spectrum? Freud classified psychosis in narcissistic disorders that do not make transfers and therefore are out of psychoanalysis. But he said enough about their understanding, and the next generation of psychoanalysts took psychotic analysis and their conclusions are valuable. I have here some theories at skip. The treatment of a psychotic is a long process that often involves a group of therapists, family cooperation, and an experienced analyst. The therapist ought to withstand a long symbiotic phase where nothing is done, the recognition phase of the other where we have relapses and possibly danger acts, and finally the solution phase where we have assembly of self and control of the delusion. Long-term treatment and risk when the patient begins to understand the other poses issue to the environment. The priest can intervene by supporting the therapy, helping the patient, or interrupting it with various excuses. and then the analyst needs perhaps some communication with him. What can be achieved with this treatment? Psychotic defenses such as multiple splitting, intense projection, projective identification, loss of reality, denial of inner reality, and delusion with hallucinations create an amalgam of pathology that is difficult to reach at an interpersonal level. It is an organized attempt to hide from the other who has hurt him, while at the same time he adheres and idealizes the person who helps him without being aware of the fear and terror that he has for him. Bion writes that fragmentation is due to the early exposure to the presence of the other. So the solution would be for him to get to know the other, hear the therapist, and to relate with him in a different way than at the beginning of therapy. This solution will help the patient integrate himself and create for the first time the unconscious I. On the priest side, communication with a psychotic is interesting because often the patient is very close to him, depends on him, idealizes him, faithful, following his spiritual instructions, being rigid in the formal and the ritual process. He may be fragmented by his mental function, but in terms of religious consistency and humiliation, he is a good Christian. One could say that the spiritual relationship, the inner connection of the person with the spiritual and God, in regard with the human metaphysical relationship, in a mystical way, overcomes all the intermediate level of human experience. Which are these experiences that make a man to be wealth? Physical well-being, self-communication with his inner world, unconscious consciousness, capacity to love and be loved, mental balance, good participation in social life and work, contribution to cultural experience. The danger here arises from some spiritual fathers who deny psychiatric and psychological help, especially if they consider as cause of the patient disrupting behavior the demon possession. In this way, they deprive these people of the possibility of a better contact with society and themselves. On the other hand, the analyst risks to believe that many times help is reduced in some social and personal stability and to ignore the faith of the patient to God in whom he rests on. The other danger is to think that because he tries to some patient to help the regeneration of the inner subject, that he is done with the ontological connection of the individual with its life and meaning. When he does that, he puts himself in the position of a god, like an omnipotent figure, whereas he does not have the tools and the theory that is required. Even analysts like Bion, who diligently talk about the mystics and about the experience of awe, you heard a lot of Bion from Mr. Kyriazis. The experience of the absolute, the experience of the thing in itself that cannot be done. I think he always speaks clinically, analytically, and not ontologically. Bion talks about the experience of awe of the session, about the most emotional experience in a session that constitutes the subject's truth. He does not talk about the truth of life, about Christ, and the meaning of the transcendental link with him, which he assigned to religions. The analysts like Bion can help a patient to come close to the ultimate truth and to open his road, but I think that this road is not to accompany you by the analyst, but by a priest. As a psychoanalyst say, we must be modest. Fifth, if the sufferer has some kind of perversion, then the issues are many. The analyst follows his own way of neutrality, not critical attitude, and is concerned only with the perverse transfers in search for the unconscious inner object. His patient defenses, based on the exclusion of symbolic castration, lead to the denial of gender difference and the difference of generations. Often, the inner object in this person is the complex parental figure, the object of Androgynous, as described it in the Plato at the Symposium. He cannot accept the psychic bisexuality that is the result of identification with both parents and unconsciously chooses a new sexuality as solution in his inability to tolerate ambivalence. Analysts know that such a person does a lot of acting out, many of which may endanger him, and that this is a problem in the analysis. In my opinion, the analyst sometimes, in extreme cases, in order to influence the analytic process, underlines the need to control the acting out and does not limit himself just only to interpretations. The analyst's proposal is not moral, nor does it contain an external prohibition, although he naturally analyzes the patient's fantasies about his proposal. If the analysis proceeds, the patient could connect with his defenses and unconscious drive to be with his omnipotent object, and this may help him to resolve his obsession on sexuality and tolerate some of his psychic bisexuality. On the other hand, the spiritual father usually approaches such a person in regard of sin and the passion to be controlled, because he thinks that passion moves away from God and tries with his pedagogy to bring the person closer to God. Here he may conflict with the analyst, who does not interfere morally with the patient or who allows him to sin, etc. Vasileios Thermos can contribute with his work to raise the issue more internally within the church in our country. The matter of purity, however, is fundamental to the spiritual father, and the pervert gives him scope to act, especially if he is influenced by the device's idea of the violation of the body and the overstatement of the soul. However, the person with perversion has no access to the symbolic reason concerning the fatherly function, and he distorts it. Therefore, he experiences rejection, persecution, and absence of love in the relationship with God in the sense of a harsh superego. Some who accept the importance of a relationship with God, I suppose they have a proper background and temperament, and their spiritual father has the quality to guide them towards this direction. There are many who are capable of doing a systematic spiritual life in transforming the passion dynamics into divine love. Nevertheless, the analyst has much to say about the meaning of this love and about the idealization of the spiritual or the sublimation of the erotic desire of the pervert and what unconscious scenario serves. Can the two experts cooperate? I imagine a priest helping the patient to control his passion of acting out in the name of Christ and simultaneously permits him to be analyzed, because this will give time to analysis to proceed inward. On the other hand, the social dimension that is given by the reaction around divergent behaviors does not facilitate personal approach either by analysis or by spiritual life. The desire, its adventure are of concern to psychoanalyst and spiritual father, but I am thinking that for several years we are experiencing the perpetuation of a pervert pathology. 6. I will finish the presentation with reference to the more mature pathology of Oedipus complex and after Oedipus. People here usually have minor symptoms such as small anxiety, panic attacks, are competitive in their relationships and ambitious, which sometimes create deadlocks, have humor, and tend to intellectualize their desire and weaknesses. They do not break down with life difficulties, and with the repression, they rationalize their emotion when they are in conflict with morality. They often become leaders and guide groups and communities. However, they have strong defenses based on repression, and I would say that have the absolute indication for analysis, since the resistances of intellectualization are the main obstacle to deepen their inner world. In the analysis, a person like that may reveal that he created and organized a self that can be very successful, but as a false alienated self that conceals his true self. In general, contact with the deeper self and a free communication with unconscious desires and prohibitions liberates the creativity of a person, contributes to humility, and degrades oneself. However, strong psychic defenses make these people live as if there is no God, so they need only what comes from strength, knowledge, wealth, etc. They would not know that there is God if there were mystics, say Muse. Logic prevents access to the supernatural, intuitive world of the transcendental, and often those who believe essentially function by using faith rather than living it. The spiritual father who has a believer in a relatively mature mental state and will deal more specifically with the passion of a man and will try to help him achieve the highest degree of virtue. Through the threefold goal of purification, illumination, perfection of mind, he guides him to theosis. The influence of passion is crucial in the psychic level, and ascetic and mystic experience can bear fruits. Everyone knows that this is the work of a monk. It is difficult to ask from a lay to obey this series of instructions if the person does ask by himself. The danger here is for the spiritual father to ignore the real need of a person to have access to his inner self and turn him to God prematurely. As a consequence, we may have a person who knows intellectually very well the theology and the rituals, but has a concrete thought and speech without emotion. In conclusion, it is interesting that Freud also speaks of progress made in spirituality with the faith of the Jewish people to one God, invisible and with no name. He underscored the evolution from the world of sensations that drives resignation. Orthodox theology speaks of the personal God in Trinity, who cannot be known in its essence, but only through its energies. Every man wants to see and wag with his God, say Freud, and if this is not done in the same way, as in paganism, it can be done in the spiritual one through prayer and an internal experience which we call mystical. This is the metaphysical level that a classical analyst deals with only in order to deconstruct. He analyzes any projection made by the subject to supernatural entities to avoid the anxiety of our present existence, the anxiety of fragmentation, death, loss, and meaning in life that resort to divine constructs to soothe human suffering. When he has analyzed every projection and avoidance, then what is left is the inner need for meaning, its existence. Therefore, the metaphysical level, that is the primary need for God, can emerge. The analyst, in my opinion, should not have a rejected attitude on matter that does not have the tool to analyze, but he should have his gaze open to the things of heaven as well the things of the earth. Accordingly, the Orthodox spiritual father is called to cope with the rigidity that has arisen from the long absence of an evolution in the thought of pastoral practice. Nowadays, he is in a need to improvise with the problems that believers have in the modern world and bypass complexity of man, trying to carry over them from elementary to higher level with old tools. To put it in another way, they should not imitate but identify with the fathers of the first centuries who had used the scientific and philosophical knowledge of their time. As a consequence, they will find ways to describe the concepts of God and his energy in terms that can be of benefit today. I feel that this workshop today has brought many useful ideas for us, and I hope my essay goes in tune and offer in this direction. Thank you for your patience.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Είπατε μια πολύ ωραία ιδέα, να μιλήσω ελληνικά, περισσότεροι είμαστε Έλληνες, modesty, μετριοφροσύνη. Μα το πρόβλημα, αρχίσατε με μια καταπληκτική εισαγωγή με τη συζήτηση του Φρόιντ με τον Φίστερ. Μα εκείνο που λείπει από τους ιδρυτές της ψυχανάλυσης είναι αυτή η αρετή. Όταν διαβάζετε το τοτέμ και το ταμπού, φοβάμαι ότι κάνετε μια πολύ ευγενική ερμηνεία του Φρόιντ. Ο Φρόιντ, όταν λέει τοτέμ και ταμπού, κάνει ευθεία κριτική στη θρησκεία. Δεν διακρίνει τα επίπεδα. Δεν είναι Γρηγόριος ο Παλαμάς. Όταν διαβάζετε Jung, ο Jung έχει ένα πλήρες μεταφυσικό σύστημα, αλχημίες, πράγματα, θάματα. Δεν έχει καμία αίσθηση αυτό που είπατε μεθοδολογικής ουδετερότητας. Δηλαδή δεν χρειάζεται να είμαστε τόσο ιδεαλιστές με τους αρχηγούς, διότι αυτοί ήταν οι οποίοι παρουσιάζουν τον εαυτό τους σαν παπά, σαν ιερέα. Εμείς προσπαθούμε τώρα κάπως να τους βάλουμε σε κατάσταση modesty. Έχω όμως και μια δεύτερη αντίρρηση στο δεύτερο επίπεδο. Υπάρχει ένα πολύ ωραίος κλάδος στην ιατρική, στο θέμα της επιστημολογίας, που λέγεται comparative medical system, συγκριτική των ιατρικών συστημάτων. Ουδέτερο ιατρικό σύστημα δεν υπάρχει. Ακόμα και η χειρουργική έχει προϋποθέσεις. Υπήρχαν κάτι παλιωμοδίτες θετικιστές που έλεγαν αξιολογικές, το λέγανε για όλες τις επιστήμες, αξιολογικές κρίσεις έξω, δεν θέλουμε όλα αυτά τα πράγματα. Αυτοί με την κριτική επιστημολογία τσακίστηκαν. Δεν υπάρχει τέτοιο πράγμα. Και κάτι ουσιαστικό θέλω να πω. Αν υπάρχει μια αλλαγή στο μοντέλο της ιατρικής σήμερα, όπως ασκείται, είναι αυτό που λέμε evidence-based medicine. Η ιατρική η οποία βασίζεται στις αποδείξεις. Πώς προστατεύεται ο ψυχαναλυόμενος από τη malpractice? Δηλαδή, έχω την εντύπωση, δεν κρίνω από εσάς, βλέπω μια πολύ σόφρονα τακτική σε εσάς. Ο ψυχαναλυόμενος είναι θύμα αυτού που λέμε indoctrination. Δηλαδή, ό,τι θέλεις μπορεί να του τύχει. Με το evidence-based medicine, τουλάχιστον στην ιατρική, λέμε διπλά, τυφλά, κριτήρια, μετα-ανάλυσης, όλα αυτά τα πράγματα. Πώς προστατεύεται σε επίπεδο malpractice από την indoctrination του ψυχαναλυτού, που δεν έχει τη σεμνότητα τη δική σας, αλλά που εμφανίζεται ως ιερέας?
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ και θα ήθελα να παρακαλέσω, επειδή ο χρόνος είναι περιορισμένος, να επικεντρωθούμε κυρίως στις ερωτήσεις. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Δεν ξέρω αν φάνηκε ότι φέρουμε πολύ ευγενικά στο Φρόιντ. Όταν αναφέρουμε στο βιβλίο του Μωυσής και Μονοθεϊσμός, το οποίο είναι το πρώτο τελευταίο βιβλίο που εξέδωσε εν ζωή. Αυτοί που ξέρουν, δηλαδή και εσείς και οι άλλοι ψυχαναλυτές, ξέρουν ότι είναι το πιο άθεο βιβλίο που έχει γραφτεί. Επιλέγω μία φράση του, δύο από το βιβλίο, για να δείξω ότι οι συνεχιστές του Φρόιντ, και ο κύριος Κυριαζής είπε πολλούς την προηγούμενη συνεδρία, πήραν κάποια στοιχεία από το Φρόιντ και έκαναν καινούργιες θεωρίες. Αυτό προσπαθώ να κάνω κι εγώ, δηλαδή να πω ότι μέσα σε όλο το σύνολο όσων έχει γράψει, τόσους τόμους, υπάρχουν αλήθειες που τις έχουν πάρει οι επόμενοι και δημιούργησαν καινούργια πράγματα. Το να είμαστε σε μια πολεμική διχαστική, δηλαδή εφόσον είναι άθεος τα πετάμε όλα, δεν μας έχει οδηγήσει κάπου. Η προστασία, το είπα στην εισήγησή μου κάποια στιγμή, δεν έμεινα πολύ, ότι για να προστατευτούμε απέναντι στο malpractice, οι ψυχαναλυτές έχουν ιδρύσει ψυχαναλυτικές εταιρείες, οι οποίες βοηθάνε, εκπαιδεύουν ανθρώπους και μέσα στα πλαίσια αυτής της εκπαίδευσης δημιουργούν τις συνθήκες ούτως ώστε να είναι όσο δυνατόν καλύτερη κλινική. Ένας που είναι εκτός εταιριών θα μπορούσε να πει κανείς ότι κάποιο λόγο έχει που δεν γίνει δεκτός. Άρα ένα κριτήριο, ας πούμε, είναι αυτό.
Θα ήθελα να σας ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ και τους δυο με τις εξαιρετικές εισηγήσεις και μεγάλα και σπουδαία θέματα τα οποία γύρετε. Ένα στο οποίο πρόσεξα μία σιωπή και ήθελα να σας παρακαλέσω να το σχολιάσετε και οι δύο, γιατί νομίζω ότι είναι πολύ κεντρικό θέμα στην θεωρία αλλά και ουσιαστικό θέμα στην κλινική εφαρμογή της ψυχανάλυσης. Είναι το θέμα της ενοχής. Δηλαδή πώς χειρίζεται την ενοχή, τη συνειδητή, την ασυνείδητη ένας ψυχαναλυτής, τι κάνει με αυτό ένας πνευματικός. Νομίζω είναι ένα τεραστία σημασίας θέμα. Θέλω να σας θυμίσω ότι ο Φρόιτ κάποτε έχετε πει ότι σκέφτηκα να φτιάξω την ψυχανάλυση για να βοηθήσω τους άθεους να βρουν έναν τρόπο να ανακουφιστούν από την ενοχή τους ή αν μπορώ να τους ανακουφίσω. Είμαστε λοιπόν πάνω σε ένα τεράστιο θέμα, διότι η ενοχή υπόκειται σχεδόν κάθε παθολογίας, νευρωτικής, μεθοριακής, ψυχοτικής κλπ. Και θα ήθελα να σας παρακαλέσω και τους δύο να τοποθετηθείτε. Ευχαριστώ.
It is rather demanding and controversial task to speak about Freud, because Freud didn't have a coherent system, first of all, and Freudian thought developed not linearly. He had some breaks, and we have to admit his practical and theoretical doctrine had finished in some kind of dead end. His last theoretical outcome, his biological, mythological speculation, we can consider it as some kind of retreat, some kind of his human attempt to escape from his own situation, of his sickness, of his war, of his false apostles and also. And speaking about guilt, maybe it is in a classical Freudian psychoanalysis something that it is overestimated, because there has been a lot of reframing. Psychoanalysis is, of course, doctrine, technique of interpretation, but this kind of interpretation is not always decent. What Freud did to Sophocles, to Oedipus, it is not interpretation, honestly speaking. It doesn't have much with text, even with myth. It was just reframing and using. He treated that text, let's say in Heideggerian rhetoric, as something that is zuhandlich and furhandlich, something that could be treated as tool and material for his own purposes. And because of that, I believe that all that crusade, that it is presupposed as emblematic for psychoanalysis against guilt, it is ambivalent. Freud was hero in his attempt to do something with guilt, but also he himself escaped from guilt in necessity, in kind of an anke, in his mythological speculations, in his latest books. To cut long story short, speaking about Freud and about religion, speaking about Freud and speaking about religion implies a necessity of taking in consideration some not so well-known texts, because in these texts Freud is expressing more relaxed and he's more in contact with his issues. Especially, I have in mind his text about Christopher Heitzmann, case of demonological neurosis. In this case, in this not so big text and not so well-known text, we have a much more decent material, honest material about his ideas of religion. In his book about totemism, he's just speculating. He's inventing his own myths. In text about Heitzmann, also in some passages of Wolfmann's case, you have his genuine analysis of religious phenomena and of religious pathology. And just to finish, having all this in mind, we can conclude that his attitude towards guilt was ambivalent. In some positions, he overestimated it, and in some others, he covered it with biological, mythological ananke. He didn't solve this problem.
Yes, η ενοχή είναι πολύ σημαντική βέβαια στην καθημερινότητά μας και στην ψυχανάλυση και στην εξομολόγηση. Ανέφερα κάποια στιγμή για την αμαρτία και ίσως από εκεί ο κύριος Κυριάζης πήρε το σημείο για να ρωτήσει. Ο ψυχαναλυτής ασχολείται με το ασυνείδητο, όπως ελέγχθη πολλές φορές σήμερα, οπότε κυρίως τον ενδιαφέρει η ασυνείδητη ενοχή. Και η σκέψη όλων των ψυχαναλυτών και του Φρόιντ και των άλλων είναι ότι εφόσον υπάρχει ασυνείδητη ενοχή, δηλαδή υπάρχει ένα αμάρτημα εντός εισαγωγικών στο ασυνείδητο, δηλαδή έχει σχηματιστεί μια φαντασιωσική ενοχική κατάσταση, μια ασυνείδητη φαντασία που τον βγάζει ένοχο και επειδή δεν την καταλαβαίνει και δεν την ξέρει, προσπαθεί να φύγει από αυτή τη δυσφορία και εκδραματίζει πράξεις οι οποίες είναι ένοχες. Δηλαδή πολλές φορές αυτό που θέλει να πει η ψυχανάλυση είναι ότι η αμαρτία η ενοχή προηγείται της πράξης που είναι ένοχη. Γιατί υπάρχει κάτι στο ασυνείδητο το οποίο τον ενοχοποιεί και επειδή είναι ασυνείδητο δεν τον γνωρίζει και ως εκ τούτου δυσφορεί και δεν ξέρει τι. Είναι αυτό που λένε το περιειδεή συνείδηση και τα λοιπά που έχουν γραφτεί πολλά. Από αυτή την έννοια λοιπόν ο ψυχαναλυτής δεν ασχολείται ακριβώς με τις πράξεις αμαρτίας γιατί δεν ενδιαφέρει να δει το ασυνείδητο φαντασιακό του ασθενούς, ενώ ο ιερέας πρέπει να δει τι θα κάνει με τις αμαρτίες του, με τις συνειδητές πράξεις του. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you for both your presentations. I wanted to see if I could get Dr. Jevremirovic to comment on the idea that analysis must be subversive. And I think maybe my question is subversive as well, but I wanted to see if I could get you to comment on why its necessity, and with in mind a particular kind of person that I think Dr. Emanuelidis has talked about near the end of his presentation. A type of person we might call, I've heard the label before, normopath, someone who doesn't have a disorder or outward pathology, outwardly no problems, gets along with everybody, has developed maybe practices their faith well, is well adapted to the outer world, and yet there's a secret, there's something's hidden. So in one way, their defenses are very well developed, a false self-personality organization, but they would be the last person to think of themselves as false. They think everybody likes them. And so with these defenses in mind, I'm wondering if you'd be willing to comment on what is important about these defenses with this necessity of subversiveness in analysis.
Psychoanalysis is subversive. It is not supportive. It is not a cognitive way of dealing with patients. It had to be subversive. Why? Because it is by practical necessity confronted with resistances and with various possible projections. Speaking about this perfectly inframed false personality, perfectly hidden pathological corp, if it is possible, it really implies necessity of subversive active. Why? Because too much adaptation and too much of narcissistic mirroring can make subject successful, can make him very convincing to group. Leaders, we are talking about Bion. There is one sad thing about Freud. Freud had written a book about mass psychology, and he believed that he tear down the masks from group dynamics with his thesis that the basic of a group dynamics is a neurotical mechanism. It's sad to say that he was wrong. Beyond's thesis is much more convincing. We have psychotic mechanisms that are controlling group dynamics in excessive situation. Having this in mind, personality you are referring to is possible good, worst possible leader. Problem with such personality is where is suffering? Why should such personality at all come to therapy? Because speaking about pathological organization, we are not speaking about illness, we are not speaking about sickness, we are speaking about malformation. Being malformated does not imply suffering. It implies malformating way of functioning. Because of that, all other can suffer. He can feel perfectly well attuned with his own ideas and ideals. Subversiveness of psychoanalysis in this question could be seen as understanding group dynamics that covers wide range of object relationships of such patient, his self-objects, his mirroring objects, all what other.
I would like to make a theological analysis, and I will make a question to both the speakers. Taking into consideration that traditionally in our church, in our Orthodox church, the sacrament of metanoia, of repentance, is an ecclesiological, an ecclesial event and not an individualistic help, although in the later years it became, through the exomologies, a help towards someone for his or her personal sins and problems. So the militant modernists can be right if they accuse that this kind of spiritual intervention to a person, it may be a defective or inappropriate way of dealing. So it is very important that what you are doing to bring into an encounter psychoanalysis and the Orthodox theology and the role of spiritual father is extremely important. Now, taking advantage from what Dr. Emanuelidis said about in his presentation, that the human sexuality is an important aspect that is being dealt by both the spiritual father and the analyst. How important is to reconsider this kind of doctrine, because the human sexuality as a part of Christian anthropology is very important. And a naive question now, I'm not a psychoanalyst, I don't know, how important in the psychoanalytic process the use of other disciplines. I'm referring to neurobiology, for instance, because there is what we call a fragmentation of knowledge nowadays. It was discussed many times in this conference. I don't know whether the findings of other disciplines like neurobiology are taken into consideration in the psychoanalytic work.
Καταρχάς είπατε για την εξομολόγηση και αν θυμάμαι καλά. Εντάξει, η Άννα Όμικρον που ανέφερα στο παράδειγμα μου είπε ότι η ψυχανάλυση είναι μια καθαρτική μέθοδος. Και έχει μείνει αυτό, ότι δηλαδή έβγαζε τα αποθυμένα της, όπως λέμε. Οπότε η εξομολόγηση είναι ένα μέρος της ψυχανάλυσης. Αλλά δεν είναι το κύριο μέρος. Το κύριο μέρος είναι η κατανόηση της ασυνείδητης φαντασίωσης, του ιστορικού αντικειμένου που είπα προηγουμένως. Δηλαδή είναι η κατανόηση αυτού που έχει δημιουργηθεί υπό την επίδραση αυτών τα οποία έχει αποθήσει. Δηλαδή των τραυμάτων, ας πούμε, των πραγματικών ή των φαντασιωσικών. Άρα λοιπόν η ψυχανάλυση δέχεται την εξομολόγηση, αλλά δεν κάνει εξομολόγηση, δεν δίνει άφηση. Έχει αυτό το μειονέκτημα. Τώρα για η σεξουαλική ζωή για τον Φρόιντ ήταν στα πρώτα του έργα το παν. Αργότερα προσέθεσε και η πρώτη θεωρία του ήταν η θεωρία της σεξουαλικής αποπλάνησης, θα ξέρετε, όπου δηλαδή οι ιστερικές γυναίκες της εποχής του θεωρούνταν ότι είχαν σεξουαλικά κακοποιηθεί από τον πατέρα τους. Εν συνεχεία προχώρησε ένα βήμα προς την πνευματικότητα, όπως λέμε, δηλαδή έφυγε από την κυριολεξία και πήγε στη φαντασίωση, ότι δηλαδή είναι θέμα, μπορεί επίσης να υπάρχει πρόβλημα στην ψυχή ενός κοριτσιού ή ενός αγοριού, εάν φαντάζεται ότι έχει γίνει αυτό, και όχι μόνο αν έχει γίνει, και τα λοιπά. Οπότε η σεξουαλικότητα είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική για την ψυχανάλυση και κυρίως για το πώς κατευθύνει το άτομο. Αργότερο ο Φρόιντ προσπάθησε να βάλει μια ισορροπία βάζοντας το ένστικτο του θανάτου, όπως είπε και ο κ. Κυριαζής, το οποίο οι περισσότεροι ψυχαναλυτές δεν το δέχονται σήμερα. Υπό την έννοια ακριβώς ότι αφορά την μη ύπαρξη, αυτό που είπε ο κ. Κυριαζής, δηλαδή το ότι το κακό οφείλεται στη μη έκφραση αγάπης από το αντικείμενο, κατά κάποιο τρόπο. Η απουσία του δημιουργεί μια επιθετικότητα μέσα στην ψυχή του παιδιού. Αλλά το λέω αυτό για να πω ότι προσπαθεί να ισορροπήσει τα drives, τις ενορμήσεις, που ήταν η πρώτη θεωρία του Φρόιντ. Οι νεότεροι ψυχαναλυτές τη σεξουαλικότητα την έχουν εντάξει στην αναζήτηση του αντικειμένου. Είπε ο κύριος Κυριαζής, από τότε που ο Φόεμπρεν διατύπωσε αυτή την φράση, ότι το υποκείμενο είναι σε αναζήτηση αντικειμένου, ότι δηλαδή η σεξουαλικότητα είναι στην υπηρεσία της σχέσης και όχι ότι η σεξουαλικότητα είναι για να εκτονωθεί, όπως έλεγε ο Φρόιντ, άλλαξε η ψυχανάλυση.
As far as I know, only one sentence, only one passage in Freud's opus. He directly refers to difference between psychoanalytic praxis and praxis of confession. And in this passage you can see how he naive was. Okay, he was Protestant, he was Jew in Protestant Habsburg surrounding. His idea was that during confession you have to confess sins that you are aware of. And during psychoanalysis, you have to confess, let's say, sins that you are not aware of. And he had in mind this difference, his insistence on unconscious intrusion in analytic situation that doesn't happen in situation of confession. It is, we should agree, rather naive. And just one more thing. We have to decide, are we talking about psychoanalysis or are we talking about Freud? Because Freud's conceptions they're fruitful. He was genius. He was a very important man, but he's a history. Today, we are not so much dealing with pathology of repression. We are much more dealing with pathology of identity. Also, Freud himself didn't have theory of psychosis. He explained psychosis while utilization of neurotic mechanism. He didn't understand many mechanisms that are relevant today. Just one more thing and I will finish. There is something ironically ecclesial in actual status of psychoanalysis. Speaking about modern psychoanalysis or speaking about contemporary psychoanalysis is per se speaking about psychoanalysis in plural. There is no modern psychoanalysis. There are various different, not just schools, ideologies, theories of psychoanalysis. And there is one important author, Horatio Echegoyen. He had written one very big book about technique of psychoanalysis. And in forward to first edition of this book, he explicitly states that he will do ecumenical attempt to present all possible schools in ecumenical fashion. I believe that he was not aware of possible irony of this statement. He just wanted to be politically correct. But there is no thing like modern psychoanalysis. It is plurality. And we are always oscillating between nostalgic, romantic references to Freud, and also we can easily get dizzy while confronted with these very often illogical and mutually exclusive variants of modern psychoanalysis. Because of that, I have told you that psychoanalysis is in deep crisis. Her identity is under serious threat. This world is a not fruitful field for developing psychoanalysis.
Αναφέρομαι στην εισηγήση του κυρίου Μανουηλίδη, που ανέφερε πολύ ωραία τα όρια ευθύνης και του ψυχαναλυτή και του πνευματικού. Όμως με απασχολεί πιο πολύ και θα ήθελα να ακούσω, δεν ξέρω αν είναι τις παρούσεις, για τα όρια του ψυχαναλυτή ή ψυχοθεραπευτή με πνευματικότητα. Γιατί αυτό είναι το ζητούμενο για μένα. Θεωρώ ότι απόλυτη ουδετερότητα δεν υπάρχει και ότι κάποια στιγμή αυτό περνάει και στον ασθενή, αν υπάρχει. Το ερώτημα μου είναι, δικαιούται και μπορεί να λειτουργήσει υπέρ της θεραπείας η πνευματική, το πνευματικό background και του ψυχαναλυτή. Διότι θεωρώ ότι από ένα σημείο και έπειτα περνάει και από τις δύο πλευρές. Και βεβαίως και ο ασθενής το μυρίζεται αυτό, αν υπάρχει. Αν υπάρχει, είναι θετικό για την ολοκληρωμένη θεραπεία. Αν δεν υπάρχει όμως, μήπως είναι αυτό που ανέφερε και ο φίλος εκεί, το περιορισμένο, το περιοριστικό του ψυχαναλυτή, του ψυχοθεραπευτή, να οδηγήσει τον ασθενή παραπέρα. Η πίστη του στο επέκεινα, σε αυτό το χώρο, ωραιότατα σήμερα καθευτής και πολλές πλευρές, αυτός ο χώρος υπάρχει και λειτουργεί και δικαιούται να τον έχει και να τον βιώνει και ο ψυχαναλυτής, ή μέσα στην ουδετερότητα αυτό είναι παγωμένο, αποκλεισμένο και άρα νεκρό ή μη υπάρχον, άρα δεν λειτουργεί στη θεραπεία. Διότι αναφέρατε κάποια σημεία και συνεργασία με το πνευματικό. Πώς θα γίνει η συνεργασία με το πνευματικό, αν δεν προϋπάρχει αυτή η παραδοχή, ας πούμε. Το λέω γιατί είναι πρόβλημά μου, γιατί θέλω να είμαι τίμιος στη θεραπεία. Αλλά δεν μπορώ να αποφύγω από ένα σημείο και έπειτα όλο αυτό το πλούτο, ο οποίος μεταβιβάζεται έτσι κι αλλιώς. Γιατί να τον αποστερήσουμε? Και μήπως είναι η στιγμή, η όριμη τώρα, εν πάση περιπτώσει, να επιτρέψουμε να λειτουργήσει και αυτός ο χώρος. Βεβαίως αντικειμενικότητα, αλλά υπάρχει απόλυτη αντικειμενικότητα. Αυτό είναι το ερώτημά μου. Ευχαριστώ.
Πολύ κέριο ερώτημα και ωραίο και σας ευχαριστώ. Ανέφερα στην εισήγηση, το προσέξατε προφανώς, ότι ο κάθε αναλυτής επηρεάζεται από την κοσμοθεωρία του. Άμα είναι πιστός, επηρεάζεται και το ίδιο και ο αθώος, και αυτό πρέπει να προσεχθεί. Αλλά πόσο να προσεχθεί, αυτό λέτε, ας πούμε, πόσο να προσεχθεί, και η απάντηση είναι ότι κάποια στιγμή, όπως είπατε, το μυρίζεται, ακόμα και αν δεν το ξέρει, γιατί συνήθως το ξέρει εξ αρχής, έρχεται σε κατασύσταση, ας πούμε. Δεν χτυπάει την πόρτα του πρώτου που θα βρει στο δρόμο ψυχαναλυτή για να μπει μέσα. Οπότε και αυτό έχει συζητηθεί εκτενώς υπό την έννοια ότι ο αναλιώμας μυρίζεται τα πάντα. Αναφέρεται ένα παράδειγμα στη βιβλιογραφία όπου του λέει του ψυχαναλυτή ο ψυχαναλιώμας, καλά, εσύ είσαι ρεπουμπλικάνος. Και του λέει, πού το κατάλαβες, γιατί το λες αυτό? Λέει, διότι όταν σε ρώταγα όταν σου έλεγα ότι ο Eisenhower, ήταν παλιό βιβλίο αυτό, έκανε αυτά, εσύ σιωπούσες. Όταν σου έλεγα για το άλλο κόμμα, έλεγες και τι σου θυμίζει αυτός. Άρα λοιπόν, από εκεί κατάλαβε ότι ο ψυχαναλυτής ήταν κάποιου κόμματος, πόσο μάλλον τα άλλα θέματα. Το ερώτημα τώρα είναι αν θα το χρησιμοποιήσουμε. Στην ψυχανάλυση δεν το χρησιμοποιούμε. Γιατί δεν το χρησιμοποιούμε? Δεν το χρησιμοποιούμε γιατί μας ενδιαφέρει η απόλυτη αλήθεια. Θα μου πείτε, μπορείτε να την καταφέρετε, κύριε Μανουηλίδη, ας πούμε, με τους ασθενείς σας όλους την απόλυτη αλήθεια? Η απάντηση είναι βέβαια όχι. Αλλά αυτή είναι η πρόθεση. Οπότε, υπό αυτήν την έννοια, εάν εγώ προσφέρω στον ασθενή κάτι από το σκεφτικό πλούτο που έχω, με μπερδεύει με τον ιερέα. Και με μπερδεύει και γιατί εγώ τον μπερδεύω, αλλά και γιατί και εκείνος θέλει να μπερδευτεί. Γιατί θέλει να αμυνθεί στο βαθύτερο εαυτό του. Υπ' αυτή την έννοια, λοιπόν, ο ψυχαναλυτής πρέπει να είναι πολύ προσεκτικός και δεν τα καταφέρνει. Δεν λέω ότι τα καταφέρνει. Έτσι. Τώρα για τις άλλες ψυχολογικές θεωρίες είναι πιο εύκολο, δεν υπάρχει θέμα.
A last comment from Dr. Kyriazis.
Ήθελα να συνδεθώ με την ερώτηση του καθηγητού Βασιλιάδη ένα βήμα πίσω από το σημείο που είμαστε, αλλά γενικά θέλω να πω ότι τίθεται πολύ μεγάλα θέματα που θα θέλαμε, νομίζω, 3-4 μέρες για να τα καταπιάσουμε. Αυτά που έβαλε ο φίλος μου ο κύριος Γεβρέμοβιτς είναι πολύ δύσκολα και πολύπλοκα. Το ερώτημα για την κάθαρση. Η κάθαρση, αν έχω καταλάβει καλά τα πράγματα και απευθύνομαι σε όλους σας, είναι κάπως άλλος στην τέχνη. Μας έχει αφήσει ο Αριστοτέλης αυτό τον ορισμό της τραγωδίας, θυμάστε. Esteemed τραγωδία κλπ. Η κάθαρση λοιπόν στην τέχνη είναι ένα είδος. Η κάθαρση στην ψυχανάλυση είναι ένα άλλο είδος. Και η κάθαρση στην εξομολόγηση είναι ένα άλλο είδος. Εάν αυτά τους τρεις τύπους τα θεωρήσουμε ότι αναφερόμαστε στην ίδια εμπειρία, μάλλον θα τα μπλέξουμε. Ένα σημείο που είναι πολύ σημαντικό στην εξομολόγηση είναι αυτό που είπε ο κύριος Βασιλιάδης, που έχει σχέση με την συγχώρεση. Όχι απλώς με τη συγγνώμη, αλλά με τη συγχώρεση των εχθρών, που είναι πιο δύσκολο. Ευκολότερα ζητάμε συγγνώμη και δυσκολότερα συγχωρούμε, ιδιαίτερα εμείς οι Έλληνες, που υποκείμεθα πολύ συχνά στο θέμα του φθόνου. Είναι ένα πολύ μεγάλο θέμα. Στην ψυχανάλυση μπορεί να βοηθήσουμε να ετοιμάσουμε το έδαφος. Ο κ. Εμμανουηλίδης το είπε πολύ καλά. Ένας αξιόπιστος ψυχαναλυτής δεν παριστάνει τον παπά, ούτε επειδή αναλύει την ενοχή δίνει άφεση αμαρτιών, παρόλο ότι ο ασθενής θα το ήθελε πάρα πολύ. Πολλές φορές θα ήθελε να βρει στο πρόσωπο του θεραπευτή του κάποιον σαν Θεό κτλ. Το αρχέτυπο Χριστός είναι ένα κεντρικό πρόβλημα της ψυχαναλυτικής εργασίας και εξαιρετικά πολύπλοκο και ευαίσθητο σε διάφορες πτυχές του. Μόνο μερικές απόψε πτυχές θίξαμε. Και άπτεται αυτής της προβληματικής. Όσον αφορά τώρα το ερώτημα ενός φίλου από το βάθος που λέει αν είναι εφικτή η συνεργασία, είναι εφικτή η συνεργασία, αλλά θέλω να του θυμίσω ότι πολλές φορές και οι ιερείς αποτυγχάνουν. Δεν είναι μόνο οι ψυχαναλυτές. Και οι δάσκαλοι αποτυγχάνουν. Και οι πολιτικοί αποτυγχάνουν. Δηλαδή οι ιερείς δεν είναι έξω από το παιχνίδι της δικής τους περιπέτειας με τα πάθη τους. Νομίζω το να το αποδεχθούμε αυτό και όλοι μας, ο καθένας μας στον τομέα του, το λέω αυτό και για τους δασκάλους, αγαπητέ Πίτερ, στο πανεπιστήμιο, αλλά και στο γυμνάσιο και στο δημοτικό, όπως αποτυγχάνουν και οι γονείς. Λοιπόν, είμαστε μέσα στην ανθρώπινη κατάσταση και νομίζω ότι είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να γίνει διάκριση για τι είδους κάθαρση μιλάμε. Και μην ξεχνάμε ότι στην πνευματική ζωή μιλάμε για πνευματική αναγέννηση. Αυτό τώρα σημαίνει άλλα μεγάλα θέματα. Ας πούμε την άλλη φορά θα τα κουβεντιάσουμε στο επόμενο συνέδριο. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Μας βάλατε την επόμενη θεματική σιγά σιγά. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ για την παρουσία σας σήμερα όλη μέρα. Thank you very much for your presence και ελπίζουμε στο μέλλον να έχουμε τη δυνατότητα να οργανώσουμε κάτι παρόμοιο. Thank you very much. Ευχαριστούμε.